pumps in the club. Yeah. Stiletto pumps in the club. Yeah. Get drunk. Don't worry about that when you see me, because I'm coming up fresh, right with the realest. You feel me? So you should call me the best. I kill a jazzy, ain't nothing with my stiletto heels on. But if I hold this up and try me, then her hair will get thrown. I'm turning heads left and right, so that you see one footstep out the car. Strolling through the club, then I make my way right by the bar. Yeah, your nigga eyeing me, I take him from you, so watch out. I'm looking jazzy, acting classy, but I got a sassy mouth. Hair is done and nails I too, and I match from head to toe. Then to top it off, I'm rocking 60s like stilettos, ho. Different color every day, that's just to match the mood I'm in. Silver, red, dragon black, looking this good should be a scene. Stiletto pumps in the club. Whoever thought that these girls would get drunk? Stiletto pumps in the club. Whoever thought that these girls would get drunk? We rockin' stiletto, so 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 on my feet. I'm sexy with a mug. I'm working on your haters just to see if y'all crunk. We swinging, throwing bows, cause y'all boys thought we soft. I'm knocking heads off. I'm the baddest of them all. Making niggas fall, man, they fight and it tussling. Club on the scale that the girls might start busting. We crunk and we thug and we taking it public. This is for the girls in the trap, steady hustling. Stiletto pumps in the club. Whoever thought that these girls would get drunk? Stiletto pumps in the club. Whoever thought that these girls would get drunk? We rockin' stiletto, so 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 we rockin' stiletto, so. Want a second look for pictures, this is necessary. Diamond be my name, and by the list, girl, you ain't even ready. With my dickies, two-piece in my head, pop to the other side. Shaking white interior inside my drop top Chevy ride. Killing all these ladies, cause they know I got stilettos on. Your nigga try to holler, but the pimpin' here is way too strong. I'm known for breaking pockets, I can walk it like a topic. Got some product in my closet, ain't no way to help and stop it. I'ma put this shit up on the map, cause ATL is where I be. I got my girl Aisha and the princess on the shopping spree. I get them for their goodies and get richer, ain't no pity. I'm the reason why they hurting, I'm the baddest in this city. Yeah, ho, stiletto pumps in the club. Whoever thought that these girls would get drunk? Stiletto pumps in the club. Whoever thought that these girls would get drunk? We rockin' stiletto, so 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 we rockin' stiletto, so.
What's going on, Conscious Crew? Welcome to another riveting episode of the Consciouztv platform. It is your favorite commentator, CTV, and I am happy to have you guys here. No, I am not motherfucking late. What that's called is giving you all time to hit that thumbs up button, okay? Because I told you that we're not going to be playing on my motherfucking top with these likes, okay? For the rest of 2022, okay? So, as you guys are piling into the sanctuary, you guys already know what we're here to talk about. I'm going to have to give an old nasty piece of disclaimer before we even get off into the thick of it, but I'll get into that shortly, okay? Thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up this video. You guys know that thumbing up helps the YouTube algorithm. It helps. It's the one thing you can do if it free of charge that dramatically helps your favorite commentators. Okay, so please thumbs up this video. If you're new here, definitely subscribe, because if I like it, you're going to love it. And speaking of subscribers, I want to welcome all 1,267 subscribers, girl. I didn't know that we had collected that over the last 28 days, according to my analytics. So shout out to the 35K in the goddamn building, okay? I was already at 34.4 before this week came to an end, so I know for sure we've had an influx of 500 to 600 subscribers So welcome to the platform, you guys. Okay. Also have your notification bell set to all because you never know what day or hour the king or hell, I'm a queen to some, maybe queen and kinging, bitch. Okay. So you guys to make sure that you have your notification bell set to all. And if you don't mind taking it just a step further, you definitely have to share this video out. You guys know that I am a retired monogamist, okay? I'm all polygamous, all polyamory these days, so you cannot hog the CTV, baby. You got to share me out and allow others to come in love on CTV because I got a lot of it to give and there's enough of me for every fucking body. So don't be stingy. Okay, we are here to multiply the earth with CTV. Oh, yes, God, it is. With no further ado, let's go ahead, you guys, and push the fuck on through. Okay.
I know a place where you can recharge your soul.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
And in the midst of brokenness, he gon' see your asshole.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
You gon' heal, you gon' laugh and catch a little shade.
Ooh, girl.
Y'all know he be slaying, y'all better stop playing. Come hear what he's saying.
Ladies and gentlemen.
So, girl, we got a lot to get into. We're not going to waste a whole lot of time. Welcome to the sanctuary, you guys. Pile in. Please get your seating wherever you can get them. You guys already know that the first 3 rows of the sanctuary be taken up because everybody want to be next to the anointed one, okay? But, you know, my ushers will help to get everybody else seated accordingly, okay? We're not going to do no blocking, nothing tonight. Let folks sound off, okay? Because we believe in the First Amendment. Just make sure that you guys pay attention to the ushers when they're telling you guys about the emoji and being creative about your curse words because even outside of them, Google moderator will block your comments, okay? So to keep the chat from being spam with sex bots and all types of shit, feedback, reckless. I don't know if it's coming from your phone or not. I mean, your situation. I'm hearing like something. It's not too bad, but it's something that's there. But all of that, okay? Now, before we get heavy off into this, Reckless, how are you doing today?
I'm doing well. I'm doing extremely well.
Part of retrograde through Reckless into the federal penitentiary for 4 hours, girl. But we got him out, and you know he didn't get gang banged in his asshole or nothing like that. So we got him out just in the nick of time. But I told y'all that retrograde is not playing with her motherfucking niggas, okay? And Lil Kim is finding that out the very hard way that retrograde is not playing with these hoes. But we're gonna get into her shortly. Tell the people where they can subscribe to you and everything, girl, before we push on through.
Alrighty, what's going on, y'all? Welcome to the land of reckless logic. Please make sure you guys pop that like button, hit the subscribe button, and please smack the notification bell so you do not miss any more posts from us. My YouTube channel is called Reckless Logic. It's with 2 C's. But however, my Instagram name is strictly Reckless. And within the Instagram bio, you will hit a link. It's going to be the Linktree link. And when you hit that link, you will see all the different other platforms that I do have. You will be able to follow me on TikTok, Twitch, YouTube, Facebook, if you want to. Of course, Instagram. And then you also have Bigo as well. Because, girl, we get a little crazy over there. But, yeah.
They do.
But warning.
Really the ghetto.
But warning. On Bigo, you will hear a lot of triggering language. Just so you know. Just a fair warning. There we go. Just saying.
I think they know.
No.
Now, disclaimer, girl. Before we get into this, I'm gonna have to preference this commentary, okay?
Okay.
And you know, in the words of Christ, girl, those who have ears, let them hear. Those who have eyes, let them see, girl. So any motherfucker who don't get it going forward, just gonna stay lost in the sauce because I'm not gonna keep on giving disclaimers, okay? I went on vacation about 2-3 weeks ago, girl, and I got high off a THC infused edibles, girl, and I was with the Lord for 2.5 hours. As a result of being with the Lord for 2.5 hours, girl, I came back a whole thug. Okay, now what that means going forward as a commentator, it means that I ain't loyal to none of these hoes. Okay, and I'm gonna say what the fuck I need to say, how the fuck I need to say it. Okay, I don't give a damn about no backlash. I don't give a damn if it bruise no bitches' egos. I don't give a damn. I'm not here to make friends with nobody. I'm here to do a fucking job, and I have tried being politically correct, and I have tried being diplomatic, and I have tried doing all of that shit, particularly when it came to other celebrities, when it came to other influencers. But I have seen that all of that makes no difference. Okay, the shade will always be real, girl.
Good.
Okay, the Pick Misha syndrome will always be real, girl. The egos will always be real, girl. Okay, and there's just no which way to approach any of that and be satisfied. So what you're really left to do, or at least what I'm going to be left to do, is to just be my fucking self, because I'm an introvert and I'm not trying to make friends with no celebrity ass bitch, and I ain't trying to make friends with no influencer ass bitch either. Okay, I'm here to do CTV, and if any of the middle can work itself out, then there it will, girl. Okay. And Queen B, don't tell me to get to the T, bitch, because what you can get to is the bottom of the motherfucking river hole. Okay, matter of fact, let's go ahead and set the tone right now. Mods, please drop Queen B ass off into the base of the motherfucking river, and that hoe can watch me through an igloo. Okay, goodbye, Queen Bee. That's the tea you're about to get to, bitch. It's the goldfish and the sharks and the whale, girl. Get very acquainted. There's a lot of holes that I done put there. A lot of them I done put there, girl. So you will be in good company, Miss Mamas. Okay. Now, with that being said, girl, I will be explaining things accordingly, girl, as we move forward. But this is going to be a very honest a commentary. And it's gonna be what the fuck it's gonna be. Okay, so if you're very sensitive, if you have biases, girl, if you are easily offended, child, you haul ass right now. I'm giving you the opportunity, child, to not be agitated, to not pop no blood pressure pills, honey. Don't stress yourself out over nobody's commentary, girl. Okay, you have time to haul ass right now. If you are sensitive to the things of the things of the things of the things of the things and things, okay? Because this is going to be a no holds bar commentary, as it's going to be going forward with everything else. Now, child, let's go ahead and move the fuck in, because we got a lot of shit to move the fuck on through, okay? Let's get into, because me and you had touched on this night before last when we was giving Kwame Brown the everlasting work. Yes. And the Plan B remix had came up, girl. Now, you all know that apparently Megan Thee Stallion's record label had done sent an old nasty piece of copyright infringement directly to YouTube, directly to Lil Kim's YouTube page, girl, and had them snatch her motherfucking lace front all the way back, girl. Okay? Also, you guys know that the Plan B remix was a bit controversial because 50 Cent, penile gland non-having ass, decided that there was a particular verse in Lil Kim's verse that was a direct shot to Nicki Minaj. Okay? So before we move any further, girl, what are your thoughts about Lil Kim having the Plan B remix snatched and then not having Megan Thee Stallion co-sign that in her clap back to 50 Cent, and she added Megan Thee Stallion, girl, to big up Plan B, and Miss Megan was as quiet as a church mouse, honey. And what do you think about this particular verse that 50 Cent interpreted to be a dig at Papa Bear?
Okay, to directly answer the verse part of the situation, he was trying to be messy, start stuff, take stuff out of context, doing what 50 Cent does. Now, secondly, when it comes down to Kim and the verse and all the other things, and here's the thing: when it comes, Kim, you're too seasoned in the game for these type of issues to go on. Am I 100% shocked? I do have a little bit of, I do have questions because I do want to know what was the conversations like with Megan and Kim, and what were the conversations that I guess took place, because I also know that Megan is she's going through with her label, like they're bumping heads. Like if you actually listen to her rap, she actually disses her label as well too. So I want to see, was there like some type of misunderstanding where this person had an interpretation because she talked to Megan, or something else? There was disconnect between the label. Like I want to know if there was more to that. But what I will say is this: is that I think that I do believe that Megan probably should have said something, but however, I also know why she didn't. Because right now Megan is in I would say like a hot seat in a sense when it comes down to her and Nicki, her and the Barbs, and then you got to think about Tory Lanez, all this shit. So it probably would be best for her to just hush hush on a lot of things, and at least if you don't know what to do, be quiet about it. So I don't know.
Got it. So about that, 50 Cent, you might want to stick to actually developing and producing scripts for shows. That seems to be where your strength is, girl. Oh, and surviving 9 bullets, okay? But let's just stay out of trying to decode, rap verses and shit, because I'm trying to figure out how 50 Cent thought that a song about Plan B, which was a clapback to fuck niggas, had anything to do with Lil Kim talking about raising a bitch nigga. Okay? Because she clearly was talking about bitch niggas who become fathers, and then they raise bitch niggas to walk in their likeness as a result. So it was the reaching of the stars and the UFOs and the aliens and the Martians and the reptilians, girl, for me. I don't know whether 50 Cent didn't have on his reading glasses that night or what the tea was, girl, but he was loud and he was wrong. And I'm just like, how does the context, where is the context, girl? Like, where is the context? Now, as it relates to Plan B, what I think had happened is, because, Meg and Lil Kim, they've been cited out. They've been hanging out or whatever. Obviously, they took this promotional image. I think the song was cleared. But I think the remix was Lil Kim's idea. And I think that once the label heard the lack of engineering and heard how ugly the shit, how horribly edited it was, how horribly produced it was, that rightfully so, labels have a brand and have a continuity to maintain. So they raptured that motherfucking shit right on up off the internet. And the gag is, when everybody heard it, including myself, I had heard it the night that we had did the Kwame Brown commentary. And I said, my God, why this shit sounds like this? It sounds tore up from the fucking floor up. Like, vocals had not been synchronized and whatever the fuck they call it, girl. This bitch sounded like a pregnant bee on the damn album, girl. I'm just like, girl, what? Like, I couldn't make it. It wasn't making. The math wasn't mathing for me. But then this is where we get into, as Lil Kim fans, girl. This is why this hoe cannot recover from the goddamn narcissistic abuse she done experienced at the hands of her fans, because she keeps walking right into the punches. Like Kim, you heard the playback, boo. You heard the playback, and you heard everything we all heard, and yet you still cleared it as an upload. You still cleared it as an upload.
Oh, girl.
It's almost like you dragged yourself by uploading and then promoting, and then had the unmitigated gall to @Megan Thee Stallion as if she was going to hear this shit and remotely press half a like on the post.
Baby.
As if she was going to endorse this level of fucking trash as it relates to her brand. She just dropped a whole album, and her shit is well engineered from song number 1 to song number 12. And you thought that amidst all the drama she got going on, and then all the continuity she trying to maintain about her brand, that she was going to endorse the finished product of the Plan B remix. Now, Lil Kim's verse wasn't even that bad. The bitch was initially spitting. But then when she got to that singing shit,
Girl.
Like, this bitch thought she was Adele, honey. She thought she was Jasmine Sullivan toward the end of the track, girl. When it got to...
Ooh.
Yeah.
Bitch, I was the one saying hello. What the hell is going on?
We can hear you. Yes, bitch. Hello, we can, girl. And the connection is not connecting for me. Yes, we can hear you, Miss Mama.
I was like, Kim, like, I live for you, I ride for you up and down, but what I'm not going to is endorse some shit that's not in the best of light. That was a hell to the no. Hell to the no. It was not going. And she was like, and like you say in the beginning, it was cool. It was okay. I can do with that. You know, brother, the bitch and all the other. Okay, cool. Then when she started to open up them vocal cords and the bad boy started to vibrate, oh no.
Girl, and then it was when the producer forgot to slap an Instagram filter over that vocal. It was the producer forgetting to put the Snapchat filter over her motherfucking vocals for me, girl.
Ooh,
it was
girl.
that Lil Kim heard this playback, girl, and then still had the audacity, girl, to torture and abuse us in this way by uploading this shit. And this ain't the first time that Kim has been desperate and she let the moment miss her, because y'all don't forget when Kim jumped her ass on the back of the goddamn
Flawless.
On the little caboose that could when it came to the Flawless remix, girl.
Oh.
Okay. Don't forget when she just inserted herself into Beyonce's project, girl, and called herself trying to clap back at Miss Onika, honey. Now, mind you, I felt like Lil Kim ripped her verse, but it was embarrassing at the same time. Her very presence was just embarrassing because Nicki Minaj was already catching the leftovers of Flawless, but then you was willing to catch the leftovers of the leftovers of the leftovers, Kim. And my whole thing is, if you got all this fucking energy to be chasing behind Megan Thee Stallion, and you got all this fucking time to be chasing behind Beyonce, girl, why you ain't chasing your own studio album? Because we still looking for you to make up the last 4 trash Lil Kim releases to us. You, Kim, are in the sunken place, Miss Mama. It's already bad enough that you went to prison and the Naked Truth didn't even get the whole shebang that it needed, even though that was a dope album. Then you got out here and sat on your ass, and even though we all have empathy for you because Nicki Minaj snatched your tiara, but the way you moving lets me know why it's so easy for your tiara to be snatched and raptured off your motherfucking lace front. Now we know why it's so easy for the girls to come through and just copy and paste your whole situation and then take off and run with it and then got the nerve to be successful at it, girl, because you be moving like a amateur auditioning American Idol contestant, and you are 35, 40 years into this industry and then had to get there by sucking good dick, okay? Had to get there by coughing up and regurgitating up good nut, okay, from having your throat gang banged on just to get into the industry, girl. All the sacrifices that your punani and your throat chakra has had to endure, girl, to get you here. And you got the unmitigated gall to be dropping the ball the way that you do, Miss Mamas. I'm trying to make it make sense, bitch. Like the last 4.5, 5, 6, 7, 8 years of your career have just been an absolute parody, girl. Like, you've been releasing albums on fucking PayPal. The bottom half of your body is out here built like an upside down alphabet letter, girl. You out here getting dragged by fucking 50 Cent, child. Like, you releasing fucking albums that only sell 16 fucking copies worldwide. Kim, for real, Lanika Smith.
And you know the thing that gets me is that I'm not even in like the music industry. And the thing about it is that I can literally hear the different types of Cause someone had said her she was playing on the track that wasn't supposed to be like released or anything like that, or whatever. But my thing is this: what I can literally hear the different types of techniques that could have made the verse so much better. Like the singing part, and I said this on the Kwame Brown thing when we first talked about it. I can literally hear where they would have mastered, of course, would have made her voice a little bit more deeper, gave it that original Kim sound, made it just a tad bit more deeper. And then not only that, when she got to the singing part, or even some like kind of line up her little bit her verses, but when she got to the singing part, they could have made her voice go extremely high, as in like, you know, make that squeaky little baby noise like that. I don't really know how to explain it, but like that, or they could have had somebody else come and sing it. You got money, bitch. You better get one of the best singers that you got, and when they could sing that part for you, and then they can implement that, or you could have just did. Kim, I love you when I love you, but we gotta talk about it when we gotta talk about it. Right now, we gotta talk about it because, girl, I was here when you first started the verse. Towards the end, I was like, girl,
Yo, I totally disagree with that comment. Y'all in the sunken place because y'all still waiting on someone that clearly is done. I'm sorry, Lil Kim, it's done. And part of the problem is y'all keep gassing her up and hyping her up. No, the problem is the bitch is filled with 100% more untapped potential. The issue is she got too many yes men around her. She don't got enough people telling her the fucking hard truth. You got too many people trying to be her friend and trying to the fucking bag instead of telling her that it's trash and risking their ass getting fired, risking their ass being blackballed, risk their ass being rejected out of the goddamn group, the gang, whatever the fuck it is that she got going on, girl. What she need is honest people telling her to gather her edges, lay them down properly, and get to the talent that is still in Kim. The bitch almost won Dancing with the Stars. Like, Kim got it. She got it. She got it. And you know, she's unclear about it. She's confused about it. She's misguided about it. But she got it. She's like a really talented pianist without a fucking piano and no proper instructor. The potential to really serve the girls up is there. Yeah. But she got too many motherfuckers just letting her be raggedy. It's a tragedy, in the words of Nicki Minaj. She has too many yes men, and that's the reason why I be like getting so annoyed with Kim, because it's like I've lived on the most recent project, which was 9 Auto Blanco. We've played it here on this platform. She has it. She just needs to know what to do with it. And that's the problem. Is like, girl, you're doing all of the wrong moves. You have the material. You need to utilize and know what you're doing with. What's asked backwards and upside down about her psychology is that she's too busy trying to compete rather than just being herself.
Yes.
And because she's trying to compete, she's not really flourishing because she's not really connected to her authentic self and just worried about Kim. She's too now consumed by the politics of it all. She's paying too much attention to social media. She's trying to worry about linking up with her enemy's ops. She's too preoccupied with shit that don't got nothing to do with her iconicness, don't have nothing to do with her artistry, don't have nothing to do with her musicianship. She needs to sit the fuck down, get into some practice, get into some fucking refining. Okay, she needs to get back into just mastering herself. She gets comfortable, and then she needs to get and sit down with some real heavy hitters in terms of producers and really take the fuck off on it. Just press the gas on it.
And that's the thing. And that's the thing. It's like, and you most definitely hit it the nail on the head when you said that she's trying to compete. Kim, your mother, you created this subgenre of female rap. All you have to do is be yourself. Do the thing. You are established. And with you being an established, legendary female rapper, I'm about to say hip hop, bitch, rapper, all you have to do is stick to what you know and what worked for you. And if you want to play around with sounds, what you do, you collaborate with different people, different sounds. You don't try them sounds out yourself. But however, the collaboration on other people with different sounds, what works for them. And if things work really well, they're gonna merge perfectly. Instead of you trying to adopt a sound that doesn't fit you, or you haven't mastered it to the point. So I was like, girl, that singing, no.
Before we move on from Kim, I know you had just made me aware that Kim and Cardi just left the studio. So what do you think that's about, and what are you anticipating? Do you think that this Cardi collaboration is going to bring out the Kim that we all know and love, or do you? What is your? Is this for? Do you think it's for a Cardi album? Do you think this is a Kim project? What do you think this is that's going on?
I know that Cardi has always talked about, like from the very beginning of her career, always talked about collaborating with Kim. This is before even her and Nicki got into it. Always collaborating with Kim. It's just that she said she always wanted to find the perfect song for Kim. And she's always stressed with Kim, she wants that deep voice. She wants that deep voice and she wants rapping. And so based off that, I would hope and I would really expect for this to be the bring it out of Kim, like Auto Blanco Kim. I'm talking about Jump Off Kim. I'm talking about the Kim that we know, that we love. But however, if she gets on this track doing the same bullshit that she just did 2.5 seconds ago with Plan B, which really is Plan Z, she needs to, girl, take it elsewhere. But however, I'm here for it. I would think, and I probably would think that this probably would be a Cardi B. I would say this probably be a Cardi B project. And me just using my mind is that I think just because the collaboration, this is something that a lot of people really wanted, is going to get real hype. It's just that I think if the record is good and plus people are really attracted to it, I guess when it gets released, it would make Cardi release her album if the album is ready. Because with every single album, no matter who the person is, they always need a lead single to drive attraction. Same thing happened with Beyonce and Ape Shit. Same thing happened with Nicki Minaj and they had Chun-Li. Was it Chun-Li? One of them songs, because she released a couple of them. Yeah, but here's the thing though. If the single is not bringing in traction, they're not going to release the album. That's the same reason why Nicki, she released Chun-Li. She released Rich Sex. She released Bed of Sex. Like, she released all them songs to see which one was going to hit. But then when she found one that hit, the album came right out. So it depends upon the rollout, depends upon what this song does. Then that's going to let us know what's possibly going to happen. But I believe this is a Cardi B thing, because even Cardi B, she was on Instagram. She was saying she didn't say directly what it was, but after the fact, I kind of know what it is now. She was like, man, I'm mad as hell. I was gonna say something, but I'm not gonna say it. But people be taking my ideas, and then that happened 24 hours ago, and then now we see Lil Kim and her in the studio. And actually, the same thing that she wore in the IG Live is the same video. It's the same outfit that we seen in the video of them being in the studio together. So I don't know. I'll be surprised, but I'm hoping that it's rapping Kim.
Yeah. So you don't want her to hit us with them when the morning comes.
Honestly, a lot of people didn't like that. I kind of didn't mind it personally. It's just that we want. My thing is this: when it comes to the verse, like when it comes down to, for me personally, I can only take a little bit of the auto tune. But however, I need that deep voice, Lil Kim, and rapping Lil Kim. That's what I need. If you want to try out different sounds when it comes to singing, I'm gonna repeat this again: have vocalists go and sing it. And if you want to play around with your voice, okay, do that. But however, make sure that you have that, the engineer that knows how to really alter voices to where it sounds good. And this is the reason why I always tell people, I can like Lil Kim, I can like all these different people, but I'm not going to say that it's good when it's really not. If it's trash, it's trash.
That's what it means to really be a true fan.
If it's trash, it's trash.
All these idol worshiping assholes who think they fans are not fans. It's the hoes who can tell the fucking truth, who really love these folks. These folk who up these hoes' ass are not true fans. And I thought that Lil Kim sounded like Big Ange from My Wives on the Wake Me Up remix. And I think my motherfucking issue with she sounded okay, but my thing is, you are predominantly a rapper. So even when
Yeah,
you're
people know how to
singing,
rap.
I still expect you to rap. The fact that she was only a vocalist on the track was weird to me.
Yeah. And that's the thing. It's like, honestly, with the Bag 9, when I actually listened to it, I said Bag 9. When I actually listened to her last project 9, I felt like it would have been okay if she would have left the hooks as auto-tune or what she wanted to do with it, if she just rapped on her verses. Because I feel like people don't have no issue with the auto-tune so much. Of course, there's a line of what may sound good and what's not good. But however, I think the issue is that people want that deep voice rapping from Kim, and she gives it at times like Auto Blanco, but a lot of times she's always doing that auto tune, trying to be like, I don't want to say trying to be like the T-Pain era, Migos, all the other stuff. And Kim, you created a whole sub genre of female rappers. Be yourself, and with you being yourself, you're always gonna be mother. You're already mother already, but however, the thing is that the issue is that with Kim is that when it comes down to with her putting out singles, music, to this is my personal opinion. The music is not bad. It's the execution of the music. Like a lot of the songs on 9, I feel like there wasn't bad songs. It's just that where she did the auto tune, it should have been the deep voice and rapping, and she probably been fine. It's the execution. I think it's the formula. Get back to your basics.
The singing shit is only going to work with a pop audience. And unfortunately, Lil Kim does not have crossover appeal, something that Nicki Minaj had when she started birthing out her own damn vocals, because Nicki Minaj also was getting dragged by the hip hop community when she started all that goddamn singing shit too. These niggas don't want to hear your ass sounding like Shanice and sounding like Whitney Houston and shit. They want to hear bars. They need to hear you spitting. They need to hear you rapping. But because she has successfully transitioned and had crossed over and had a teeny bopper audience as well, she was able to still be reasonably successful in integrating that singing shit into her bullshit. But Kim, you ain't got crossover appeal, boo boo. Your demographic is niggas. Your demographic is baby mamas and baby daddies and niggas who are 2 and 3 and 4 time convicted felons and who are bisexual as a result of trauma from dealing with fuck niggas. That's your demographic, Miss Mamas, okay? These bitches need you to be spitting out for Brooklyn Bed-Stuy ass street shit to them, okay? They're not trying to hear you ad-libbing and using your goddamn upper register illegally and shit on a track, girl. They need to hear you giving it to the girls. Like Remy Ma is giving it to the girls, honey. So, Kim, I'm setting the bar low when it comes to this Cardi B collaboration, girl. I'm tired of getting myself excited. So from now on, I'm just going to see what it gives. I'm going to wait until it gives what needs to be given. But I'm not excited about this project. I don't know what to expect. Maybe it may make it worse. It may be worse than the Plan B execution. I don't know. And I hope that not only whatever they're doing is going to be a song, but I hope, and that she's going to be rapping on it, but I also hope that there's going to be a old nasty visual put to this, because if you Cardi B, if you gonna see, this is the thing, Cardi B, hold on, let me scoot to this hole. Let me Ashante scoot over to this hole real quick. Let me send out a personal message to her. Cardi B, listen, bitch, and listen to me well. Bitch, I hope you understand the motherfucking assignment. You know that Lil Kim been out here goofy in these streets. Y'all, you just saw the Plan B rollout, okay? If you got any love for Kim, baby, you got to understand that this got to be a whole moment for this woman, baby. Y'all got to bring the video production. Y'all got to bring in Hype Williams, Dave Myers, bitch. Whatever y'all gonna do, bitch, it need to be Michael and Jackson level, bitch. This need to be the rap version of Scream. Whatever this gonna be, girl, you are in the position to make this pop all the way off and to set a whole different tone for Kim, bitch. So I'm putting some responsibility on you, since you love her and this your motherfucking idol, bitch. I'm gonna see just how much is your idol, girl. And if I'm embarrassed and I'm cringed by what you do, baby, I am dragging the toupee off your motherfucking face, Cardi. If you drop the ball and you don't understand the motherfucking assignment on my bitch's life, it's gonna be me and you in this arena, girl. Okay?
Me too.
That's just called Piriana.
Girl,
that's just called Piriana.
We gonna get
Anything
into it.
else before we transition over? Because we got a lot to go through.
Oh, I'm good.
Okay. Moving along.
Oh
So,
Lord! And by the way, girl, I can tell this commentary gonna be it, cause girl, I can tell. You can continue.
so girl, you know, go ahead and do the girl. It's a favorite girl. Now listen to it one more time, girl. How's it going?
Listen to what?
Thumbs up, thumbs up. If you in the sanctuary, girl. I know I got y'all up in here late, girl, but this was improv, girl. I was inspired and team. Okay. How's going? Let's listen to the Queen remix, girl, for the girls who haven't heard it, girl, because I want to get your thoughts on the Queen mix. Super Freaky Girl. Shout out to Nicki Minaj for her number 1 on Super Freaky Girl. Okay, shout out, honey. Okay, the Queen finally made it to the tippity top spot, girl. Y'all know that Cardi B been kicking her ass in that number 1 spot. Y'all know that Taylor Swift been kicking Nicki ass for that number 1 spot, girl. But finally, after Corona had done killed all the bitches, after monkeypox had done had all the bitches locked up in their homes, girl. Nicki Minaj had enough motherfucking breathing space, girl, to finally shoot to that number 1. And I actually like Super Freaky. Now, I thought that Super Freaky bitch was initially a very commercial song. It was too much like Target. It was too Target, girl. It was way too like TikTok-y. But then as I listen, I was like, oh my God, especially the second verse. She shit it on the second verse. So I was here for it. Okay. So she done fucked around and she done did the Queen mix. Now allegedly it's gonna be 2 versions of the Queen mix, girl. Okay, she's gonna be putting all her favorite bitches on there. So what's that bitch name? Is it Coy Leray? See, you done fucked around and got too agitated real quick. The Queen said she gonna work on a second Queen's mix. You done got out here feeling away about not being on the first version, thinking that it was shade, and you ain't realized that Miss Nicki was gonna do a double back around. Okay, now you might have been on that double back around roster, but because you done start shucking and jiving, baby, you might have counted yourself out of a historical moment. Okay, so sometimes, patience is a virtue for a reason, honey. Sometimes you just gotta hold it in. Sometimes when some shit look away, it ain't really the way that is looking, honey. And God still got you, okay? But when you jump out of the window before you let things fully manifest, then you end up making an ass out of yourself, and then you can't pay the goddamn mortgage for that goddamn rental and shit, for that goddamn trailer home and shit, girl. You can't put crazy gas in that goddamn mobile home and shit, girl. Okay? So you got to be able to quiet down, get it together, and let peace be peace. But let's listen to Queen mix real quick, girl, because we can do that over here, honey. How's it going? And as y'all piling in, girl, thumbs up the motherfucking video. Do all of that. Yeah, bitch, you Nicki Minaj blocked me from her fucking page on YouTube. It's blocky Anna, girl. How's it going? Oh, here we go, girl.
Wait, but before we start, there's 400 and something for almost 500 people up in here. Y'all get these likes up. We're only at 200 likes. Y'all like. Thank you.
Thank you. What's on? Okay, girl. Let's listen, girl. Let's listen. I want you to tell me what you think about the Queen mix, honey. Okay. Who you think, ripped it, who shot, girl, who you could have did without. And then we're going to move it on into Queen Radio.
Hey, yo, it's the Queen mix right here. Miami, Boston, Chicago, Atlanta, New York. Stand the fuck up. Hey, yo. I can lick it, I can ride it while you slipping and sliding. I can do all them little tricks and keep the dick up inside it. You can smack it, you can grip it, you can go down and kiss it. And every time he leave me alone, he always tell me he miss it. He wanna F-R-E-A-K-F-R-E-A-K-F-R-E-A-K. JT. Pink pussy, pink coupe, no roof, made him eat my pussy, leaving no boot. Next stop is car, fuck the total, pull up for a check, pussy mobile, freak, bitch, legs up, cash two niggas, I fuck me when I pass the see this pussy, you a bad nigga, can't be broken, be my nigga. Nick froze, get a close, I'm a bad bitch, get him for a spin, I'ma beat the pussy, drum, big racks, all I'm trying to get from him. Yo, Nick, you the winner, and I'm the princess of this shit and a motherfucking gang member.
Reckless. We just gonna go verse by verse, girl. What you think about JT? I think that Reckless don't went off to put an Advil up his booty hole, girl. So
Shut up,
wait on
bitch.
child. What you think about JT verse? Because Nicki was the most impressed by JT's verse. She said that she would have never thought to approach the record the way that JT did, and JT took it back to like 1995. Trina, the baddest bitch flow, like just straight toe the track up. Like I was here for JT verse. Now towards the end, it sounded like her hearing aid had kind of fell out her ear, and she got a little bit. She got it like she took an exit off the ramp a little bit, girl. Like the timing and the rhythm got a little questionable, girl. But everything up until that last moment, I was here for it. What do you think about it?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, I want to make sure I was unmuted. I actually liked I loved her verse the most. I felt like she did extremely well. And I feel like the reason why Nicki was extremely impressed by hers is because it's like I don't think she sees JT as like one of them girls that's like rapping. But I really do like JT's verse the most. Because she was riding the fuck out that beat. She really was.
What do you think about people giving her some clapback on putting Nicki as the queen and herself as the princess? Some people felt like she shouldn't have played herself down to Nicki. She should have been on her bad bitch. I'm the queen of rap shit.
I feel like, well, girl, this is where we're gonna get into some fuck shit. I honestly feel like that's why I feel like the reason why people give that clapback is because of the simple fact of one of the narratives about Nicki is that the people that she wants around her are people that don't like put themselves down just to lift her up. And so it feeds into that narrative. So it's like, girl, you don't have to do that. You can literally talk your shit, still be humble. But however, you don't have to put yourself down just to lift yourself, just to lift her back up because there's narratives around that. So that's what I believe.
I feel like even though I can see why people interpret it that way because of who Nicki is and how much Nicki demands to be worshipped and to be seen and to be complimented because of her own narcissism. But in this case, it felt like a genuine humility on JT's part and her just establishing the fact that this woman, Nicki, is a veteran. She's an elder at this point, and I'm an up-and-coming girl. And I'm doing my thing as an up-and-coming girl, but I'm recognizing Nicki's queenship while at the same time acknowledging my own, which also is kind of like a humbling sentiment or endearment toward Nicki. Like, this is the queen, girl, and I'm the princess, okay? And when I can finally have a 15-plus year-long career, then I'll be the queen. But right now, bitch, I'm the princess, and I'm going to slay these frogs. So I didn't take it as insecurity or her kissing Nicki's ass because when it comes to... This has kind of always been the dynamics when like up-and-coming people were kind of given opportunities by people who were really established. Like, you the king, I'm the prince. You the queen, I'm the princess. And I like that JT didn't have enough of an ego to not say it. I thought it was humble of her to say it. And I felt like she was being herself, and she really appreciated the opportunity in the moment, and it was recognition, and it was what it was. Like, despite one's feelings about Nicki, and I damn sure have all of my oppositional opinions about her, the other reality is Nicki has had a long-standing career, and she's clearly still charting to this day. She's still breaking records to this day. She's still relevant to this day, and then regardless of how people feel about the way she moves, or feel about her personality type, or how they feel about whatever. Like, those things are black and white. So we can't take nothing away from Nicki in that sense. Nothing away from her. What do you feel also about... Because there was another piece of controversy before we move on. Oh, what do you think about JT doing the Queen mix while not getting back to Megan Thee Stallion Traumazine. Is it Traumazine?
Traumazine.
The Traumazine album, because you know that Megan Thee Stallion had, you know, her sit down with Carisha Speaks came out, and Megan was like, girl, first of all, let's just hold on. Let me just move Nicki out of the way real quick, girl. Let me just get into this little piece real quick. First of all, was it just me? Hold on. Did anybody in the chat see Carisha Speak with Megan Thee Stallion? And if you did, first of all, she admitted in a conversation that JT was supposed to be on the album, but Jay-Z never got back to her with her verse. Okay? Now, as a result of her saying that, and then this Queen mix dropping, people felt like it was because JT had picked a side, and it was the Queen side that she had picked. I don't think that, but I'll tell you why I don't think that. But also, was I the only person? Was I the only viewer? Because nobody talked about this. Was I the only person who cringed for Carisha? Because I'm like, her and Megan are giving off bestie, lesbian, lint liquor vibes, like, and they acting like me, girl, and we going out to dinner. But then Carisha allowed Megan to sit in front of her and admit that she extended a rap opportunity to one half of the girl group known as City Girls, and Carisha was not a part of that auditioning process. And I thought it was a whole gag and cringy, because I'm just like, I thought it was funny as fuck that Megan and just said it so flippantly, and then I was embarrassed for Carisha, because I'm just like, JT is not a solo artist. She belongs to the City Girls, and it's funny too, because her, JT, and Saucy Santana just sat down and was like, girl, we never breaking up. We are a duo. I'm not doing anything without Carisha. But then here comes not only the Queen mix, but here also comes an invitation from Megan, who seems to be closer to Carisha than JT, but inadvertently really admitted that she thinks JT is the better rapper, which is why only the invitation was extended to JT and not Carisha. And Carisha just sat there looking like a bobblehead, like she always do. It's almost like flew over her head. She didn't, cause, and I wouldn't have embarrassed myself and asked her on camera. But when we got behind closed doors, I would have said, "Hold on, bitch! Before I eat this 7 foot tall pussy of yours, you gonna have to make it make sense to me, girl. Why you ain't extend the invitation for the City Girls to be on the track, but JT only?"
But I understand bits and pieces of that, but the thing is that they've always done their own thing. Like, yes, they come together as City Girls, but however, there's a plethora of Carisha features that JT's not on, and there's also plethora of JT features that Carisha's not on. So I don't know, but I can see both sides of it. It depends on how the hell she took it. That's the question. But
if me and Megan would have been as close as Carisha and Megan was acting like they were, and it was all this, oh, you fine, it was all this affection and love, girl. But then you gonna sit in my face, girl, and tell me that you invited one half of the City Girls to a project that you had the resources and the authority to make us both a part of, girl, and you inadvertently just admitted that you think this bitch is the better rapper than me, girl, and Carisha just gonna sit there, girl, and not even challenge it or deal with it or confront it or nothing, girl. And it was just embarrassing and cringy, because I was just shriveling up like a ball of paper watching that.
I wouldn't be shocked if, I feel like Carisha knows that JT is the better rapper. And then on top of that, let's not forget Megan had Megan was laughing online. Remember when Carisha had that song come out, Bella Noches? Oh, girl, that was a key. And so I don't know. I don't know that like the dynamic
have her ass on the record, girl, because while Carisha might have like fell flat on the rapping part, girl, you would have got an iconic moment. You would have got an iconic moment, girl. You would have got a pop culture iconic moment having Carisha, because Carisha gonna always say some like Flavor Flav type shit. She always gonna make them Flavor Flav mistakes, and it's just gonna give a whole moment by itself. But it was just funny to me. But I really think that because Carisha is getting the pussy, she letting JT have the verse. Like, she like, look, I'm fucking this bitch. So, girl, whatever. You could be on the track, girl. I got what I really want. I'm a whole open bisexual, even though I'm gonna try to beat the hell. I'm gonna try to beat the gay out of my son. But we'll deal with that on a whole other day. Now, let me also say this, because some people were also saying that now it makes sense why JT never got her verse back. But the reality is that interview was actually done back in July. And Nicki Minaj said on the Queen Radio last night that she only been working on the Queen mix for the past 2 weeks. So the timing of both of these things was just simply off. So I don't think that JT doing the Queen's mix has anything to do with why Megan didn't get the verse back for the song that was going to feature JT. Okay. And also JT has also admitted that she's lazy, not in terms of what she brings to the pen, but she's lazy in terms of her work ethic. So I think whenever this was that Megan reached out to her to be on Traumazine, whatever the fuck it is, that this was just a lazy moment for her. She was just like, girl, I can do without it. I'm already paid. I don't need another check. I'm deep throating my man, girl, playing Legos and shit, girl. We fine. And then by the time Queen Mix came up, you know, she was just back in her I'm ready to give mode.
Just so you know, it's not now, but I can feel it coming. I think the devil's gonna use me during during this commentary. That's all I'm gonna say.
Don't let the devil use you, girl, but just let the truth use you, girl. Just let the truth do what it do.
Yeah, well, it's gonna come off like the devil, but I'm about to say the truth. But we're gonna continue for now. I'm gonna
all right. So let's continue on with Super Freaky Girl.
I'ma take the whole thing if I'm taking a dick. And I got 99 problems up for making it fit. I see some bitches mini me's and it's making me sick. I'm just the realest bitch you seen when they keep taking a pic. Barbie, I like all my diamonds dancing. They wanna know if we fucked in a mansion. That's Nicki. If I'm in the room, this shit gets sticky. I'm so bad I could touch myself again. Fuck myself like a grandma twins. He wanna fuck on all my friends. I'm too rich for an OnlyFans.
Okay, Bia. It's a whole lot of money. Barbia. I like Barbia's verse, girl. I think she tore it up. I live for a bitch who knows how to professionally sound lazy. Like, Barbia just has that, like, unbothered tone and texture to her voice. And I just live for it because it makes everything she says and does sounds effortless. And I just live for it. Now, what I thought to be interesting about her verse, girl, okay, and I don't give a damn, okay, people can say that, girl, you be reaching, girl, yes, girl, because I be putting the motherfucking masterpieces together, girl, just like I just clocked Nicki Minaj on that divestment parody ass Super Freaky music video interpretation, because she had y'all out here thinking that it was a Mr. and Mrs. Smith loosely based off of, when really it was a clapback to divestment, girl. And y'all told me I was reaching then, girl. And then Nicki Minaj dragged that goddamn female TikToker for her divestment-like pick-me-sha behavior, girl. I told y'all what it was. Girl. Okay? And I just thought it was interesting that all that shit transpired a few weeks ago with that. What was the woman name allegedly on Instagram that called herself exposing Nicki Minaj with them damn 34 slides of tea? The Miller bitch.
I forgot.
Or the mayonnaise hoe.
I forgot the name.
The mayonnaise girl, or whoever was posing as that girl. But I thought it was interesting because in one of the things that one of the claims she made about Nicki was that Nicki had been grooming Barbia, and that there was some type of a live where Barbia. I'm calling the girl Barbia, girl. Is it Barbia? Bia. What? Barbia. Hey,
yeah, Kate Miller is the name.
Bia. That Bia and Nicki were on the live, and that Nicki Minaj allegedly was trying to be sexual or whatever the case may be, and Bia looked uncomfortable. But this Katie Miller chick also had claimed that basically Bia be on her threesome shit with the Petties, and that Kenneth and Bia then allegedly this person was like, Nicki been grooming her. So when Bia in her record was just like, anytime I enter the room, shit gets sticky, just ask Nicki. And then followed up that verse with, like, when I'm in a room alone, I be touching myself and blah, 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 blah. Those sentiments by Miss Katie just came back to my mind. And I can't help it that Bia walked her ass right into it, whether there's truth to it or not, or it's just mad coincidence that Bia would write her verse up like that and then bring Nicki into the verse. And then Kate Miller made all these allegations about Bia having some type of a sexual relationship to Miss. To Miss Nicki. I told y'all, bitch. Look, I don't give a fuck about what the hoes in the comment section saying, girl. Because y'all talking about reaching, and then hoes be getting exposed for the truth in 3 weeks to be like, girl, what's tea? But whether there's truth to it or not, it was just ironic and coincidental because that whole Kate shit happened not like 6 months ago. That shit just happened a few weeks ago. And so to hear the Queen mix and to hear Bia's track, I was like, interesting. But what are your thoughts about Bia's verse?
Next person. You guys said it all. It was okay. I'm not really a big giant. I'm not really into Bia like that. I like her voice, but nothing about her for me personally makes me want to actually go into her stuff. But she did good.
Okay.
So don't bring me to mama's. Pull up with that OnlyFans. I'm a very freaky girl, so don't bring me to mama's. Pull up with that blicky sticking out of my product. And I ain't going if you broke, so go get you some dollars. I get my own, you know the saying. More money, no problem. I'm like a freaky, pussy, squeaky. Give me that tongue, make it leaky. I make it wet, nickname Fiji. Let them record and turn it to Mimi. Damn, don't be seeing me. I'm on his man, I told him to leave me. You don't love me, you let it on free. Can't play with my heart, better play with your wee-wee.
Thoughts?
First things first, she sounded like Gangsta Boo when she raps. That's the first thing I thought about when she's like, get a brother, Benny, everybody, Jenny. She reminds me of Gangsta Boo when she raps. The devil's really trying to get me to Jesus Christ.
Girl, speak of shit.
First things first. I think it's very interesting that all of a sudden certain Queen of Drill was put on the remix, but however, I never heard about the Queen of Drill until Cardi mentioned her some weeks prior, bigging her up on her contribution and what she has done. But I digress. I fit the devil's he's trying to the truth trying to get me to, but I'm trying to hold it, but it's gonna come out. But yeah, here comes the mess. So yeah, she reminds me of Gangsta Boo when she raps.
What's her name again? The Queen of Drill.
Katie, is that Katie G? Katie G.
Another Katie. Yeah.
Girl, here we go. That's it.
Okay. Well, I liked it. I felt like she got carried away on the track. But I like the fact that she got carried away and just went extra and lost her everlasting motherfucking mind, girl. And she just really forgot to even breathe, girl. She just realized, girl, how much God had blessed her with this Nicki Minaj opportunity, child, and she just railroaded the track. But I liked it. It was real extra. It was real unnecessary, but it worked because this is a very extra ad track. So I'm here for it.
Fuck you right, you can beat it, but you gotta wear a glove like Mike. You know the dick real good, he be doing it right. I'm talking doing it while he bitch blowing up my phone every other night. But I can't argue with no bum bitch. I'm cool, J, take your LL, and I'm too player to ever kiss and tell. You niggas spend a 40 right at Chanel, then I send them back to you like farewell. Give me left strokes, back strokes, put that D all down my throat. No Gary Flex, I ain't never gonna choke. Badass bitch, I ain't never going broke. F-R-E-A-K, can't mention the free without AK, that's big. How you gonna say?
So that was Art Bar, and I'm gonna be honest, it was good, but it was like regular bad bitch rapping. Like I felt like what she did here, I would have heard on any Art Bar track. Like nothing she said was out of the norm. It was typical buy me bags, I fuck good. I mean, and it was good, but I don't feel like it was memorable. I feel like it was just typical bad bitch shit. And I'm gonna tell you why. I'm happy that despite how unique the other MCs were on this track, the Art Bar, for whatever reason, people still felt solid about her track and still feel like her track was one of the best, because you got fucking drill rappers, you got studs on the track, you got Africans on the track, you got all these different textures and accents, and so I just felt like Akbar kind of got swallowed up in the track for me, and it was a little bit too relaxed for me. But it was good, but I wasn't impressed. What are your thoughts on Akbar?
I'm gonna tell you why people are like Akbar 8. Now, if you didn't know Akbar is your first time listening to Akbar, then of course this sounds like a regular. This is what you're supposed to do on tracks. This is how it's supposed to be done. This is the standard and the bare minimum. But however, a lot of us, now she wasn't my favorite on the track, but however, I was kind of impressed only because simple fact of I literally have seen the elevation. I've seen the elevation of her rapping and it not sounding like it sounded on this track. I've heard her rapping and it sound like putting myself on some train tracks and me getting ran the hell over and I'm screaming the whole time. That's what it sounded like. It sounded like me putting a nail on a chalkboard and going down. That's what it sounded like to me personally. Everybody else is different. Yes, but however, when it comes down to
on this track, are you talking about prior or old work? Okay,
but however, when it comes down to this track, it sounded much better. So that's why I think a lot of people, because keep in mind too, a lot of people know Akbar who do know her from Love and Hip Hop Atlanta. So at times she would freestyle and stuff, and we'll hear bits and pieces of music, and we'd be like, what the fuck? And she would typically be sometimes go kind of popular on Twitter and memes and shit for her music and her rapping abilities. And so, and keep in mind, a lot of us didn't take, and keep in mind, a lot of us didn't probably take time to
But I wonder if that's the only reason why people are celebrating. Is they're celebrating an improvement, not really celebrating the fact that she rose to the occasion and she met the status of the bar that was set here. Because I'm not celebrating her improvement. I'm celebrating the bar that's established. Like a Nicki Minaj track, you have all these people cartwheeling and pussy popping on the track, and then Art Bar comes with her improvement, which is cute, but it was regular. But it was good. But it was like expected. It was regular to me, and I can't pick up it just because it's an improvement.
I agree, but I do feel happy for her because I really do. When you heard the stuff that she was putting out before, you like, okay, this is improvement. If you stay on here and elevate from here, you'll be good. You will be good. So I'm not mad at people that celebrate her improvement. I'm not mad at people that actually notice her improvement. So with that being said, you stay on this track.
This was major for a independent artist who's not signed to a big artist. I don't know what Art Bar is doing right now. So for her to have gotten on us is epic in and of itself. But it was good execution. But I listen to a lot of female rap, and I felt like I've heard it before. I feel like it just gave what every current modern female rap gives on a track. So I feel like this was an opportunity for Akbar to really like be more individualistic and be more unique and creative. It just gave me real classy bad bitch execution. It's not bad, but for what this was, I'm just gonna leave it there.
By the way, Lock Queen, what you said, she was never gonna do that, but we're gonna get into that a little bit later. By then, the devil would fully use me. By then.
I'ma turn around and fight him. I'ma put this pussy on him, have him sleeping like Nyquil. What's up, daddy? He like mommy. I jack you with some Biden. I'm like, oh, just follow the leader. Niggas on my body cause I'm high like a heater. Bricks going up like a cat with a meter. Bad little bitty, they be feeding the meter. Bad little bitty, they be feeding the beer. Whole lot of money like Nicki and Pia. Keep it too.
They said rebuke the devil. They said rebuke the devil.
Who is this girl here? This
That's
is
Malibu Mitch.
Yeah, this is the Malibu mix. So I like her verse, but honestly, because you know, she emulated Nicki's original flow on the track when it came to the second verse. But I feel like the only reason why I like it is because of the texture of her voice. But honestly, if it wasn't for the texture of her voice making her sound unique, I would have threw her in the category with Akbar in terms of the verse is regular smegular bad bitch shit, and it's kind of like overdone and overkill. And I've just heard it all before. The bags, the Birkins, the good pussy, the big, the niggas, I'm the baddest bitch. Okay, we got it. Like, but if it wasn't for the texture of her voice, but I like it because of the texture. But in terms of the style of writing, yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna just leave it there.
I agree. No, I agree because I was gonna say the same thing. Like, it was given Nicki, and so the only thing that made her different, in my personal opinion, like you said, is just the texture of her voice. I love the texture of her voice, though. It gives me something like I'm rapping this, but I still slap the shit out you too. Like it was giving me something like that. And, you know, I love when female rappers, there's something about their voice. It lets me know that bitch, they actually mean what they talking about. So it's like I'm not gonna lie. When I'm about to fight and damn near about to get arrested like I did the other day, baby, I listen to Remy Ma, bitch, because I know when that bitch rap on the track, bitch, and the way her voice sound, at times it can be like a nail on the chalkboard, but I believe that what she's saying when she say I'm going to rob you, I believe it. When I hear other female rappers rap certain things, and I get like it's something in my soul that lets me know that they actually mean what they're saying. So with her the texture of her voice alone, I get that feeling. But other than that, it kind of sounded like Nicki, so it wasn't really nothing too much. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah, because that's what I was saying, Palm Tree. I'm saying that this chick imitated Nicki's original Super Freaky Girl verse in the second on the second half of the Super Freaky Girl. Down, but to touch me now. Down, but to cut me down. Hold up, so she went. So this chick went that route on the remix. So we had already heard the sequence of flow before, but listening lyrically, it was also given regular smegular, but it was the accent for me that was like made it interesting. So for that, I liked it. Now we're going to get into. People felt like this was a great launching point for Nicki to come in on the tail end, that she got set up just perfectly, and it was a seamless transition. So Nicki ate toward the end, so let's go ahead.
Sense, bitch, this ain't a meter. I ain't talking Spanish when I say it's in your reader. Bricks going up like a cat with a meter. Bad little bitty, they be feeding the meter. Bad little bitty, they be feeding the beer. Whole lot of money like Nicki and Pia. Keep it 2 cents, bitch, this ain't a meter. I ain't talking Spanish when I say señorita. Tell that bitch ghostwriter, yo, señorita. Oh, you ain't know how ask Wikipedia. These bitches hungry, cause I'm just greedier. These bitches ugly, my bitch is prettier. Horseback riding, I be like, giddy up. When I touch a city, paint it red like graffiti up. I ain't got a big for sympathy from the media. Idiot.
Here we go.
Clearly, Megan Thee Stallion got all types of goddamn bullet holes in her. In Nicki's verse, clearly the before I get into it, girl, what are your thoughts about?
Girl, now the devil that came all the way up.
Did Nicki eat? And then what are your thoughts about her choice of words and who they may have been about?
Girl, this okay. By the way, just so you guys know, for all the new subscribers, we will be opening the link, so you guys will have the opportunity to come.
No,
wait.
That's a maybe, because if we and you don't get through this commentary in a decent time, this is gonna be it for the night.
A maybe.
Here all motherfucking night.
Okay, a maybe. And just so you know, I have arrived. And with that being said, when you guys come up here, I have put every single barb in the toy box. I want you guys to come up and be next. Here's the thing that gets me with Nicki. I understand the diss and I understand all these things, but the reason why she irks my spirit and irks my soul is because she's extremely hypocritical. You talked about somebody, quote unquote, getting sympathy from the media. Meanwhile, you were literally in the interview. I forgot which interview it was when you was talking about the motorsport situation and crying on air. She never showed me any genuine love. Oh my God. Like, girl, what the hell are you talking about? This is the ish that I can't, like, she's talented, but it's the ish like this that irks my soul and irks my spirit. And a lot of times, a lot of people are like, yeah, she ain't. And I'll be like, she's sitting up there lying because she's did the exact same.
Well, why you got Nicki huffing and puffing like that, girl, when you imitated her? Why she got to be huffing and puffing like that when you imitated her, though?
Because that's exactly what the hell she did on that damn on that goddamn interview.
Yeah, that's one of them cries.
And then on top of that, then on top of that, Then on top of that, another hypocrisy is when she did this, drop a tear. Now that is a double entendre because she could be talking about the Tory Lanez situation. She could be talking about her mom, and she also could be talking about as in drop a tear as in a hierarchy. Okay. But here's the thing: wasn't your ass on the interview having crocodile tears with the motorsport situation? Like this shit I can't get with. Like, it's the hypocrisy, and if you allow her, she will trick you to believe in a false narrative and have you thinking and being 100% behind her on some fuck shit. And you like, girl, you actually think about it. I'm like, girl, you did the exact same thing. Like, you cried. Nicki cried about Quavo knowing the truth, and he lied to the public. Nicki was a full-blown hate train. Stop. Okay, here's the thing, girl. I already know I'm not gonna make it through this motherfucking commentary because you get on my goddamn nerve. She's a fucking hypocrite. She's a hypocrite. And so a lot of times when she starts to do this rapping and she starts doing it she reads herself in the process. And it's like, girl, you're reading yourself as well. And then the thing that gets me is that the barbs literally go on to the platform. Yes, you ain't. And I'm like, no, the hell she didn't, because she read herself. It's like, what the hell are you talking about? Oh, girl, y'all just, girl, I have arrived. Okay, next, girl. And then this whole ghostwriter thing that gets me. I'm trying to understand how the hell y'all get ghostwriters when Cardi has admitted to having co-CO working with writers. What the hell are you talking about? Co-writers, ghostwriter, two different things. Because let's be very clear as well. Nicki has co-writers as well, but they're not ghostwriters. Two separate things. What are you guys talking about? And then on top of that, I'm talking about the whole talking about the meter and all the other shit. I believe she was referring to Lotto. Now I have a question. Are we gonna talk about Lotto later on or no?
Yeah, because we're gonna get into
the Queen. So I'll leave it at that. But I have arrived. I'm here to put every Barbie in their goddamn Barbie box and put it under the sea. Because I have arrived. I can't do it. I just can't. I'm sorry.
I'm still a little unclear about why the tension between Megan and Nicki is this thick. I know people keep saying it all started over the WAP collaboration. And I know in Queen Radio, which we haven't got to yet, which we want to get into, and then we got to get into.
Are people stupid? I said that she has admitted to having co-writers, right? Right? Why the hell is this person gonna put Nicki has hooks that are written? Nicki writes all her verses. What the hell you think a co-writer is, dumbass? Y'all are stupid, man. It's stuff fucking crazy.
Yeah, I mean, but Kanye West and both Drake also have ghostwriters and co-writers. And my whole, we've talked about this even times. Nicki can't make up her mind. She moves the goalposts every time that it comes to what she feels qualifies a respectful MC. When she's on a girl with a pen in the fight, then it's about the pen. But then when there's a girl with the pen like her, like Remy Ma, then she moves the goalposts to be the queen of rap. You gotta sell records. You gotta win plaques. So she moves the goalposts depending on her opponent, and it's like, okay, so which is it, Nicki? Like, is it about a pen or is it about winning a bunch of shit, breaking records? When we know that some of the most talented MCs in history never won Grammys, never charted, never like sold trillions of albums, never received accolades like that. So I don't. Nicki need to pick a side. She clearly hasn't. Like, she can't
And
deal.
I'm just gonna be honest, and this is another reason why, like, that whole writing thing, like, what she moves the goalposts, it calls bluff to me. Reason being is this: you talk about writing when it comes down to Cardi. You talk about writing when you feel like you are more talented to other artists. Okay, cool. You want to get in the booth, want to do to the writing, want to start doing the bar. Okay, cool. But then when Remy Ma entered the chat, all of a sudden that writing abilities, and when it comes down to bars, that was nowhere to be found. And the reason why I say that is because of the simple fact of
I just said that.
No, because I'm gonna something else I'm gonna say. Sneak dissing and dissing are two different things. They hit different, they land differently. And another thing is that the way I look at it is this: it's like somebody, and I say this all the time, it's like somebody that always want to fight somebody because you know you can beat their ass, and you want to always go to war and, bitch, I'll whoop your ass. What's up, pussy asshole? Let's go. But then when you have somebody that's willing to also go to war with you, that also could give you a run for your money, all of a sudden you don't want to do it no more. That's why I don't let whole writing thing, and when it comes to the bars, I'd be like, girl, miss me with it. Because when you had the opportunity to have somebody that can get with you lyrically, you didn't want to do it. You stuck in your pocket of sneak dissing and all this other thing. But when it was time for you to actually be on the forefront, you was nowhere to be found. It was no frauds. And no frauds really didn't do anything when it came down to comparing Sheila to no frauds. So that's why when it comes down to, it's like, girl, I just can't. It's like the hypocrisy. It's like, girl, I just can't. I can't.
So, and this is the thing about Chantel's comment. Man, no matter what y'all say about Nicki, she can back it up. Artistry speaks for itself. So can you do me a favor and pull up that interesting side-by-side situation that you showed me last night in the artistry? Because what really happens in conversations like this is because, see, Nicki Minaj gets away with a lot of thievery simply because she is good at executing the shit she steals. This is why no matter how many documentaries and docuseries get produced about Beyonce thieving ass, that nobody really gives a fuck because she's a great executioner of what she steals. So nobody cares, as long as you're good at stealing, basically. And Nicki Minaj isn't really as original and is not as much of a musical genius as people may think that she is. I mean, hence, it's the Playtime is Over documentary. We know that Nicki Minaj has held down Lil Kim's aesthetic and her bars for at least a whole decade. Okay, so nothing original to see there. But then there's this. But when I bring this up, can you give some backstory first before we run this fair use?
Okay, so here's the thing. Okay, so the whole thing about this particular video. So this is Chabot. Girl, you know, hopefully I do not butcher that lady name. She is a rapper that's from overseas, and she ended up having a song with Dream Doll. I forgot the name of the song. And in this particular video, you're going to see her being in a interrogation room, kind of like similar to the exact same attire, setup, camera angles. And also, if you pay attention to the exact same flows when it comes down to Do We Have a Problem? And this was released way before Do We Have a Problem? And so let's just allow me to play.
And hold on. And before you press play, we're gonna bring Beyonce into this because Beyonce is a notable industry thief. Okay, that's just on period. And look, you ain't the only Queen Bee member. I'm a Queen Bee too, but see, the reason why I don't fuck with y'all fans is because y'all don't tell the fucking truth about y'all faves. So that's what makes me different from y'all. I love these artists and spend my money and go to concerts and memorabilia and purchase streams. But the fucking difference is why I don't affiliate with the Beehive, the Barb Hive, the the Bartigain hide and all the rest of the goddamn hides is because y'all don't tell the whole truth about people, and I can't fuck with you when you don't do that. So fuck you in that sense. But we gonna bring Beyonce into it because she's a notable figure. She also has co-signed the living shit out of Nicki Minaj. So as far as I'm concerned, she's teaching her all of the dark arts of the industry, girl, and how to copy and paste hoes intellectual property, girl, because she done did it and mastered it so swiftly and professionally, honey. So as far as I'm concerned, girl, she may be Miss Nicki Minaj's tutorer on the goddamn matter. I don't know. But what I do know is that what Reckless is about to play for y'all is very motherfucking interesting. But go ahead. Oh, wait a minute. Before you go ahead, girl, we're going to have to sound off on a little bit of fair use doctrine and disclaimer. Okay. 1. Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976 allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Go ahead and run that beautiful bean footage.
This is actually a new one. So we're going to see. It's only 45 seconds.
Look at my drip, look at my eyes, look at my wrist, look at my ass, look at my tits. I told you before, I ain't a basic bitch.
Look, shorty, hold up, bitch. Please don't touch me. Look at my fit, look at my ankle, look at my wrist. This one a pack, this one a brick, that one a op, that one a lick. This one for pop, this one for juice. I am the one, bitch, you a deuce.
Yikes. I be like, yikes. They play tag, I play if I like. Yikes. Did we just see a yikes moment? Is this not? Oh, girl, because see, we're going to have to, girl, see, we need to got us a Queen Radio, girl, because she walked right into a lot of shit. Let me tell y'all something. If you are a hardcore Nicki Minaj worshiper, before we get into this Queen Radio segment, you might want to haul all the way ass. You just might want to go ahead and take off, baby. Go ahead and take your Advil, put your bonnet on, tie your do-rag down, pull the covers over your ass, turn the lights off, baby, because you ain't gonna like nothing. You ain't gonna like nothing you gonna hear when Queen Radio session come into play, girl. But this what I mean right here. So when Miss Queen of Rap is talking about a pen, and she even goes in on this shit when it comes to Queen Radio, she was like, you know, I be hearing my flows. I be hearing my flows. I be hearing my flows. I be hearing my shit. How many times y'all gonna remix my shit, Nicki Minaj? How many times you gonna be stealing for other artists and acting like and taking credit for other people's original flow? How many times you gonna be doing it?
And then on top of that, let's be very clear. Like, I was shook when my friend actually showed me, and and by the way, I'm not gonna talk about this video. He actually showed me.
Again. Hold on, shake him one more time and rewind it back. First.
Oh, well, actually, I wasn't even done. I was pausing it for copyright purposes.
Oh, that's not done?
No, it's not done.
Oh, well, rewind it and stop it right where you stopped it again, so that the folk can just hear it again just one more time.
Let me mute myself real quick. I don't know echo.
Ain't no echo.
Look at my drip, look at my eyes, look at my wrist, look at my ass, look at my tits. I told you before, I ain't a basic bitch.
Look, shorty, hold up, bitch. Please don't touch me. Look at my fit, look at my ankle, look at my wrist. This one a pack, this one a brick, that one a op, that one a lick. This one for pop, this one for juice. I am the one, bitch, you a deuce.
Do we have a problem? Yes, bitch, with you stealing other motherfucker shit and then coming off as some goddamn rap genius that everybody else is biting off when you doing all the barking and all the biting. And all we try to do is make it make sense.
And then
now this woman that came out with tracks called No Frauds. The irony. This girl done said that everybody's a copy of her. The iron. It's the delusion. But girl, we ain't even got into to see Queen Mary is where we're gonna really set it off. So I'm trying.
You already know.
Let me dip it real quick, girl, because we're gonna be able to really press the gas on some talking points when we get into.
And you know what's funny too? Because I probably should say this during Queen Radio, but I'm probably gonna forget. So let me say this now. Here's the thing: is that I was even shook when I found out even the most current flows of Miss Nicki Minaj are old flows of Lil Kim. I was actually shocked when I found out, and I'm gonna give you guys the homework. Wait, I'm gonna give you guys your homework. Chun-Li, she took that as well. The beginning part with the bad guys and That was a Lil Kim song called Gangsta Shit, where they played Scarface in the beginning that had Diddy. So this is the issue that I be coming. I really do be trying, because I understand a lot of people don't know all this stuff, but this is the reason why I just can't do her, because then she goes on interviews, platforms, and have this stance as if you didn't get your whole identity from Lil Kim. Like you acted like you did not get your whole identity from Lil Kim, and then you're gonna sit on a Vanguard while you receive your Vanguard award in your Lil Kim attire, and you're gonna mention Lauryn Hill. And I'm gonna keep saying this over and over. What about Lauryn Hill screams Nicki Minaj? And I said this on my live. I said, bitch, I give more Lauryn Hill with this turban on top of my head than Nicki do. And then on top of that, you mentioned Foxy Brown. What about Foxy Brown screams Nicki Minaj? Because the thing about it, if you're able to actually look at Foxy Brown and make the comparison between her and Nicki Minaj, you can most definitely make a comparison between Lil Kim and Nicki. And let's not forget, when she first got in the game, she called herself Little Kimberly. Nicki Minaj, Little Kimberly, remixing all of Lil Kim songs. Like, what are we talking about? But let me finish playing the song here.
Baby, deep, baby. Shit is deep.
Like, look at my swag, look at my drip, look at my eyes, look at my wrist, look at my ass, look at my tits. I told you before, I ain't a basic bitch.
Look, shorty, hold up, bitch. Please don't touch me. Look at my fit.
Okay, so when it plays over, it just plays the same thing over again. Okay, that's it.
We heard what we need to hear, girl. We're trying to make it make sense. That's it, girl. See. And this is why fandom will always leave you on your head and leave you upside down when you out here caping and doing the most, honey. And then when them facts and them receipts are ran, bitch, you all of a sudden you became the invisible girl. Okay, you became Invisiman and shit, honey. Okay, it's a situation.
I'm awake now. Let me do this. This girl, they really got me fucked up.
Now, since we here, let's move on into. Okay, we'll get into
no,
that.
you already know. No, I'm here for war. Put me up, please. Please.
So Queen Radio. We listened to Queen Radio last night, and both me and Reckless, our jaw was to the floor at certain points during the broadcast, because I almost slid up a chimney and turned into a damn bat and flew to the goddamn moon at certain shit that I heard last night. Like, I almost had to turn that shit off because I knew that Miss Minaj was not playing in our face.
She most definitely was.
Girl, and why they out here calling Lil Kim Shauna Brooks in the
No, because the picture it's Lil Kim and Shauna Brooks. They were taking a picture together. That's why.
But now that I think about it, Shauna Brooks and Kim do resemble each other.
Girl,
the latest version of Kim's face does look and resemble a lot like Shauna Brooks. That is true tea. Ain't no shade to the queen. But no girl, you took some notes. So can you remind us real briefly of some of the notes? Because I'm a piggyback off of the notes that you jotted down, because
girl, okay, so I had to take some notes because, bitch, when I tell you I was shook. Now, before we start these motherfucking notes, this is why I wanted to pull this picture up. Is because to finish my point of how the hell are you gonna be on a VMAs getting your Vanguard award? Meanwhile, the gag is you mentioned everybody but your main influence in your Lil Kim attire. That's the gag of it all. But however, I digress. Now, on Queen Radio, Lil Kim, Nicki done said some very controversial things, and this is the reason I can't do her, because she say one thing, but she does something else, and it makes it hard for the Barbs to try to defend your girl. It makes it easy for us, hard for y'all. So now, the first thing she talked about how people need to pass a vibe check. Now, I will say this. I have a question. So what were your thoughts on the vibe check when she talked about when it comes down to these new artists and all these different things, they have to pass a vibe check? How did you feel about that?
I interpret the vibe check as any bitch who ain't up my ass and kissing my ass and playing second fiddle and second best to my ass definitely gets access to the ass. That's the way I interpreted the vibe check.
Okay, because I want to make sure I wasn't going crazy.
What about yourself?
Because the reason why I say that is because of the simple fact of the more she started to actually talk and actually, I guess, trying to hint towards it, I was like, why is it that for the vibe check, what's the criteria? What's the checklist that gets you going to get past and be past the vibe check? Because let me say this as well. I understand what she means by when you are the top girl or one of the top girls, you have to be very careful who you link up with, because some people may link up with you for their own insidious motives. They could be trying to get a verse. They could be trying just to get your access to your fans. It could be very strategic. Now, this is the reason why we have issue when she said that bullshit. The reason why we have issue when she said that bullshit is because of the simple fact of, if you take into account of the other ladies and the way that they may go about interacting with Nicki, or their status as them as superstars. For one, they're not threats in a sense, as when it comes to notoriety. And then on top of that, it comes off like, in order for you to be the vibe check, you must glorify Nicki. You must be up her ass, like Conscious said. And so that was the first thing I was doing. But another reason why that's very interesting is because of the simple fact of every time that she talked, she was reading herself and she didn't even know it. And I'm not gonna lie.
Hold on.
Okay.
Before you finish, Taylor Swift. Girl, about that. When I listened to this, I was telling Reckless, I said, bitch, this entire episode could be a case study in the laboratory of psychologists, because the level of tomfoolery and absolute delusion, if I never doubted it ever, last night's episode is living proof that Nicki Minaj clinically suffers from real split personality disorder. That is literally how profoundly and dramatically detached from reality Nicki Minaj is. The fact that this was almost 2 hours of Nicki inadvertently dragging and gagging her motherfucking self, and she didn't even know.
We had to pause a few times. Oh my gosh.
Girl, I had to crack my Bible open a few times during last night's episode of the Queen Radio, but go ahead and go off.
Okay, so yeah, so that was the whole thing when it came down to the vibe check. And someone did mention the vibe check is to make sure no Megans or Doja slip through. But here's the thing. This is the reason why it makes it hard for the Barbs to even try to defend your girls, because let's be very clear. Your homegirl did the exact same thing. Like, your homegirl did the exact same thing when it came down to Lil Kim when she first got in the game. So that's why it makes it hard for y'all to even defend your girl. And then on top of that, a lot of y'all, I'm gonna say Mo, I'm gonna give y'all grace. Most of y'all don't even know much about Lil Kim, because I don't understand how can you know the history of Lil Kim and say most of the shit that y'all say. So a lot of times y'all don't know anything about Lil Kim, and then y'all be completely blindsided when we actually bring the receipts up. Like, a lot of y'all didn't even know about Chung Lee and gangster shit. But I digress. Now, they talked about the Queen Mix.
I want to insert in here.
Okay, one of the
things that was interesting is that the vibe check for Nicki Minaj, you let her tell it, was about, not being used and, making sure that the girls aren't phony, etc., not being opportunistic, etc. But I find it interesting that Nicki Minaj thinks she's the only one who's afforded to be opportunistic, because...
Get into it.
You linked up with Megan Thee Stallion because you thought Megan Thee Stallion was willing to be a little Nicki Minaj clone, and you thought she was willing to do your dirty work for you as it relates to Cardi, since Megan Thee Stallion initially came caping for the Queen. So what's the difference between the way that you use people for self-gain and Megan Thee Stallion doing what was in the best interest of her career, because she's actually trying to have a career and not have a career as an enema for Nicki Minaj's asshole. Like that's not the career she's trying to have. So sometimes what I notice when it comes to people is that people think because you're using them in a different way that they're using you, that it's not usury. It's usury. It's still usury. We're just using each other for two different things, but we're using each other. And Miss Minaj is not above the usury of it all. But go ahead.
And then prime example. Now we're gonna allow this to be a case study. This is the reason why the hypocrisy, and it makes y'all jump around. Now, Miss Nay Beauty. Now she said she did that. How she knows what to look for. LOL. She's smart. Then the following comment says, hate the player, not the game. And I just want you guys to keep that same energy, hate the player, not the game, only because simple fact of when we begin to talk about Nicki Minaj, the first couple of sentences out of you guys' mouth is the industry. We're going to hate the player, not the game. So when we start to talk about Nicki Minaj, the industry should not come up at all from that statement itself. Hate the player, not the game. Now let me continue. Now this is when my mouth dropped. My mouth dropped because of the fact that, baby, she said of her mouth, she was like, yo, when it comes down to it, I think, when I was coming in the game, these new artists, they would want to be influenced by their legends, by their idols, not really want to morph into their idols. Bitch, I was flabbergasted when she said that. I was like, morph. I was like, morph. I was like, Nicki. What are you talking? Nicki. What the fuck? What the fuck? Nicki. I'm like, what the fuck? Nicki. Minaj. I was flabbergasted when she said, Nicki. Now let me go to the more appropriate pictures, because I don't want to get us the fuck up out of here. Like, what?
I'm not gonna make it through this commentary.
I was like, morph. Let's not forget you took lyrics, and which goes to another reason why when they talk about apparently Megan and Cardi taking Nicki's lyrics, you can't even build up a foundation on something that if your history and your background wasn't what it was, you would probably have an actual foundation to make that argument. But however, you have done it, so you can't get mad. You have done it. You cannot get mad. Like. And let's be very clear. Y'all talking about she morphed. Morphed into who? Morphed into who? You can't say it's Nicki because Nicki is not the originator.
That's like, remember when Kanye West had said, girl, he talking about his stupid perverted ass talking about, oh yeah, like, I'm happy because my daughter is going to grow up to have a body like Kim. Bitch, Kim don't have a body like Kim. That bitch is a damn Decepticon. So when Nicki Minaj be talking about girls be copying her, the girls are only copying a copy of the actual queen. Girl, what are you talking about?
And like it's like Steve. I have a question. Was Steve Jobs? Was he the one that made Apple? Right? I don't fucking forgot. I think it was Steve Jobs. Who the fuck? I don't know who made
Apple. That's
damn. Who the fuck made Apple? I'm over laughing sleep, girl.
Who is the Apple nigga, y'all? Who's the Apple person? Because I'll do mayonnaise culture. Who Apple? The name is right there, girl.
I know. I'm over here fishing for it. Well, I feel like that's wrong.
It's a delay, so somebody about the.
I was right, Steve Jobs.
Oh, Steve Jobs.
Okay, so I want to make sure I was right. I was like, I know I'm right, but I'm not sure. But here's the thing. They talking about Bill Gates, bitch. Okay. They're trying to set me up. Okay, so here's the thing. They're talking about some. If you take the if you take the example of that's like Lil Kim is Steve Jobs, and Nicki Minaj is the actual iPhone. Like actually, you know what? I would give people more leeway. That's like Biggie being Steve Jobs, and Lil Kim is the first iPhone, and then on top of that, Nicki Minaj is the iPhone 4, and then iPhone 4 having the nerve to say, "I'm the originator." What? What? No, you're not.
Claiming to be the original.
Like what? No, you're not. No, I think a lot of times too, people do get confused and think that just because Nicki's, as you can see, perfect pictures, it must be divine. Nicki's wigs in certain instances look way better than Kim's, but keep in mind too, you have to keep in context. The times have changed. Technology has evolved. Like Kim's wigs have evolved, girl. Yeah. Like no, but keep in mind too, Kim's wigs look like they just came off the horse's tail, bitch. Meanwhile, Nicki's wig. Ooh. Okay.
I want a break. I'm done with you. You let me know when you do.
I got you. And another thing,
I'm done.
Well, we ain't gonna make it. But another thing too is that with Nicki's wigs, they are better because technology has evolved, and plus on top of that, they started getting into more human hair, and then the technology has evolved. But however, that does not take away from the fact that Kim is the originator. And it's the fact that when she gets on these platforms in these interviews, she talks about as if she's the influence and the originator. And you're not. I'm sorry to let you know, you're not. And this is the reason why I don't be taking her serious when she talk. You shouldn't morph into your idols. You should be influenced by them. What the hell is this? Over there wearing a onesie. Like the queen. Mother. What? I couldn't believe she said that. And another thing that she said too, and I'm gonna keep it right on here too. Actually, no, that might be too explicit. Actually, I'm gonna go back to where I was before. I'm gonna keep her titties right here. And keep it right here. And let's be very clear. Like she did say that. Now she did preface this before, and she said it was like, oh, when it came down to this end, like when I was having this conversation about people morphing into their idols. She prefaced and said, I was having this conversation with somebody else before this. My question is, who was that person she was having that conversation with? I want to know that. It's the fact that y'all really allow her to speak and no one really checks her like, girl, do you not know? Because I would love, and this is the reason why I would love to see her interviews. I want to interview with somebody. I want Nicki Minaj to interview with somebody that's actually going to challenge her. And I want to see, because y'all talk about she's an awesome rapper. You talk about she's good with semantics. I want to see and put those semantics and verbal communication skills up to the test for her to explain this, explain this, explain this, explain that, explain this, and also explain this and why Lil Kim didn't fall out her face. I want somebody to do that because I'm really curious. Because she's awesome with the pen and delivery. So I want to see how she's going to deliver the responses. That's it. Next, you can go.
Okay, that's all we wait now.
Girl.
But these celebrities, girl, already be having the do's and don'ts of the interviews already preset, girl. So you already know there's never gonna come a day.
There's
never gonna come a day when Nicki Minaj is gonna look back through the lookbook of her life and explain every goddamn slip and slide image of her emulating Kim because she can't do it. She can't do it.
But that's the fuck shit of it all. Because when Lil Kim get in interviews, they have no problem doing that. So my thing is have that same energy when it comes down to put the same way when you go into even when Kim like I don't want to talk about that. Y'all bring it up right then, and then she have to check it. I want you to have that same energy to do it. So when it comes down to it, you have that same energy. When Nicki Minaj is in the interview, she says she don't want to talk about nothing. You go up there and you say what you about to say. Have that same energy because I'm tired of people playing with Kim, and I do understand Kim shit is not always good, but have that same energy. If y'all don't do it when y'all do it with Nicki shit, don't do it with her. And that's all I got to say on that.
This video gonna be fucking viral by the time it's all said. Girl, oh my, because that's gonna be the look. And see, Nicki Minaj wouldn't even run into these punches because she just be Kim-matized and walking right all into the punches and shit, girl. And I just be like, girl, the only way you wouldn't end up in the sinkhole if you would just
tell the truth.
Be honest. Like she let her ego get ahead of her, and then her ego be having her out here talking delusionally.
And you know she said that too.
Huh?
And you know she said that.
And she also said the very same thing in the episode last night about how people's egos be having them out here sounding delusional and crazy as hell. And that's why we say that the whole almost 2-hour-long episode last night was Nicki actually dragging her fucking self, but she's so detached from reality. She is so goddamn delusional that she didn't even know that she was talking about herself the entire fucking time. The entire fucking time.
That's all she gotta do.
Nicki Minaj would have you to believe that she clearly lives in a multiverse where Lil Kim never existed. And she talks to us as if Lil Kim never existed. She talks to us as if Lil Kim never happened. She talks to us as if Lil Kim's history is not musical history. And she be so clear and so confident and so like
I wrote that down too.
Smooth in behaving and talking as if this woman never was alive. So when she's saying people are copying her and people are doubling down on their egos and people are being Decepticons and transforming into their very idols as if we don't have 10 years worth of fucking history to prove that she did just that. And then you ain't even honest enough to own it. And then got the audacity to be angry at other girls for emulating and imitating you. And what they're even emulating isn't even like Nicki Minaj is like the delusion that keeps on delusioning. Like it's like a real sunken place. Like last night, I honestly concluded in all reality that Nicki Minaj is clearly a bona fide psychopath, like single black female psychopath. Like I was shook that this woman was this disillusioned. And then like it's a certain type of disillusion that you are like in the privacy of your own mind, but you're talking to a whole society in public that's aware that you're not you and knows who gave birth to you. You talking all these bitches are your sons. Bitch, you're Lil Kim's son. She raised you. So
Nicki Minaj, Little Kimberly.
Everything fits the narcissism, the grandiose narcissism, the taking the credit for shit you never did, the acting like you're the originator when you out here stealing the rap girls' flows and then using them and not giving credit to them and then using the same talking points to disregard and to disrespect your ops with. Like Nicki Minaj is the kind of girl who like what's good for the goose is not in fact good for the damn gander.
And then I actually wrote that down. She talked about erasure. And I was like, I just know it was like all the triggering dog whistles were literally coming out of her mouth. And I was like, oh my God. I just know, like when she said that, it was like, it put nails in the coffin for me. It really did. Because I was like, oh my God, how are you going to talk about inspiration versus morphing into your idols, but yet you're exposing yourself? Because that's exactly what you did to either enter the industry. Let's not forget, since people love talking about her interviews, when she showed Kim love, let's not forget she literally said that this picture here, I'm so glad I got this up, this picture here, she did this to gain traction. In her interview, she said that, to gain traction. And then you talk about erasure, and then you're going to keep talking about, I'm the one that built the playground. No, I'm the one that built the park. They're just playing in it. No, Kim built that park. That's the reason why you were able to play in it. Because let's be very clear, people were throwing Lil
Kim created the Queen Radio on her La Bella Mafia album interludes. Remember the interludes off of La Bella Mafia?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Interesting. I didn't even clock that.
I clocked it. That's what I'm saying. A lot of things people do not know. And that's why I be like, and be quite honest, that's why I kind of even struggled with her even receiving the Vanguard. Because I'm like, that you basically, that's Kim. And the thing about it, they talk about, oh, you know, she did it better. But my thing is this: how would you know where to put something or how to do something if there was no blueprint? How would you know if a good foundation for
I wouldn't even say that Nicki Minaj did it better. She just did it longer. Lil Kim honestly ended her own career. I don't ended, but she sabotaged her own career in ways. Nicki Minaj didn't help by all that she came in doing, because at the time she came up, Lil Kim was ready to hop back in to the industry. But when you look at Kim's past work, especially when you look at Notorious K.I.M., I mean, the bitch has charisma, stage presence, dance, rap, sing, looks, a step. I mean, Kim got it all. She got it all. And unlike Nicki, she's actually really about that life. Like her credibility, her fucking prison stint, her association. She's talking about shit she's done, shit she's lived. Like Kim comes full circle in her whole existence. But she stopped along the way, and then she let Nicki Minaj get her caught up in a dick pissing contest, and it became more about Kim's ego versus Nicki Minaj's ego, instead of Kim taking out her regression and her plight with Nicki musically and creatively.
Mm-hmm. And then someone had put while Kim may have built the playground, Nicki made the playground profitable and attractive. No, she didn't. Kim did. Kim was one of the first ones even invited to fashion shows. The same fashion shows that you guys say that Nicki Minaj is this icon for. Kim was the first female rapper to be at those fashion shows. Kim is also the first female rapper, to my knowledge. Now I know after her, I know for a fact that didn't happen. But they were literally throwing Lil Kim's music in the trash because it was too provocative. So the same way Nicki Minaj goes on her tracks and she can say all she says about dick and pussy and all this other shit, Lil Kim walked so she can run. And now the thing is that the point of you being a queen in an era is because you're supposed to bridge the gap and make something better. So now you're mad, Nicki, that other queens that come after you are flying. What was the purpose of you being in that spot? If all you was gonna do hold it for yourself,
because she wanted
and then complain about,
because she wanted to do that. Because she wanted to do that. Hold it.
But here's the thing: you complain about not having competition or people in the space. Like, you talk out of both sides of your neck. You talk about people not being there and you holding it down and yada yada yada. But then when God, the universe, a genie in a bottle, answers your wish after you rub the lamp, competition comes into the game. So which one is it? This is why I don't trust anything that she says in her mouth. When I heard her say all of those things on Queen Radio, I was flabbergasted. I was shook. But I thought another thing that was very interesting too about the Queen Radio episode. The interesting thing about the Queen Radio episode is that she brought up TikTok. And it's very interesting. I was like, oh, you on TikTok now? Okay, that's cool. Because last time I checked, you demonize people for being TikTok rappers, but then yet you use your TikTok song to get your number one. And the thing that I be having with
the dancing.
Mm-hmm. Bitches TikToking. Hip hopping. Bitch, what? But here's the thing, it's like my issue with Nicki is just be real, be for real, be honest. And the thing about it is this, like, you demonize women, your competitors or your peers for having certain tactics that work for them. But then guess what? You adopt those same tactics and then you want to make it okay for yourself. But you already set a foundation for people to give you backlash because you was trying to give so much backlash because you wasn't benefiting from those tactics. Now all of a sudden TikTok is good. Okay, got you. That made perfect sense. It's the hypocrisy that I talk about. Now, like I said, I'm gonna keep saying this again. If Barbs come up here, you will be put in your toy box today. Okay? I'm letting you know this now.
And for them to have time to do that, we're gonna have to continue to push on through the
Okay, let me keep it through. Now, that thing too, she did mention she talked about her having a fat vagina. Now, I'm not gonna say that. I'm gonna say this. I'm real progressive. I don't care if she talk about that. I don't give a fuck about her being older. She can say what she wants. She a grown ass adult. But the interesting thing I found very interesting about that is that she's so quick to talk about and demonize sex workers, but yet she wants to personify one on the stage and also showcase a little bit of sex work in her music. So which one is? Are you going to demonize sex work or are you going to embody one? So
pick a side.
Pick a side. And then she talk about people. She like a person that wants to be just like you is either going to come in the form of a fan or a friend. Girl, I lost it. The reason why I lost it.
Kim gave us a whole rundown on the Breakfast Club about Nicki Minaj posing as a friend, only to be a fucking foe in all reality. So that's why I be fucking gagging. I be gagging when I do allow myself to endure Nicki Minaj speaking. Like, I just be fucking gagging because it'd be the hypocrisy of her democracy for me.
Girl, I just couldn't do. I was like, I just know damn well she did not say what I thought she said. But however, for me, I like to make sure I'm always showing proof. I don't like to make sure I'm talking out the side of my damn neck. Now, she did say, and I'm gonna say it again.
Oh God.
People want to be just like you. They come in the form of a friend or a fan.
Not the flip bangs, girl, with the crimps.
They come like a what and a who?
Aunt Dot. I had some blood in my Glock, trying to clean the shit up. Then she hit the street. Even though I'm her niece, she cocked me a piece.
I
heard
confused.
a knock at the door. To my surprise, it was.
And then later on,
what's the Aunt Dot lyrics? Because Kimberly prophesied Nicki Minaj's arrival 15 years later, 10 years later, girl. And Aunt Dot, she prophesied it. This little Kim clone girl knocking on the door.
She said, my Aunt Dot left a Glock and some blood on my sheets, told me clean that shit up, then she hit the streets.
Now, get to the part where she said, I heard a knock at the door.
Okay, I heard it. I heard a knock at, it says I heard a knock at the door, knock. To my surprise, I saw these two familiar eyes. Who are you? What up? I'm Shanice. Don't remember me? She called me by my government name, Kimberly, who sent me.
My mom sent me. Her name is Dot. She packed a note in my knapsack along with the shot. She was cute and mad fly.
Okay, she had the Prada cap. Okay, you go, girl, because you go. Go ahead,
girl. I'm gonna just help you sometime. Go ahead.
Okay, she had the Prada snapsack with the hat to match. Bavari hiking boots with the mink bubble goose. And I could see she was admiring my miniski suit. Come
Now,
on,
hold on,
admiration.
A pause.
Uh-huh.
Interesting that she's naming a bitch who got her down to a science. Literally, Shanice is about her niece. Who and it's funny because Nicki Minaj had this complex about all these bitches being her sons, but she's clearly Lil Kim's niece. And Lil Kim is explaining Nicki Minaj 10 years out from her arrival, girl. Saying that there's a girl who's going to show up, who's going to observe me and study me and want to be me. She's going to have me laced down, her aesthetic, the way she want to live, the way she want to be. And she's going to come through, girl, as an old nasty admirer, girl. She's going to continue to be close, etc. Aunt Dot is a prophecy. It's in part prophecy. In part because Nicki is Shanice. Nicki Minaj is Shanice. But you can scrap that and get back to the notes, girl, because we got shit to do.
Okay, yeah. Okay, so let me get back to these notes. Let me stop sharing, actually. Let me go back.
Music always has a habit of being prophetic anyway.
Okay.
Art in general is connected to the prophetic.
Yes. So, okay. So she talked about people need to be humble when they get into the game. But the thing about people being humble, because it's like a natural response when you first enter the game. But however, eventually people show their true colors. And my question is, what colors are we seeing now? Because I do remember distinctively a very staple statement that Lil Kim said on the Breakfast Club is that everything that I'm talking about will come to light. And the Nicki Minaj that people viewed, a lot of people, I'm not going to say myself, because a lot of people saw Nicki Minaj in a different light back then. It's a completely different light right now. So I'm trying to see what colors are we seeing. Because remember, Nicki Minaj words, people come in real humble, but eventually people show their true colors. So what colors are we seeing? Are we seeing blue, white, red? Are we seeing purple, pink, blue? Are we seeing gray, white, violet? I'm trying to see what colors are we doing. Now, another thing too, she says being viral does not equate to selling albums, and also talking about fucking celebrities. Don't compare yourself to legends. And I do believe that she was referring to Lotto in that particular statement. And because here's the thing, Lotto ended up doing an interview. She did an interview with what's his name, Jason Lee. But in the interview, she was talking about
Crenshaw Unlocked.
Yeah, Crenshaw Unlocked. And so when she was doing the interview,
before you go, hold on, because we got to take our time because I got to get up in here and add some accent to a few things. Okay, can you read back that first line? You said she spoke about on Queen Radio. What about fucking niggas?
So, okay, going viral does not equate to selling albums and talking about fucking celebrities. Don't
wait a minute. Hold on. Just stop right there. She said going viral is not about what now?
Selling albums.
And
talking about fucking celebrities.
Okay. So, real quick, does anybody remember the barely released track by Trina featuring Nicki Minaj called Bab? So let's just take a listen to the song real quick.
Hey, yo, Trina, you ready? Amen. Let's get him. You like it? This is for Rich, Montana, Tory Lanez and friends, Jay, Harden, and you too, Mr. Martin. I curved y'all boys. No disrespect y'all boys. Yeah, I curved y'all boys. No disrespect y'all boys. And to my niggas, the bitches that like causing drama. Me and my bad bitches Wrap around my neck. Just for the ones who happily always tapping me sloppily. It's your money monopoly. I can fucking do properly. He been trying to lick the taste like a strawberry daiquiri. The interior chicken and the exterior broccoli. When I touch you in that intro, the Bobby chain glow. Keep a baddie with me and we cut from like a rainbow. Rockin' ice grills like some serious bitches. It's the Barbie and the baddest Sagittarius bitches. I know a dude named Wayne that I used to fuck. I slid on him, got a check, then I was off in that truck. Ferrari photo, hit the gas, left foot on the clutch. Counting money, bad shit, I been bossing up. I know the ball player that I been wanting to fuck. I deal with rich niggas, and all of them give it up. Project bitches, ass better than the rest of them. Bitches so bad, got them cuffing and arresting them. They shoot dice, cause hoops is nice. I be playing with his balls, cause hoops is life. Oh, got a New York nigga, Miami nigga. Always yelling gang gang with the hammer nigga. I got an ass eating pro, he sucking my toes. Got a bitch busting off like a calico. I got a begging ass dude, want me to ride his face. Got a young side nigga, gotta hide my face.
So wait a minute. Didn't Nicki say that, you know, what about selling records and talking about fucking celebrities and niggas? Not only did you have a whole collaboration with a motherfucker who is talking about the celebrities that she done fucked from French Montana to whatever, girl. And y'all talking about fucking NBA players, okay, and talking about getting your toes sucked and licked and ate and all type of shit, girl. But then you got the unmitigated gall to have your last name be Minaj. Now, it's petty. I mean, everything is absolutely fitting. But also, did you not forget one of the leading singles from the Queen album called Barbie Teens, Nicki? Let's listen to this.
R.I.P. to B.I.G. Classic shit. I'm looking for a nigga to give some babies, a handful of Weezy, sprinkle of Dave East. Man, I ain't got no type like Jimmy and Sway Lee's, but if he can't fuck 3 times a night, I tried to fuck 50 for a powerful hour, but all that nigga wanna do is talk power for hours. We beat the pussy up, make sure it's a KO. Step your banks up like you moving that yayo. Somebody go and make sure Karuchi okay though. I heard she think I'm trying to get a coochie to Quavo. They always wanna beat it up, goon up the pussy. Man, maybe I should let them auto-tune up the pussy. All these Bow Wow challenge niggas lying and shit. Many steady wop niggas say I am my shit. Drake worth 100 million, always buying me shit. But I don't know the pussy wet though if he crying and shit. Meek still be in my DMs, I be having to duck him. I used to pray for times like this. Face ass when I fuck him. Man, Uzi is my baby, he ain't taking the L. But he took it literally when I said go to hell. Used to fuck with Young Thug, I ain't addressing this shit. Who caught him in my dressing room, still in dresses and shit. I used to get this nigga with a list of testers and shit. How you want the pussy, can't say your S's and shit. Trees and fucking one of these little rappers. You gotta get some special. I'm saying, I remember when I used to have a crush on Special Ed. Shout out Designer, cause he made it out of Special Ed. You wanna fuck me, you gotta get some special head. Cause this pussy had these niggas on some special meds. Like Mike Tyson, he was biting my shit. Talking about, yo, why you got these niggas fighting and shit? On the real, I should make these niggas scrap for the pussy. Young M.A. Lady Luck, get the strap for this pussy. And I would've had Odell Beckham banging the cake till I saw him hopping out of cars dancing to Drake. I been a 5-star bitch, man, word to God. I'ma do that nigga Future dirty, word to Scott. Had to cancel DJ Khaled, boy, we ain't speaking. Ain't no fat nigga telling me what he ain't eating. Right, I mean, in the game, but
it goes on and on and on. So, Miss Nicki, you got a whole song talking about why you either let a nigga smash or why you didn't let a nigga smash, why you let a nigga eat the pussy, why you let a celebrity nigga not eat the pussy. But you talking about rap can't be about, or coming up or selling records can't be about fucking. Go on, girl. And see, when Nicki Minaj talks, these are all the things that play through my head. Like I'm
Mhm.
like all the songs, all the images, all the interview. Like it's like my brain just like be sizing it up, and I'm just like,
Yeah.
go ahead, girl. Just go ahead, girl, because we got shit to
And then
get
on
to.
top of that, let's also be very clear. Barbie dreams his dreams. That's Lil Kim and Biggie. So, and she also mentioned and said that don't compare yourself to legends. Let's not forget how she entered the industry.
Do you have that clip of Lotto?
I can look for
I
it.
know it's on the neighborhood talk, and I just want us to play it real quick.
Okay,
So we
let me give me like a few seconds.
address the Lotto shit. Why they doing that, girl? Yeah. For Nicki Minaj to be vindicated, she would have to actually address like all of this shit, because this is what we be talking about when we be talking about the hypocrisy, girl. It's like your politics be all out of whack, girl. You be talking out of all sides of your neck. The very things you be accusing everybody else of doing, you do full out in front of everybody. And the only reason why the rap girls don't really be calling her out like that is because they'll be trying to fucking be blackballed and kept out of shit and miss a bag. Girl. Like, if I was a rap chick coming up in the industry, I wouldn't even bother with Nicki Minaj. Like, it was like, girl, I'm just gonna have to pass that up because I just can't. It's like too much. It comes with too much. It's too motherfucking high maintenance. It's too high maintenance. And this is the thing about the fans. Y'all think that y'all can't be both-handed, girl, but you can be bilingual, baby. You can be bilingual, honey. You can speak English and Spanish. It's okay. You can love and like and adore somebody and also be very clear about their bald-headed hoe shit. Because once again, I'm a fan of all of these people, male, female, and like, but can tell the truth about them all as well. I don't see why we can't do that and what service we think we're doing to people when we are delusionally participating in their goddamn grandeurs of delusion. Tell the truth. It's okay. And you can still buy the album. You can still go to the concert and also still be clear about the fact that a motherfucker is a hypocrite and a motherfucker is not completely in touch with reality, okay? And call them out accordingly. You can do all of those things, okay? The delusion is when you literally are choosing to solely pick one side instead of resting somewhere in the middle where the truth is. That's it. Both-handed, girl. Like, you can be both-handed. And I know we don't live in an era where these delusional idol worshiping motherfuckers believe that that's the case, girl, but those are really the true fans. The true fans, let me tell you why true fans gonna call you completely out. Because first of all, the true fans got they got a real standard for you. And because they really believe in your potential, girl, and they really want you to make it out here, that's why the true fans will call you to the carpet. Only delusional motherfuckers participate in delusion, even when they can see that delusion is detrimental, okay? Because the fact that Nicki Minaj been 15 plus years in the game and this is her first solo #1 is also an atrocity. I'm also just a little bit shook at how arrogant and how much Nicki Minaj is feeling herself that she's finally gotten one #1 solo in 15 plus years when Cardi B done did this shit 8 times over. In a little less than half the time. You would think that the way that Nicki Minaj carried on in her goddamn delusion and narcissism last night, that she's the girl who done did this 15 times plus. That she's the girl who done told the billboard up 15 trillion times over. The way that Nicki Minaj laid in and marinated, and it's like on one end I get it, girl, because 15 years plus in the game, you ain't got a Grammy and you just getting a solo #1. I understand. But at the same time, girl, you got a little bit too carried away because you ain't that girl that has been able to replicate these results again and again and again and again and again. And then not to mention, girl, that it's all type of rumors swirling around the fact that Nicki Minaj allegedly had payola involved, girl, that she had already had a certain level of streams afforded to her before the song even dropped, girl. And I wouldn't be surprised, girl. And this Nicki Minaj around here talking about paying blogs and shit when we also know that what her and Shade Room done got real cute, girl. What type of business transaction done went on there, girl? We ain't got the deeps on none of that. Like the payola being payolaing. Like people be thinking because you ain't spending money. Payola comes in all forms and fashions, girl. It's relational, it's clout, it's the whole nine. It's not just in money. But I'm willing to give her that her song went genuine #1 because the song is cute. And it's been shit that shouldn't have hit #1 on the billboards that were #1 on the billboards, girl. So I can believe that a jazzy ass song definitely could hit where it hit, but you would just think at the way that Nicki Minaj was getting her life last night. Yes.
I wasn't able to find the full video. But I was able to find the bit.
You don't need a full video. I just want the actual clip that everybody done ran with.
Right here.
Yeah, that's perfect right there. So this is courtesy of what? Like, what is this? Oh, this is a
This is someone short that I was able to find.
Okay. Covered by fair use, etc. Let's go ahead and run it. What can you read the caption for people and then press play?
Okay, so the caption here says Lotto talks how there are now more female rappers than Nicki Minaj.
Covered by fair use doctrine
right now, versus it being Nicki and everybody else. Now we all, you know what I'm saying? For how many female rappers is thriving right now, versus it being Nicki and everybody else. Now we all, you know what I'm saying? For
okay, so that was
that's what I can get to do. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So basically, Lotto was talking about how her wording was to the extent of, there's more girls visible now than just Nicki Minaj. Now we kind of like all on the same level. Nicki Minaj delusionally interpreted, and I believe it was willful, because I believe like Nicki Minaj already be looking for issues to have with the girls anyway. So I think she knew what she was doing. I think she knew the context of Lotto's words, but I think she intentionally chose to misrepresent Lotto's point in order to gaslight the fans up and then have Lotto walk into the punches so that then she could turn around later and be like, what did I do? Lotto clearly is talking about on the same level in terms of visibility, girl, that like now we all got access to the BET stage, to the MTV stage, to the BMA stage. We're all now on the roster. We're now all on the charts. It's a lot of us now. We're on the same stage. And no way was Lotto saying that she and Nicki Minaj are at the same level of talent, at the same level of fame, at the same level of whatever. Literally, the context was visibility. That now there's not just Nicki Minaj. You all can see all of us now. We're all being seen. We're all sharing the stage now. Okay, so but Nicki Minaj should run with this, acting like either it's because Nicki is delusional or she intentionally misrepresented her words. But because she's proven to be delusional, I'm going to go with delusion. It's delusion. It's delusion. What are your about Lotto, Nicki Minaj? Because
here's the thing. This is how Nicki sells. Like, I'm just gonna be the one to say it. I don't give a fuck. Let me take this down because I want everybody to see my face when I say this. This is how Nicki Minaj sells. Yes, she has good music. Yes, she has bars and all those things. But I want you guys to name an era and a time where Nicki Minaj put out music where she wasn't dissing anyone. Name it. Name a time when people went to Crink Radio when she didn't have drama. Name it. So this is the reason why I understand her game, and this is the reason why, like you said, I feel like she misrepresented it. And also, let's also be very clear. That's the reason why she dissed Lotto. Keep your 2 cents. This is not a meter. That's Lotto. Because when you hit the lotto, you're talking about money. Like, and girl, I just can't. Like you said, Nicki simply said, "Don't compare yourself to me. I've been here." What the hell? Have you not heard anything we said? Please make sure you hit the link if we drop the link, because I have to pick up the
no
I have
light
to
because
understand.
I'm already tired, and we already
girl,
2.5
right here.
hours.
But it's just like,
Do you
once
want to drop the
again,
link?
like
Hold on.
this, like
If we're gonna drop the link, we're gonna have to drop it like right now because
okay, let's drop it right now.
I ain't got a whole lot more left.
Drop
So
it now.
we didn't even get to the Armon part. So I guess, girl, I'm gonna have to come back. Oh, so I'm gonna have to come back and do a separate Armon versus Nicki commentary, girl.
Mm-hmm.
But also, y'all need to make sure y'all check that community tab tomorrow because there's a Bond Rate exclusive happening tomorrow night at 8:00. So you guys, I told you guys that I was double backing around, right? To clean up the bullshit before I went on vacation because people got real raggedy. People had got real raggedy right before a bitch went on vacation, honey. And they took advantage of a bitch being on vacation. But I told you that a bitch is back. Okay, so we're gonna be doubling back around. So there's gonna be a Bond Rate exclusive. For those of you who know, you know. And if you don't know, you don't know. But if you know, you motherfucking know. So this Sunday, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard, we'll be making it happen. Now I'm gonna drop the link. And if anybody, for better or for worse, has commentary, and as we're waiting on them records, you continue on with your talking points. Yes. Okay.
And one of the things that was very interesting is that when she actually opened up her call line and the bars were actually calling in, she actually one of them had said something, or they had made a comment, something like that. They said, "Never bite the hand that feeds you." I just think it's interesting is that when it comes down to Barb's, they are very selective about when she gatekeeps, when she's the gatekeeper, and then they're very selective about when she's not the gatekeeper. Because they say that as in, be careful about the hand that feeds you in terms of in order for you to make it, you must be able to make it through Nicki Minaj. And people actually have come on this particular platform and said that for themselves and said that you must come through Nicki, you must do this, you must do that. And the thing about it is that, okay, so since she is the gatekeeper in your eyes, when we start to hold the gatekeeper responsible for the current state of female rappers having access because they have to get through her, all of a sudden they say things like, "Oh no, it's the industry." But then earlier in this commentary, a Barb herself, I'm assuming it's a Barb herself, said that don't hate the player, hate the game. I mean, don't hate the game, hate the player, hate the player, don't hate the game. So which one are we gonna do? I need for y'all to make it make sense to me. This, once again, she makes it hard for y'all to defend her because she talks at both sides of her neck. Literally. She talked about the sympathy. She doesn't need it. But yet, weren't you the ones crying about motorsport situations? Saying that Quavo didn't defend you. Saying that Cardi, she wasn't grateful about the collaboration, as if you had a choice. It wasn't your song. Like, you better have said yes. They talk about, Nicki was on the song and she allowed Cardi to be on the motorsport record. It wasn't her record. How are you on a feature gonna allow somebody else to be on a record? What? That doesn't make any sense. And the fact is, the point of fact of, like, they really thought that Quavo was gonna take Nicki's side when Offset is related to Quavo, and Cardi B, who's also at the time was a very hot commodity, was Offset's wife. And you thought he wasn't gonna take her side and let her be on the record, especially when we also know when things went left, we already saw whose side he took. He took Cardi and Offset's side when he dissed Nicki on the song. Right, Nicki, shake it, Nicki. I fuck Nicki. It was something along them lines. So what are we talking about? But okay, y'all can hit the link. Y'all want to go back?
They never hit the link in these conversations ever, babe. This link done been here for 7 minutes. They never hit the link, girl, but it's time to come to battle it out, baby.
Come on.
They don't do the Miss Link, honey. We want to welcome Princess Dabora TV. Welcome to the platform, love. What's going on?
Hello. I'm not gonna lie. I love Queen Nicki Minaj. I am a Barb. Um, I'm not gonna lie. I think she's getting too old and too catty for this stuff now. Like, I really do wish that she can reconcile and fix something with Lil Kim. At the VMA performance, it was good and everything, but at the end of the day, like, that was just catty. Like, she could have shout out Lil Kim low key. Like, I ain't gonna lie. We
were all expecting her to. So what do you think the disconnect was from the time she did the Joe Budden interview and actually said Kim's name and so-called gave her props, but then by the time she gets to the VMAs, not willing to insert Kim? Was it because even then she was literally dressed in a little Kim outfit?
I just feel like Queen Nicki Minaj, I feel like she just low-key just wanted all the attention. Like, she wanted to just prove that at the end of the day, like, hey, yeah, I did take your style, I did body it. Because all she really did, I wasn't allowed to listen to Lil Kim back in the day because, I was a church girl. So, but at the end of the day,
about her album too.
Yes. So close to, music back then for me was Kurt Franklin. But at the end of the day, like, literally, I feel like with Nicki Minaj, she low key just put characters to each wig that Lil Kim, had, or each style that, Lil Kim had. She really did. She took her work and she just made it into something, of her own. And I don't know why she won't admit it. Like, I don't know why. Like, I don't know why that, we old enough now. We can go ahead and give people their flowers when it's due. And I feel like Lil Kim should have her flowers too. Simple as that. As for the Joe Biden contest, I don't know what happened when it came to that. Like, you could tell something happened in between that time where it was like, oh, it was going to be some love shown, and then out of nowhere, no. Like, yeah.
What do you think about the Queen radio episode? I mean, what do you think about her talking against the girls for copying, but then obviously
I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. When it came to the Queen mix, the Roman came back full force. Her talking about, she low key was talking about Lotto, and I feel like when she spoke in Spanish, she was talking about, Cardi too, of course, and Meg.
Yes.
I think that shit just, I don't know, it bugs me. Because low key, I be listening to some Cardi sometimes too, don't get it wrong. And I was like, okay, Queen, I love you, but girl, we got to get off of this. This is just like, I feel like it's just like she getting too old for it. Stop embarrassing yourself. Go ahead, let's go ahead, give you your Grammy, because that's literally what it's going to lead to. And go ahead, and she going to retire. That's literally what I feel like Queen Nicki Minaj is going to do. Like, for real.
What do you think about the state of fandom before I get happy in here? What do you think about the state of fandom, that there's this divide between like the fans who are willing to tell the truth, like me and Reckless, about people that we do support, and then the fans who believe that like you only have to say flattering, endearing things about the celebrity in order to be considered a fan? Do you agree with that? Or
I kind of do and I kind of don't, because me, as a small little blogger, like I can't be non-biased with it, you know what I'm saying, or whatever like that. But when it comes to the hardcore fans, like, you got to realize, like, yes, Queen Nicki Minaj, she have her faults. People like, oh, she like, oh, I know frauds. No, she a fraud sometimes too. Like, let's just go ahead and admit it. Like, but at the end of the day, you know, still got love for her, but she got to stop it, bro. Let these girls shine. Your time, you know, we already know the time is going to be ticking for you. And I love her, but it's the truth. You know, it's the
Okay.
truth.
Okay. Okay. All right. Great talking points. Princess Deborah. Stick
Well, I
around
was,
in case you got to get into some more of this. Like, go ahead, Reckless, and then I'm gonna get to Happy.
okay, I have a question. So where did Roman come from?
Roman is her alter ego. Since day one, I feel like I followed when she had came up with it. I did search the dark stories and the conspiracies about Roman. I did search that. Ooh, that
Mm-hmm.
shit deep. I was like, ooh, I did not know that. But then that would make sense of why, you know, more Caucasian audience, you know, and more, you know, platforms she got, because if that is, you know, true about Roman, then that's another story. But
Because I was actually looking into it right now, and it's very interesting because this would align with her husband and all the other stuff they got going on. But that's
yeah,
why.
and I was, what can I say? I was very disappointed when she got with Patty. I
And
was
I know
freaking
a lot about
like, I was
I don't think that
pissed.
she means too old to rap you. I think she means Nicki is too old for her attitude to be the way that it is, for her to do some of the shit that she
That's
does.
what I'm saying. Thank you, Conscious. But yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. And, I mean, as for women, we could rap until forever. That's how I feel. But when it comes to the industry, it's, you know, when it comes to women, it have to be youth. It have to be youth. Everybody can't be no Jay-Z in the game forever, you know, and still get the respect
Okay.
when it
Well, hold
comes
that.
to a woman rapper. That's how I feel.
Yeah. Well, hold that thought, Princess. Let me get Happy and then Nail Beauty in here. Happy, are you there? Can you hear me?
Yes,
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay.
So what is the main? Yes, I can hear you. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you so much for having me, and hello to
Yes,
everybody
everybody.
out there.
Hello.
Hello to y'all on the panel, and hello to everybody in the chat.
Hey.
Okay, no, I just want to answer the questions, so you can just ask me the questions. Oh, but one thing I want to say, be a blessing that's up there on the screen. She's not a queen. I was gonna say that she is not a queen to me, but I'll answer any of your questions. I got answers
Well, we
for
don't
you.
really
I
have
promise.
questions. We're just looking for your thoughts on what's going on.
Specifically, what exactly? Because I don't want to like step into, because I know it's a few like broken down parts to it. That's why I asked.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, can I just say this?
Hold on. Who just jumped in?
It's
Danielle
Nay.
Beauty.
Nay, Beauty.
Okay.
It's me.
I'm hold on. Nate, let me get the Happy first. Well, I mean, we don't really invite people up to ask them questions. We just invite people up to just jump in to wherever they, you know, have their thoughts about the situation at. So you can just give your thoughts in general.
No, I know. I've been up here before, Conscious. It's just that I'm sorry, Conscious. No, I know. I've been up here before. It's just that I'm suffering with short-term memory loss right now. Like seriously. So that's why I asked if you could just ask me the questions.
Well, do you have any questions?
You know, I've been up here before, Conscious.
Yeah, because Happy is familiar to me.
Mm-hmm, she does.
So that's why I was asking first.
But I mean,
Okay,
I guess all in all, like, what do you think?
I've been up here before.
Okay, so I guess all in all, like, what do you think about the Lil Kim and Nicki Minaj? Well, what are your thoughts in general just on Nicki? Like, do you think that Nicki has earned her stripes? That she does? I mean, like, do you feel she's delusional? Do you see it as though she's avoiding giving him her roses? Or
Okay, yeah. I do think she's delusional. I mean, if people want to give her awards and stuff, I just said this on another platform a little while ago. I think that they could give her all these awards before 22 is out. You know, if it ends in February, so be it, whatever. And just she needs to go sit down. I just said this, like she really does, because she's been out here for a long, long time. And the question that was asked me over there was, okay, well, see, I just forgot what the question was. But at the end of the day, this is how I feel about it. Like she should just stop the nonsense because I'm sorry, the ABC runs and all of this missed shots. That's what I'm gonna call it, because nobody needs to respond back to that foolishness because you didn't actually put an address on it, and you basically 40 years old. Just go have a seat and relax. I'm not saying you can't rap and all this, but you want to be in all this beef and all this and all of that. You are now a mother. Just go sit your ass down. It's bad enough. Now you want to get in. You didn't want to interact with anybody before. All these years you've been in the game. All these years of social media been out. Now you just want to hop on it last year, or if I'm not mistaken, then if it wasn't the end of last year, then I guess it was the beginning of this year. And now you want to act like you hip and you hot. Like, just calm down, girl. You pop, you whatever. Now you want to be funk and you trying to be soul, girl. Just let it go. That's my opinion. And I honestly don't care who like it, who don't, because all this payola, whatever. Get your little awards and just sit down, okay? Because I just don't see the hype of it all. You get what I'm saying? And then you still coming at somebody that hasn't came at you. And you know what's so funny about it is the hypocrisy of it all. For me, it's definitely a no. Like, just stop it. Because everything they said about you, you turn around and put in this song, but you talking about that's not what it is. Obviously, that's what it is. If you literally put it in your lyrics, oh, I don't have to do this for sympathy. Yeah, you did all of that for sympathy, baby. Like, what the hell? And they think that's the cutest and the best shit they ever heard in their life. Like, I don't get it, but yeah, it's a delusion for me. Absolutely.
Okay. All right, Happy. Well, thank you for those talking points. Very, very interesting talking points. Nell, welcome to the platform, love. I think you had dropped down, but you're back up now. Your thoughts on Onika?
First of all, hey y'all, it's Nay.
Hey.
Hey, love the show. Okay, first thing first. I wouldn't say that I'm a barb. I really do just love hip hop, the whole culture around it. And so generally, yes, I do like Nicki Minaj's music. I don't necessarily always agree with her personal choices, but as a fan of the music, I can tell her, you know, hey, that song is fire, or hey, girl, that's not it. Now on Queen Radio, it's entertaining. Yes. Does she go up there and make an ass out of herself? A lot of times, yes. Y'all right. She get up there, she say things, and it do backfire on her, you know. So if y'all want to call me a barb because I like her music, then yes. I'm one of the honest barbs. I could tell her when she right, and I could damn sure tell her when she going off the deep end. Right. Y'all made some very valid points. Ooh, as a part-time barb, like I was in the kind of like, damn, I really can't even fight for her. Like I be trying to play the fence. I be trying to, you know, I be trying to take up for my sis sometimes. But you know, y'all had some points that's like shit. All I can say is she did it better a little bit. Like I said, Bob down the street was making burgers way before McDonald's. It's just that McDonald's is global with it. Like, you know, she took something that was cute and she put her spin on it and she took it mainstream. And so we can't discredit the fact that she took a blueprint, made it a pink print, and then made it worldwide international. Kim was big in the urban community.
Stop discrediting it. We just want her to like stop acting like.
And I want her to acknowledge that too. That's what I'm saying. Like, in no way, shape, or form do I ever take her side completely. But everybody be like, "Oh, Kim." Again, yes, just like Kim took female hip hop and made it bigger. Kim took what Nicki took what Kim did and just made it a bit more bigger. And now the new girls are doing the same thing. Cardi, all of the little girls, all of the little ones coming out now. I mean, you could tell Nicki's not really feeling that right now. So she's having her salty moment. Yes, everybody loves to say Nicki stole from Kim. Okay, yes, Kim the grandmother. We get it. You know, Nicki could still be the mother. She birthed a lot of people after her. You're not going just like Kim birthed her. She birthed a couple of these girls.
But to be honest, Nate, I don't see the birth. It's just like at this point, it's like they're doing like the new girls are honestly just talking the same shit that Cardi and Nicki talking. It's just like sex, pussy, niggas, Fendi. Like if you listen to old Kim and old Foxy, that's all they're talking about too.
Yeah, but that's the thing.
Niggas,
These new girls was
clothes,
not listening to
luxury
Kim.
life, and that's all
They
the girls
was listening to Nicki. So yeah, we know where Nicki got it from. Nicki got it from Kim. That's a fact. But these new girls had the mentality of being Nicki Minaj. Now we all know where Nicki Minaj got her mentality from. Yes, she
But
got
this
it from
is the
Kim.
thing about it. I don't think they're copying Nicki. I think that's just
Not verbatim, but they do have a clear influence. Nicki's not biased. If she wears the 40-inch bust down, the new girl's gonna wear it too.
But it's in terms of like on a social level, like women have always like under a patriarchy, women have always like wanted to like be in a position to have money, get money. Like this has just been like Kaya said it.
Those are those are more the major points.
Kaya said it. Don't trust these niggas. Trina said it. Niggas ain't shit. So it's just like when Nicki be trying to find credit to take, I be looking at the girls and being like, they're only talking like girls. They're talking like just like the girls talked from 20 years ago. Like the girls talked 15 years ago. It's like ain't none of them saying nothing different or new. So when she be like clones how? Because a chick has a middle part. How fucking long have girls been wearing fucking middle parts? So like the fact like yeah, like y'all
everybody's been wearing
middle parts. Like really,
you need to stop.
Since back in Cher days, back in the day.
I'm confused. Like I'm just
exactly, and I agree with you. I agree with you wholeheartedly. I don't like that. These barbs, I'm sorry to say it, but y'all delusional as well. Y'all definitely delusional. That's why she's so delusional right now, because y'all are into her behind up. And it's crazy because half of y'all are her age or older. Y'all need to sit her down and try to have an intervention or something. Because these women came before her. Like, what?
Oh God.
Like that's what I don't understand about it. Like I will never understand it. I guess because I'm old school, but I will never understand it whatsoever. Like you created something, baby. There's nothing new under the sun. Okay, I'm a firm believer in that. So you could take that and run with it. I promise you, my check will clear. Okay.
Oh my gosh.
Well, I appreciate Nay you being able to be fair, because it is hard to do, especially when like fans are pressured to not be honest and to not speak the facts. So the fact that you can actually, balance the conversation, because I'm with you. Like I like Nicki's music, but it's just like everything else. I just feel like I can't get wet. Like I love her music. I think she's a great artist. She's super talented. I love all of that in that category, but like everything else, I just cannot get with, and it's gonna be what it's gonna be until she starts making it make sense. So she ain't made it make sense yet. So, but getting to Real Deal, Chris, welcome to the platform. Your thoughts on the topic?
Hey. So I'm definitely, an overall hip hop fan. And I think that a lot of these issues that we've seen just over the years of the comparisons everybody has and who did what first and blah, 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 a lot of it just stems from the way that society overall looks at female rap as it's this separate stratosphere, instead of just looking at it as hip hop and rap, because the men have done exactly what the women have done. When guys were talking about shooting and the NWA, they were the first groups to really be talking about cops and police and this and that. We don't then say, or all the guys after that who started talking about F the police, and all the guys who started talking about selling drugs. This has been going on forever, where all rappers have been inspired by other people and the topics just keep getting recycled over and over and over and over. So, I definitely think that Kim needs to get her credit for opening up the door of being explicit in a way that female rappers were not before her. You know, but I think all of these girls have the right to talk about their fits and their pussy and their this, because that's their reality. You know, people are having sex every day. That you're going to talk about your reality. But I just hate the way that female rap
I just understand, like,
is.
why does Nicki think it's okay for her to have been inspired by Kim and Foxy, but none of the, like, so let's say that the girls are inspired by you. What's the problem? You have notably admitted earlier on in your career that you are a recipient of other people's work and art.
What I think Nicki's issue is that she doesn't just come straight out and say, listen, I'm in rap, I want to be competitive, so I'm coming after all the girls. That's what the issue is. You see the 50 Cents and those people, when they came in the game, 50 Cent elbowed his way in. He said, look, I want the spot. This is what it is. I'm naming names and I'm doing what I want to do. I think Nicki's issue is she's just not being transparent and saying, look, I got the spot. I want to keep the spot. This is uncharted territory and let's go. Because this is what real hip hop is. If you look at it, every rapper is supposed to be, I'm coming for everybody's next. I'm not giving up the number one spot. This, that, and the third. That's what rap is. And to say that it's not, you know, we can't, we got to stop acting like all the women got to be unified and everybody got to be on each other's records. And, oh, the beef's just
this
started.
Is the only reason why I argue that a real deal.
Which part?
What I'm about to argue, I'm going to break it down because I have been somebody when these discussions have came up around like why there seemed to be a different expectation out of female rappers for being more communal and unified versus the male rappers. And it's for one reason and one reason only why at least I feel that they can. And it's because female rap can't afford to not be communal. The space is already male dominated and niggas are already not wanting to put female MCs even on to begin with. So then if you have a very minority space like what rap women are in, which we're only talking about less than 10 when we're going down the roster of how many current mainstream female rappers there are versus how many mainstream male MCs there are. Women can't afford to be gatekeeping and keeping other women out of this space. They should be more communal, not because they should have to just kiss each other's ass, simply because, like, if you are team woman and you're for women and you see that there's a space that women are struggling to get into, not on the basis of them being likable, not on the basis of them having a sex appeal, but simply on the sole basis that they're a woman, then at least I'm going to assume that that's going to be the first and foremost priority as a woman or as whoever represents the minority person in the situation. Like, first of all, I got to make sure that I'm busting the fucking door down because I don't know why it's only me up in this bitch. And I don't know why I'm the only token nigga up in this mayonnaise ass space. Or I don't know why I'm the only token trans or the only man, the only woman. So I'm looking at Nicki, who's dominated for 1 billion years now, and she isn't responsible for putting anybody on but herself. And yet you have other girls trying to stick together for obvious reasons, because that's all it makes sense to do is to try to stick together and to try to continue to kick that door down so that there can be an influx of our presence. And then when our community is flourishing and present here, we can afford to be catty and bitchy, and I ain't gotta fuck with you because you can hold your own in this space now. I ain't gotta be the Harriet Tubman to the shit, and you ain't gotta be Rosa Parks. You can now just be a bitch if that's what you want to do, and you can just fuck with you. But why would that be the way you come in when you realize that, when you see the dynamics and you know and Nicki Minaj has spoken about this being a very male-dominated space. Hell, it took men to put her on, not women, because men. So you're sitting here belonging to Young Money. You're being co-signed by Lil Wayne. You're da-da-da-da-da-da. Like, so then how are you actively keeping other women out of the space and constantly letting them know that out of the rip, I don't respect you girls. You bitches are my sons. Don't you have the audacity to think you can exist here? And if you are going to exist here, it's going to be because I claim you as a son. And it's just like Nicki. But then you get in, but then like when Nicki don't benefit from the soloness, then she wants to run to social media and run in her interviews and run in front of Joe Budden and then talk about women and the way that women are impacted by misogyny and the way that women are impacted by patriarchy. But she actively internalizes it, participates it, and then reinforces and weaponizes it against the very women that she claims she's trying to uplift, but that she doubles down on. Like, it just be like, I don't fucking get it. I don't get it.
Yeah,
Exactly.
Female rap is going to
grow. Listening to Nicki Minaj, like, I be like, it make fucking sense.
Female rap is going to grow and thrive and multiply the same way that male rap did. It took a long time because male started first, but for every door that all of these women, Queen Latifah, MC like Kim, Nicki, all for each one that's making it, in 5-10 years, we're going to see it's going to keep doubling and multiplying because they're going to be inspired, because there weren't 100 and 1,000 male rappers when hip hop started either, but it was the ones who came and made it big and had big voices. It was, you know, claiming I'm running the East and I'm running the West and I'm running New York. That's what made it big.
Yeah,
and that's what inspired. That's what inspired everybody else. At first, it was East Coast and West Coast. We didn't even have Southern rappers, you know. So it's gonna grow.
Yeah. But I'm tired of people like always putting Lil Kim and Nicki and then the Nicki and Cardi together, because first of all, y'all need to keep telling these little children or whatever generation they are that Lil Kim and Nicki was not out together. Okay, Nicki came out years after Lil Kim was not rapping. That's the main thing y'all need to put out there, because I'm tired of people acting like Nicki and Lil Kim was out at the same time rapping and doing all of that, and as if Nicki did something. Because first of all, if that were the case, then this conversation wouldn't even be relevant today. Let's just get that clear. Y'all need to go back and let this little generation know something about it. At the end of the day. And y'all gotta understand, yes, Lil Kim is older than Nicki, but of course she came before Nicki. She didn't come with the Nicki thing, and people just think, oh well, we don't know Lil Kim and this and this and that. And I'm glad they don't know Lil Kim, but now they could get put on, but they need to get put on the right way. Nicki didn't come out when Lil Kim was rapping, so all that stuff, like, cut it. Ain't nobody got time for that.
Right, I do agree with you on that.
I just want to speak real quick to Tina's comment on the screen. But who Lil Kim put on? Lil Kim notably has had major camaraderie in the industry during her time, and not just her. And that's the difference between this new era of female rap and the old era, is that even when these girls in the old era were not necessarily collaborating with each other, you saw their support for each other in interviews. You saw their support for each other because they were constantly making cameo appearances in each other's music videos. You saw that there's always a sense of community. You had Ladies Night, which was not 50 million other lesser women behind Kim, but all titans on a track, all heavy hitters, rocking and rolling with each other. That's what we're used to, which is why we feel so that's why this era feels so strange, because it's like, there's never been a time on both the male or female end where there wasn't beefs. We know that there's been people not getting along and there's been issues, but there was a general sense of fucking community still. Where people could get along, they did, and they didn't make unnecessary issue for each other. If there had to be an issue, we got a fucking issue. But we didn't go around trying to capitalize and monetize and create issue and then sell that out to everybody else. The issues were organic issues between people, but you saw there being, I couldn't see one Missy video without Lil Kim, without seeing Da Brat. I couldn't see one Da Brat video without seeing Aaliyah, without seeing Missy, without everybody was on top of each other. Everybody in each other's shit.
Well, I think that trio was unique. Da Brat, Lil Kim, and Missy, that was a unique trio, because outside of them, you Rod Digger, Shauna, like Eve, these people were not making songs together either. Now, were they beefing with each other publicly? No, but they were all making their own solo music. Outside of that trio, it's not like you actually had, Rod Digger's on a song with Vita and Charlie Baltimore and Shauna and all those other girls who were in the mix.
Well, actually, let me say this, because they're saying that we're not answering the question. So let me answer that as direct as possible. So let me go back to the question. What females have she ushered in the game? Well, she was trying to do Nicki Minaj. Lil Kim was trying to usher Nicki Minaj in.
Talk about it.
And I think it's going to be a stain on Nicki's career until she gets it right. I think Nicki needs to make a Jay-Z move, what he did to rectify issues with Nas, because Jay-Z did the same thing to Nas. He jumped the gun. He got slaughtered by Nas, and he realized, I got to apologize to this dude, and I got to make it right. And I think that's the same thing that needs to happen, because until that happens in the culture for women, it's going to be a stain on Nicki's career. And it's also going to be, it needs to be this thing that comes off of Kim's shoulder as well, of like vindication and acknowledgement.
Yeah, I thought they was going to do a collab together for real. I really did.
You know what I don't like?
I think if Nicki was to, and I think this is a perfect time because she's 15 years in, I think it would be, after that Joe Budden interview, I thought the tides were going to turn too. I thought it would be a perfect time for Nicki to be like, listen, let me say this here and clear. When I came into the game, I was 20 something. I was hungry. I was doing it. I've learned a lot. I'm going to acknowledge this woman. She paved the way. She opened the door. She's inspired me. And whether or not she ever wants to speak to me or whether we ever, whatever, I want to put it out there here and now. She is a queen. She is the queen bee. And I think if she did that, a lot of this nonsense would come to an end. And that's, Jay-Z knew he had to do that. Jay-Z knew he could not continue in hip hop and have this beef with Nasty Nas. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
And look what happened after he did that. The floodgates opened up. All the other rappers who were in the mix of like, damn, do you go to Jay's side? You go to Nas side? Everybody was able to flourish.
Okay, so I do want to talk about this. They talk about Nicki ushered in Doja Cat, Bia, Megan Thee Stallion. No, she did not.
No, she did not. No, she don't like Doja Cat. She don't like Doja Cat.
Doja Cat already had hit songs and already had traction. So no, she didn't usher her in. Bia, talking about Miss Bodega, she already had traction and stuff going in, so she didn't usher her in. And then we have Megan Thee Stallion, Miss Hot Girl Summer, and let's also talk about how she came in with Big Old Freak, so she didn't usher her in either. So, and try again.
And that's another thing too, because like even with like the summer jams and all them other things, Remy Ma was bringing all them females out on stage and vice versa and all of that stuff. Nicki was never doing none of that crap.
No, she wasn't. And this queen mix was a surprise.
And it's not like she has to. And it's not like she has to. But what I'm saying is all these other female rappers was doing all that, bringing all the females out.
Well, I think there's an argument to say there that I think there's an argument to say there that Remy also made that move because she was coming for Nicki. Because if we go back into Remy's history, she also did Kim and Foxy wrong in the beginning. Now she made it right with Kim. She made it right with Kim, but she was out here as a new chick, unsigned, talking about to Foxy, I want to battle rap you. Now, how you gonna tell somebody who's 10 years in the game, I want to battle rap you? So Remy did a lot of that. I understand that, but to somebody who was at Foxy's level, right? If we want to talk about like succession and being humble and coming in the game, then we can't have both sides. Either you're going to say that people could just come out the gate and come for anyone. No, I'm just saying like that's what a lot of people feel like. If you're new and you're coming up, you need to pay homage. You need to not come for people. Remy came for Foxy on some, look, I'm your peer. I want to rap. And Foxy was not on no battle rapper local level. She had already made it mainstream. And then the other thing is too is like we have to stop looking at Nicki Minaj as the if she doesn't make a move, there's never going to be unity, because there's nothing stopping Missy from been making records with these people, Remy from making records with these people, Cardi from
they're
making
not
records.
relevant like that right now. They're not relevant.
How?
Remy Ma, she's not marketable.
First
She's
of all,
really
Missy
not.
will always be relevant.
Remy
I'm
Ma.
gonna need you to
That's what I'm
stop.
saying.
And
Like
you did
No,
not say
Missy Elliott, yes.
Oh, no.
Missy Elliott is
Missy
an
can
icon.
absolutely,
No.
Missy absolutely
No,
has the
Missy
hand
Elliott, yes,
on the
is an icon. But I'm up here talking about Remy Ma. Remy Ma, no, she's not marketable. She's not.
I feel like she's gotten better.
Who's not marketable?
Remy Ma, right?
You need to stop. Relax. You need to stop.
Hold on.
Because them same cheap ass China bangs Nicki Minaj got on in that picture. I'm gonna need you to stop.
Hold on. And I think that even though that statement is true, I find the reasons for that statement being true so pathetic and just evil, because the only reason why Remy isn't marketable is because of colorism and because of patriarchy. And
exactly, so she need to stop.
And because of both of those things, Remy is not able to benefit from the current standards of the industry as it relates to being marketable. And it is sad because she has a more masculine energy.
Yes, she does. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about color her skin. I'm a chocolate sister myself.
That she doesn't fit within this fembot, ridiculous, one-dimensional standard. That because it's funny that the same like you got men in the industry like Joe Budden who will critique women and be like, it's the same whole shit. It's the same whole shit. But at the same time, the marketability in that patriarchal hip hop construct is the whole shit. But yet they want to see women be more multidimensional as MCs, but they set the bar to be on the thought shit. So it's like it be the hypocrisy of the patriarchy that's wrapped up in the context of hip hop, and then you got the issues of race and colorism that impact marketing someone of Remy Ma's complexion, because the whole crossover appeal is the ability to appeal to a mayonnaise audience.
Correct.
And in appealing to a mayonnaise audience, we've even been able to see people like Beyonce who've had to surgically contour their nose, have had to present themselves in certain ways, blonde hair, lighten their skin. We've seen black artists having to do certain things to even tap into that market and demographic. And so, it is unfortunate because Remy Ma is talented. She belongs to be there next to
independent
Stallions and to be there too. And this might be the only reason too why Megan Thee Stallion is probably not going to be around in a few years as well, because of the issue of race and the issue of colorism and the same issues of a lack of a so-called inability to be marketed across a global stage. So and I think that on some level Megan knows this, which is why she made sure to complete her degree, to finish fucking school, because she knows that the time is probably near and that she's only going to get but so far because of the bald-headed whole antics of the industry. And she's preparing her exit and her retirement from the start. But it's sad that a lot of these girls, I be looking at one of my favorite female MCs is what's the girl name? She got a really, not a squeaky voice. I forgot her name. What is her name? Reckless. I always bring her up in this discussion.
Lil Mama?
No, she's kind of a Dej Low. Like she deserves way more than what the fuck she's getting. Like I want to see Dej Low.
Now Nicki did put Dej Low on her world tour. I don't know what happened with Dej Loaf.
For Dej Loaf, but
Dej Loaf was good. Dej Loaf was good, and she was on a path. What happened when she was on Nicki's world tour? I think something happened with the record label where they just didn't know what to do with her,
or she didn't continue the rituals.
I think some of it too is just like we have different exposure now too. So like Before, there was a time where you could not move unless you had a label and everything like that. I would love to see Remy just say fuck it and put her money up and, you know, do the records and do the videos and stuff like that. Because, you know,
she's
there was a time.
independent. She don't need them people.
That's what
She
I'm
is living
saying. That's what
good.
I'm saying.
She's
People are
living
waiting.
good. But why y'all all worried about Remy? Guess what? Y'all need to be worried about Nicki because she the one that's in the deal. Okay? Remy gets all her coin. So think about that.
Well,
That's why
we're
Nicki's
talking about the
out here
versatility of it.
pandering to the crowd now. Still ain't put out an album yet, and all of this crap. So it is what it is. Like,
Nicki is trying to clear up her reputation right now with the white people. Just we already know what she got to do.
exactly.
It's
It
about
is what it
marketing.
is.
It's about marketing. Simple as that. You will never know.
It's
I'm
the
gonna be
music
honest.
business. It's an unfortunate, you know, there's not a lot of strong people who are like the Missies and the Kims who came before, who were willing to, you know, rally all the girls together, and it sucks.
I'm conceited.
I'm
I got a
about to
reason.
say like a hard, honest truth. You know, I'm just gonna maybe I have to be that person. Thank you, Conscious. It's the fact that I don't know why people are keep talking about, and really, I get it, but I posed the question earlier. Name a time when Nicki has never been in no issue and has sold something. And it's the reason why I said that, because people always mention her being in 15 years strong and all these things. But the reason why she was in here 15 years strong is, for one, she was the only one there. Two, she was always in something, which made her music more appealable and people wanted to know what she was talking about. Because, like Conscious said earlier, the way that she acts like her charts, like she's actually like one of them top charting type of girls. And I need for you guys to also put this into context. If you have, let's look at Nicki Minaj's following, 24, as many people, million followers on Instagram. If you release something, people are going to look to see what you're putting out. So with that much, if you have that much following, of course you're going to chart. But however, hits are not always based upon if they chart or not. Hits are always talking about the longevity of the hit actually being on the chart. And Nicki Minaj also has the most free falls when it comes down to her music. And this is the reason why I asked that question, because people keep talking about check her stats, and all these things, but you have to keep all these things in context. She's always been into beef. She's always been into scandal. That's her marketing tactic. That's the reason why she's in it now. That's
and
the
only
reason
why she survived longer, because she did pop music too. That's only why too, for a while. That's how I feel.
A lot of that goes back to how the music industry, the game that people have to play to be on the top. Because on the male side, top Jay-Z, he didn't get his first #1 until Empire State of Mind. After marrying Beyonce, after being more commercially successful, after his transition, he spent many years not going #1 until Empire State of Mind. So I just think across the board, these people play these games because that's how the music business unfortunately works. It's certain games that people have to play to get these numbers and get these things.
None of that matters though. Everything he just said is correct. Like, this has nothing to do with Jay-Z. No offense. I'm just saying, like, everything he just said is the truth. And people don't want to freaking wake up and understand that.
But how many rappers?
Everything he said, he did not lie. Not one thing he said was a lie. Everything he said was a fact. And that's just what it is. Nobody wants to accept the fact. And I hate that. Like, all of y'all are delusional at this point. You cannot change a fact. That's why it's called the fact.
Yes,
that's all I got to say about it. I hate when people act like that stuff never happened. It is the truth. To this day,
it is the truth. I'm just saying, I think she does this because it's a part of her game tactic to remain being on top and climbing to whatever she feels is a level of success in her mind. That's her tactics. It's uncharted territory, really. So she's just figuring out, okay, what can I do? Let me try this. Let me try that. This is uncharted territory. We haven't seen a woman have a run like this. And so I think she's just really trying to see, at this point in time, which direction does she go.
A run like what? What do you mean a run? You haven't seen a woman have a run like this. A run like what?
Of constantly having her name be the bar for so many things. Like, like everything is, oh, Nicki this and Nicki that and Nicki. We didn't have it where people spoke Foxy's name like that for so long. We didn't have it where people spoke Kim's name like that for that long. We didn't have it where people spoke Missy's name for that long. So in many ways, this is uncharted
won
territory.
That Vanguard Award. And thank you. She didn't steal it. Okay, she won that. Yeah, we were talking about Missy all the time because Missy was that girl.
Missy Elliott is
never let nobody down. She performs every single time. I don't know what you talking about.
Oh Lord.
Okay, don't bring up Missy now, Missy. You wrong now. Now you wrong. She earned that award. Unlike some people that be trying to defend. Don't do that. Don't do that.
She
Next.
absolutely.
You better skip over Missy,
award.
girl. Next.
Missy is in a whole stratosphere on her own.
This is not a run. You consider this for Nicki Minaj a run? Girl, out of all these years, like I said, she could have all that. She could have all that. She did not deserve that a Vanguard Award, but listen, she got it, and she can have all the rest of 2022 because best to believe her ass gonna be left in the trash 2023. That's it.
Nah, she gonna be winning a Grammy in 2023. Big facts.
We'll see. I just wish she makes things right with Kim. I think that would open up a lot of the BS to go away if she would just get herself together.
We didn't see nobody talking about
what she needs to do with
that.
Kim.
What? Girl, that's why Nicki want to pull up that beef this year with Missy now. You understand what I'm saying?
Okay,
wait. Talking about how people was cackling and Missy could cackle all the F she wants. She's a grown woman and she done did and put in her time in this industry. What the hell you talking about? She could talk about girl in this industry she want to,
why would
you think she is?
And why would Missy also not cackle when Missy and Kim are clearly friends? And
they was lovers. We know that for sure.
You know what?
And she got to see what we all saw. Kim, and she got to
talking about that. Missy Elliott and Lil Kim.
Hello. And she got to see what we all saw Nicki do to Kim. So if I was fucking like, I don't even know Kim personally, and we all feel how we feel about how Nicki did Kim. So if I were somebody who had relationship, whether that was romantic, sexual, or platonic, whatever y'all want to call it, between Missy and Kim, I certainly would not. I would have came in frowning at her ass as well when she came onto the scene. Like, girl, a copy.
And I think if you look at it too, like that was another opportunity that Nicki could have had to, do something that was right as well, because it's not like Missy has been acknowledging her all of these years because, again, she's loyal to Kim. But for Missy to give her a congratulations and it become this petty mumbling and cackling, it was like that was another opportunity to just, I appreciate it. You opened the door for me, you and Kim, blah, blah, blah. She just wants to be in her world, her bubble.
Let's be clear. Nobody had to congratulate her on a damn thing, okay? Because she did not earn that damn Vanguard Award, okay? Not Michael Jackson, not Missy Elliott. She did not deserve that fucking award. And I don't care who likes it, who don't. What fucking video? What really, bitch? You in some booty shorts and a blind wig? Get the fuck out of here. There is no motherfucking way. The bitch can't even motherfucking dance. I don't give a damn. The bitch can't even motherfucking dance. You better get the fuck out of here. Don't fucking play with me.
I gotta laugh at that.
Missy ain't gotta fucking say shit. She ain't gotta congratulate shit. Missy opened it up. The fuck you talking about? That bitch should have been on her best behavior like she been all in 2020.
That's what I'm saying.
But now she want to decide to cackle because she already knew she got the Vanguard Award that she did not fucking earn. Y'all
That's what
need
I'm
to
saying.
stop
She
with the
had another
delusional bullshit and the hypocrisy of it all. That's what
what
it
I'm
is for
saying.
me.
She had another opportunity. Nikki had another opportunity to come correct publicly when this lady went and said those words on Twitter, and she didn't. And so when she's keeping this stuff up with Kim, when you're responding to Missy in this way, it's just going to be a stain on her career. Whatever she thinks it's going to be for the rest of her, it's going to be a stain always.
Conscious, do me a favor, drop the link again. I want to copy it.
But I think that Nicki Minaj acts that way because I think she arrogantly believes that her time will never end. I really believe that Nicki Minaj believes that she will be the girl who will successfully be here to the end, just like maybe some of these male rappers she look up to. And I think that's also a part of why she disrespects. I don't think Nicki Minaj has a lot of real respect for women in general. I think she damn sure don't really have a lot of real respect.
No, I agree with that. I'm a barb, and I agree with that. Totally 100%.
Yeah, and see, she's very male identified as well, and
she's
only
no
been
Mariah
able to,
Carey.
and her bar is not what the women have accomplished. Her bar is what the niggas have accomplished, and
I agree.
She's striving to have that Jay-Z imprint and a Kanye imprint. She's looking to be around forever and ever and ever. And
she was so mad with Jay-Z for Cardi B's belly, won't she?
Hello, y'all hear me?
Hey, Big. Hey,
Yeah,
Biggie.
I'm trying to get up in this live or whatever y'all got going on, because my whole thing is it was the way she came in the industry is why people got a problem with her. When she came into the industry, she started having these interviews where she kept saying she has what it takes to fill Lil Kim's shoes. What about coming in as the artist Nicki Minaj? We never got to know her as Nicki Minaj. We got to know her as Lil Kim lookalike. When she came in and she dropped that hardcore poster and she started dipping low and doing all of that, we like, oh shit, she trying to, collab with Lil Kim. We was hoping she actually made nice with Lil Kim in the beginning of her career, but she never was gonna do that because she knew that was her way of getting people to see her. If everybody remember, she said it. Atlanta gave her more love than New York. New York wasn't really messing with it. But what happened?
I said everybody needs a gimmick. That was her gimmick, right? Coming in looking like Lil Kim.
Right. Everybody knew she was fake. Everybody knew she was a fraud. And then really, if you listen to her old music, them bars really wasn't hitting. And in this new Queen remix, yeah, she did good, but those are half of bars. That's what people don't really understand. And then when you were saying that was her marketing plan, yeah, that is her marketing plan, because through her whole career, that's what she did. She did with everybody. And nobody's really paying attention to that. How she's beefing with people, she being catty with people, because that's how she markets her brand. And that's not, because I feel like at the end of the day, it's better being respect go longer than the check. So you might have this little run right now trying to go be a little Jay-Z, Nas, Kanye, but girl, guess what? That's not going to last. Everybody has that little dopamine, and the next thing you know, it goes down. Then what happens? That's why Lil Kim could sit there and sit pretty, because at the end of the day, she got respect in the industry.
I don't even think that Nicki is trying to have the Kanye and Jay-Z type of career, because if she did, like I said, she would have made things right like Jay-Z did. I think
she wanted to be a mogul like Jay-Z. That's what she.
But then if that was the case, I feel like she would have made it right.
Because I waited all this time. She turned around and she shaded Cardi B. She sat there and shaded Cardi B and tried to give Lil Kim props. How you gonna sit there and talk about you set trends? You didn't set no trend. You became somebody else's trend. Let's talk about it. Really, she's really not popping like that. The way people, she's overrated. She's overrated.
Okay, it's the Cardi B for me though.
She did try to shade Cardi B because she was bothered that Cardi B was getting all these accolades and she wasn't getting recognized for what she was doing. But that was the same thing with Lil Kim. Lil Kim is, like she said, she's the most disrespected person in the industry. But then y'all sat there and y'all turned around. And y'all gave Nicki Minaj all this payola. Nicki Minaj always goes into interviews and cry victim, but then throw shots and hide her hands. No, hold her accountable the same way y'all gonna sit there and talk about Lil Kim and how y'all gonna sit and talk about all these artists like Cardi B and everybody else. Hold Nicki Minaj accountable just like you gonna hold them accountable. Lil Kim sat back and didn't say nothing. And what makes me mad about the whole situation is that when Lil Kim didn't say nothing, she got bigger and bigger, and she waited till Nicki Minaj got bigger, and then she said something. She should have just said something right then and there. She should have checked Nicki Minaj right then and there. Now it makes it look like she's the bitter. And really, she's not.
And speaking of that, Big E, how did you feel? Because my heart broke when Lil Kim turned around. I mean, people can say it was the big thing to do, but when Lil Kim turned around and basically apologized,
she should have apologized because, like,
I was over it.
Even in the Breakfast Club, when she was in the Breakfast Club, she warned every single body. She said, y'all gonna see it for yourself. She said it. She said, do your homework. Do your homework. Everything was right in front of us. That's the famous pose right there. And she did that. She did that same famous pose because she said she had what it takes to fill Lil Kim's shoes. And that's what made me feel some type of way, because it's like, damn, Beyonce didn't need to fill nobody's shoes. Beyonce came in the industry as Beyonce. Missy Elliott came in the industry as Missy Elliott. Queen Latifah came in the industry like Queen Latifah. MC Lyte came in the industry. They didn't need to fill any shoes. And then you put Akbar and JT and all these people on this Queen mix, but these same girls you wasn't even trying to give a shot. You only gave them the shot because it benefits your marketing plan to try to Cardi B and the rest of the other
JT have to apologize?
Yeah, JT had to apologize. Like literally kiss her ass to get him.
And I'm never apologizing for what the fuck I say. I say what I say and I stand on what I say. You sitting there, you calling yourself hip hop and you apologizing? That's the gag for me. And then you turn around, and I don't understand why people don't understand this one too. Is that back in the day, it wasn't no social media, it was none of that. When you talk shit, you had to come outside.
Right.
It's the same thing with music. When you disrespect somebody on wax, you got that ass beat. You got that chain snatch. You understand? Now people could come in the industry and just shade them and talk about it's just hip hop. Right. That's not hip hop. Talking about this is a competitive sport. Yeah, it was a competitive sport, but you watched your mouth. You knew who to play with, and you knew who not to play with. Nicki Minaj, she just takes shit too far, and I'm telling you, she lucky this is not the way hip hop used to be. Because if this was the '90s, she would have been got that wig.
I don't even think she would have been half the shady she is if this was the old hip hop world.
She would.
Right. I'm talking about even right before she was signed. If she would have said some shit, who knows where the fuck she would have been? Okay.
Right, and then that song is that Queen mix to me is garbage, and then everybody want to sit there and try to talk about.
Amen.
Remy Ma is hip hop. This is what people don't understand. Remy Ma is I'm from New York, so I feel like I pay attention to bars. Right. This bitch is giving half a bars talking about 8 bars. Girl, stop it. That ain't even fucking bars.
You don't need. She never knew how to count bars. Like, what's up?
That ain't even bars. And then look, oh my God, the VMA outfit, girl. Come on, you could have came better. And then you want to talk about Kanye West. Didn't you just shade Kanye West when you did the OVO fest?
Yeah, she did. She did.
Yeah, I'm all monstered out.
Yeah.
And then they
said, fuck with clowns.
Right. And then this is another thing Lil Kim warned us about, how she's a walking contradiction. How she's going to say one thing and then she's going to go right back on it. She always did that. She always said, oh yeah, the girls need to get together, and the white people you always blaming the white people, but those are the people that you go behind the scenes to beg to give you a chance.
Yes, she does.
Yeah.
Actually, I do want to Conscious. Can you address why do you think that a lot of gays support a homophobe like Nicki Minaj?
Because a lot of gays.
She wears pink.
Because we have a big narcissism issue in the LGBT community. No, it's really because gay men, particularly gay black men, particularly young gay black men, suffer from a lot of extreme ass fucking narcissism. They admire women like Nicki and Beyonce because gay men have a very, very almost unrealistic expectation of women. It's almost they adore women who can embody what they consider to be perfection. They feel they see that in Nicki Minaj, and feel they see that in Beyonce. And it's a deeper, more societal reason too why.
But one thing I give Beyonce over Nicki Minaj is that Beyonce, she got her ears to the street, but she understand the assignment. Beyonce won't even respond to media criticism. She would really like lay low, and then next thing you know, all of that energy that they have for her, boom, next thing you know is an album. And it's number one. So she's very much understands the assignment and understand how the media works. But Nicki, she shades the girls. She has to shade the girls. She has to disrespect the girls because that's the only way her records will sell. And to be honest, I don't think half of these artists would be what they are today if it was albums, far as CDs and not streaming, because now it's easy access to the music. Before people had to go to like the inner cities to record stores to get their shit played. People have to go on tour. Now
big facts.
Now you got to stream music, and it's easy access to get music. And sometimes people don't want to hear the music because it's genuine. People want to hear the music because they want to hear the drama in it. I remember.
Yeah, like let's see what this B had to say, and they're not there for anything else.
Right.
Not because we like you, not because we want you to go number one, but this is why I'm on YouTube. So if I heard anything, like I told y'all earlier, I heard it all from the platforms on YouTube. Like, I don't stream the music. Don't get it twisted. Like, absolutely not. I will not support her in any way because I do not agree with the stuff she does.
But it makes a lot of hold on. It makes a lot of sense to me, though, that Nicki Minaj still shades the girl, because the reality is Nicki Minaj doesn't actually have an actual identity because she doesn't have any real substance. And that's why a lot of her career is made up of antics and propaganda and controversy, and it's very performative and theatrical. And to make it worse, it doesn't even come off as sincere. And I believe that that's really why Nicki Minaj, and that's why I really feel like Nicki is she has an inferiority complex toward other girls, because Megan genuinely comes off as a hot girl having a hot girl summer. Like every other girl that she's shading, their actual identity actually looks realistically like them. It looks like it's very believable because they're actually in part being themselves in a sense. This entire thing is an entire show and facade. For Nicki Minaj.
Right. Yep. And nobody wants to call it out.
Hold on. Nicki Minaj is not gangster. We see how she willfully had her ass lodged up against that wall after that bloody heel flew across the aisle. We see how Nicki Minaj is not about none of the life that she's talking. Even Remy even came out and was like, I don't even know why you be talking gangster like this. You know that nobody in the industry sees you this way. You know that you're not, like, nobody sees you as the person you trying to come off with, girl. Like, stop faking the flex. It's not a real flex. So I believe that Nicki actually is very jealous of the girls, and as long as she knows that the girls coming up are actually authentically them, she's going to be very bothered because she knows that she's an actress playing a sexual female rapper. These other girls are actually that.
Yeah, that's what Queen Nicki, she wanted to be an actress first. She always say that. She always said that.
But she's not a good actress, like, and her credibility is already shot. Like, oh well.
She is not gonna give her nothing. Can tell you that much. She is not gonna give her nothing.
Absolutely not.
It's a zero across the board. So
she was already bothered by Megan Thee Stallion. That's why she wanted to collab with her, because look, it's like, if I can't beat you, let me join you. And that's why today when Meg said I'm gonna have my own mind of my own, she didn't like that. That's why she keep trying to shade Meg. But Meg is taking the playbook out of taking a page out of Beyonce playbook, because Beyonce don't respond. So I guess Meg like, hell, I'm not going to respond to none of this. Everybody going to hear what the hell I got to say through my music. And trust me, when I heard Meg album, I heard the shade. So
yeah. And Megan Thee Stallion really did good on this album. I love Trauma Zane.
I love Trauma Zane.
I love it. I'm not finna sit there and lie. It's really good.
Megan Snap on Trauma Zane. I live. I don't give a damn what nobody say. I live for the album. I want to invite Leroy to the platform as well. Leroy, welcome to the platform. I did not receive your Cash App yet. If you sent it, I just checked it. But welcome to the platform, bro. What do you have to say
about everything that's going on? Like,
I mean, yeah, like just on the Nicki topic, everybody is talking about, you know, Nicki and her authenticity or her inauthenticity, and her and this Lil Kim dynamic and all of that.
I was just here to support you, bro. I don't really listen to female rap like that, but I'm just here to support you.
Okay, all right. I ain't mad at it.
That's
so
my
thank you for the support. But I think it is because, you know, I'm sure you're a music lover too, so I am curious to know what your thoughts are about, because I know you got to be seeing some of this in your timeline.
I do, but at the same time, with female rap, I look at it as like male rap.
Mm-hmm.
Male rappers talk about, I got money, cars, clothes, jewelry, whatever. It's all the same thing to me. Male and female.
Do you agree that rap is supposed to, at its basis, be competitive? Because I don't necessarily, I know that that's the way that it largely is, but I don't know if I agree that that's what hip hop is in nature. Like, to me, at heart, hip hop is poetry put to music. And there's been sectors of hip hop artists that have been just that, very poetic. And we have like the J. Coles, and we have like the Run DMCs, and we have like all these notable artists in hip hop who have not played into this narrative that I have to be violent, and I have to be divisive, and I have to be floaty, and I have to be territorial, and I have to be gangster and all of that. Like, that's not all that has been in hip hop, but hip hop has had that sector as well. So do you think that hip hop is supposed to be competitive, and it's supposed to be me outdoing you and me proving myself against you? Or can hip hop also be virtuous and independent of some of that ignorance?
I think hip hop can be for everybody, because in the male sector, you don't have male artists competing against other male artists. You don't have that in the male sector. You don't have like a Meek Mill competing against like a Lil Durk. You don't have Meek Mill versus Lil Durk. Who's better? So I think everybody can exist on the platform. It's just all about like what your message is. To me, honestly, I think male rap is the same as female rap. You have both on separate spectrums that's talking about the same stuff, but you have different artists that's doing it. So I don't hear the conversation about, okay, you have Meek Mill versus Lil Durk. Who's better? Like you have a Cardi B versus a Nicki Minaj. Who's better? You don't have that. So I think everybody can eat, but at the end of the day, it's all about getting money. I don't like the fact that when it's female hip hop, it's all about this comparison, but when it's male hip hop, it's not the comparison.
Mm.
Yeah, it's almost like men are given the choice in terms of which lane they want to be out. Women are automatically inducted.
Right.
So let me ask the ladies on the panel, what are y'all thoughts? Do y'all believe that hip hop is supposed to be inherently competitive?
It depends on what sector of hello?
Yes.
It depends on what sector of hip hop you're talking about, because you got underground hip hop where you got the battle rap, and then you got mainstream. So battle is supposed to be competitive. And mainstream, I don't think it's supposed to be competitive. I think it's supposed to be genuinely about the art and the craft.
Okay. Anybody else?
Well,
Well,
if we look at how hip hop was built, it's the elements is MCing, DJing, breakdance, graffiti, and knowledge. That could
correct.
be interpreted in many different ways. I think that in the 90s, it started becoming competitive. And since then, a lot of people have ran with that. But I think that hip hop had a good 15, 20 years before it became this competitive. Somebody has to have a spot, who's being compared. That didn't really start until the 90s.
Hmm.
And I feel like when it comes to women, women are competitive normally, period, in life. But when it comes to the rap, I feel like Nicki Minaj came up from the old era too. You got to realize that, even though she modernized herself to the new era. So that's where that competitive I feel like come from her. But when it comes to it, I feel like all women can eat. Like if we can
What?
really just combine, I really do. We can all eat.
She came up in the old era, like
She did. She really did. She studied from the guys first.
Wait, but
You know,
okay. So,
Tunchi
no,
taught her all that. You know.
Oh no 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 no.
you said she
Listen,
came up. I
this
need
is
you
not
to
it.
elaborate that.
But
Oh,
when she came out though, she had nobody to compete against.
Because if she came up with older rap, she know that it's
Whether she studied
disrespectful
from the
to sit
old
there
people
and
or
throw
not, no.
shots on.
oh Lord, this is a good
Because that's
example.
crazy. Because
This
she
is a
didn't
good
study from the
example.
old era. Because the old era wasn't disrespecting each other,
Right,
and
exactly.
there was
What the hell
nobody
is
for
she
her to
talking about?
compete against when
oh
she
Lord,
came
y'all.
out. So that's wrong.
No, this is a good example. But at the end of the day, like I'm trying to say, as for the old era, as for the rap style, you know what I'm saying? As for taking her rap style from guys and stuff like that, and she kind of just made it her own thing. That's what I'm trying to say. But
Mhm.
when
No,
it
that's a
comes,
Nicki thing, girl.
Rap
That was
style.
a Nicki
Let
thing.
her finish. Let her finish,
That
y'all.
didn't happen from an old thing because
Whose rap style
old
was
thing.
that?
Old thing, people could be competitive and still stand in the same room together. She can't even stand in the same room as the people she competing against. You don't just say things on records and say, "Oh, it's just hip hop,"
It's
and
not.
stand with
what
nobody.
you talking about?
Let me
Men
get
back
my.
in the day, they couldn't stand. Certain guys couldn't stand. What the classic
Yeah,
being in
but guess
Tupac?
what?
She was
What
in
you
a
talking
house
about?
of mirrors,
But guess what? Back then,
competing against herself.
watch
Roman is
your
her.
mouth. You watched
Wait.
your mouth.
Okay. Wait.
Fat
Okay.
Joe is
Wait. So
Consciously, you can hear
allow
me?
me to add more context. It's not about. I'm gonna say for me personally, it's not about her being competitive. Rap is good being competitive depending upon your taste. Cool. It's just that when she's competitive, she really tries to end
other
people.
people.
And if it's about the art and the craft, then let it be about the art and the craft. When Sheether came out, it was about the bars. Let it be about the bars. Don't try to allegedly try to get people off of award shows, try to get people not to do certain interviews. Not if it's about the art and the craft, keep it on the art
Right.
and the craft. All the other things is non and void. And
She
that's
can't
the reason why a lot of
Low
times
key,
when
when
people
Sheether
say the
come
whole
out,
thing,
side by
wait.
side with Remy Ma. She can't stand side by side with people who got real bars because she
correct.
knows that she's watered down. She even said it in the Joe Budden. Y'all gotta pay attention to that Joe Budden interview when she said she was used as a guinea pig. Yeah, you was. You watered down hip hop. You made hip hop into pop, girl. You more pop than you are hip hop, but then you turn around and tell other girls that could really rap that this is your culture. Stop it. Cut it out.
I agree with that, but to her credit, a little bit, Remy
Say it
did
again for
say
the
that
people
when
in the back.
Remy,
I
no,
agree
Remy
with
said
that.
she took money for that. She said she wasn't scared of Nicki Minaj, and she took money for making Sheether. The big labels
When did
wanted to
she say
destroy
that?
Nicki Minaj.
She say that.
Yes, she did on one of them interviews. I don't know which one,
Yeah,
but
you
literally,
know which one, girl. Stop. She ain't say that because Remy
But
really rap.
she
here's the thing.
did. She said
Wait,
she got
but
offered because every other girl rapper was scared to go against Nicki Minaj because the industry was against Nicki Minaj, the hate train. That was around that time,
Oh
and they wanted
Lord,
to
y'all
destroy
Oh
in
her.
the
Lord.
imaginary
Go.
hate train.
You
That's
know
what I
she
don't
a barb.
understand. Y'all need to understand. We all from New
You
York,
know she
and
a
if you from New
barb. You
York, you
can't tell
already
another
fucking
child.
know.
You a barb
There's
girl.
no such thing as the Nicki Minaj hate train. Nicki Minaj hated her damn self. How about that? To this day, she still hates herself. That's why she ain't got nothing better to do than try to pick on everybody else. Okay?
She
Let's
got on Funk
be
Flex.
fucking clear.
She got
She
on Funk Flex
blackballed
and High
herself.
97 and cried and cried because she didn't like the fact that everybody was showing the general population was showing Cardi B so much love. She cried. She didn't like that because when attention is not on her, that's when she want to play victim. Oh, but the black community, and she called black women roaches. Like, girl, what you be doing?
I'm not gonna lie. I fucked
And
with
what the
Cardi B
hell
in the
your brother
beginning,
done
but
did? And you paid for his wedding, and you was standing beside him. So you was mad that your brother's shit came out, that he was a pedo. And next, stop playing.
I'm done.
That's what she was mad about as well. But you know what? She swept that under the rug, and everybody else wanted to sweep that under the rug. But she came for the girls first. Wasn't nobody coming for her dumb ass. So then the next thing, oh well, she doesn't mind her raps. Bitch, you don't mind on your raps either. You've been stealing raps since day one. Let's be clear. Let's be very clear about that. I don't care who want to believe it or not. First of all, she was killing raps.
FYI, Lil Kim get music writing credits off of Seeing Green. That's because motherfucking Drake was using her goddamn lyrics in the song. So it's like y'all still taking a page out of Lil Kim playbook, down to the fashion, down to the hairstyles, down to everything. Y'all still y'all still don't want to give Lil Kim credit. You got on the beat page and wore a pink wig, talking about you look up to Foxy Brown, but on your come up, you wasn't talking about Il Nana. You wasn't talking about no Il Nana, girl.
Right.
Stop.
Nah, but let's just be real. Biggie made Lil Kim. Simple as that.
Listen, I'm tired of people saying Biggie
That's
made Lil
as simple
Kim,
as that. It's
Lil
it's
Kim.
stuff out there showing that he made her
Okay,
for
and
real.
Biggie made a lot of people. So what? Biggie made a lot of people.
Yeah, but this is the
So
whole
what?
thing,
He
girl.
made faith. He made
This is
fucking
the
P.
whole
Diddy.
thing, girl.
He
You
made a
talking
lot of
about
people.
Biggie
So what?
but how many writers is on Nicki Minaj album? Remember, she was just thanking writers. Who her writers? She always talking about ghost writers, but who's her writers? Because she was getting a little help too.
She was crediting her writers on her album. She credited her writers on her album.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah,
all right,
yeah,
but she
but
got
she wanna
writers.
get up
That's the
on the
point.
same
She got
But low
writers.
key,
You
like
can't
for
say she
real, let's just be real.
Like, cut it out.
My gosh, whatever.
I think a lot of people
not
when
even
they
sound like
enter,
it. Girl, it don't even fit you.
when a lot
Girl,
of
it don't
people
even
that
fit
enter
you.
this rap
Talk your
game,
shit
they need to
yourself.
do their
That's the
history
problem.
first
That's
before
so
they even
delusional.
do anything.
That's
It's,
so
it's that New York
oh
for
my
me.
God. Like,
It's
stop
the
trying
New
to
York
talk
for
like the
me.
girl. Stop trying to
Oh,
talk
yeah.
like the girl. Be yourself. Be
Baby, I am
yourself.
myself. I'm
No,
classy.
you
Thank
not.
you.
You not yourself. You like, oh my God. Like, girl, that's how Nicki and them be talking. Like, stop it.
And I'm myself. I'm classy, honey. You will never know.
God damn.
I'm classy. You will never know.
Okay, girl. The girls are fighting. The girls are fighting. Let's stop fighting, girls. Let's stop
Oh my
fighting.
God. For me, like, girl, I thought I was on White Chicks or something. Oh my God. Like,
So we have another addition to the panel, you guys.
I'm gonna write a letter.
Right.
I want to welcome straight from the comments to the panel as well. Thank you for being here, love. What are your thoughts on the
Welcome. I haven't been up here in years, but thank you.
Of course. Welcome back.
I just feel like a lot of the newer generation coming into the game, I feel like they don't do enough research with just learning how to respect people before they like. I feel it's just so many layers to unpack here, like when it comes to this culture and the rap vibes and all that. First of all, a lot of these people don't even know how rap even started or how the hip hop culture even started.
It started in the park
because
after dark. Stop playing.
Right, like, and so no, I'm serious. And so
started in my city. I know
they don't. Right, they don't even understand the concept. I think if Nicki gave Lil Kim her flowers, it would have been smooth sailing. Like one of y'all said,
right?
Once Jay-Z and Nas, once Jay-Z, they right, and it right
Jay-Z
because
pulled Nas behind the scenes and he apologized to him, and then he asked Nas to come on his stage at Madison Square Garden in front of thousands of people, hundreds of people, and he gave him his apology and his homage, and he had Nas perform.
Right,
and
the homage. That's the word I was trying to say.
But that did happen when they got older.
They did the interview with Sway, together, and Jay-Z admitted what he needed to admit it and everything like that. And that's why I'm saying this is
Right,
going to continue
right,
to be
exactly.
a
Because
stain
if you
on
do
what we're doing.
if you do your research, Jay-Z wasn't even rapping the way how he was rapping.
Right. He was
Until he
rapping
heard Nas. He was part of the Fushnickens. He was part of the Fushnickens. Like, come on, you gotta really do your history.
Yep. And he was rapping. His flow was faster. Like you hear his flow a lot more faster. He was. I think he was rapping around the same time. Tupac was with them. Shit, wasn't he in the video with Tupac at them old school video? I forgot what video it was. God damn.
He definitely had a whole different way.
Yeah,
a whole different flow. And then once Nas came, he bit off Nas' style.
Yes,
but
he did.
Eventually, he had to give him credit because you're not going to play in our faces. Like, come on, just like Nicki Minaj, you're not going to play in our face like you didn't take from Lil Kim a little bit.
But
everybody,
Jay-Z didn't just Jay-Z didn't just take Nas style. He also took Kanye's style because when Kanye came out, Kanye was just in suits and stuff. Kanye came out just in the suits. Now,
that's a whole nother story. Yup.
Kanye West helped produce stuff for him too.
Yeah, that's why that came out. He came out with the song "Change Clothes," and he was supposed to be Tyrant. That's when he started coming out with the suits because Jay-Z wasn't even wearing suits. He was wearing long jerseys and stuff.
You were so right.
That's what cutting it because I really did want to let person talk about. Other thing, don't forget, Nicki Minaj wanted to throw Nas in there and do that fake relationship bullshit to get the shit back up because she thought that would boost the shit back up.
No. Nas it was an agreement because Nas needed a little help in the push too, honey.
Right.
It was an agreement.
That's true.
And I like Nas. Nas is an icon.
Don't get twisted.
He's an icon.
Use Nas.
Yeah, but honestly,
I love Nas, but she used Nas. Yes, she did.
Nas really don't. He had a whole nother business.
That shit was so fake.
So I don't think Nas really needs. I think Nas wanted to
yes,
smash.
he did. He needed that extra boost, baby. Nobody wasn't talking about him around that time.
He did not want no publicity because he's making millions outside of that.
He did her a favor. We all know Nas don't need her. We all know he got his money. We all know he's chilling. We all know that.
But it's always it's good to have your name out there. It's always good to have your name out there. So that was a help, a little push, a little boost.
It's always, yeah. Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot. It's a whole lot.
Well, speaking of a whole lot, I want to welcome Unique to the platform as well. Unique, can you hear me?
Who the hell shaking me?
I'm gonna drop down.
I'm okay, boo. Thank you for being here, love. Unique, you can hear. And hold on, and somebody's
right. Thank you, Conscious.
Are you welcome, boo? Somebody is fouling their nails. I'm gonna need you to mute because that sound is.
Can y'all drop me? I don't know how to drop myself. How the hell you drop me?
Who's speaking?
No, I got it. Okay. No, I was saying, can you drop me, Conscious?
Huh?
Can you drop me, Conscious?
Who's speaking?
I think she dropped.
Okay. Unique, can you hear me?
Give me a question, Conscious.
Yes, this is Unique.
Okay, hi, Unique. Welcome to the platform. Your thoughts?
Well, my thoughts is, for the record, I am a barb. I'm not ashamed of it.
Oh, my God.
Sure is. Yes.
Come help
not
me.
Ashamed of it.
Yes, I've been trying to diversify this channel
yes.
for long. Okay.
Help me.
Not ashamed of it at all. So, and I've been following Nicki's career for a very long time. I do like Kim. I do like all the other ladies. But what I will say is what Nicki Minaj has done for hip hop in general is just amazing. It's remarkable because she's made it possible for female rap to be seen in a global perspective. Whereas and I cannot take that away from that woman. Like, as much as I love Kim and what Kim did for hip hop in America, Nicki Minaj took that.
Whoa.
Hold up, can I finish my statement? I just want to finish my statement,
Let her
baby.
finish,
Let him
please.
complete
Let
his
her
thought.
finish.
That's all. I just want to finish
Please
my
let her
statement.
finish.
I understand
We
that,
want to get
there's a
everybody
lot
on
of
the
people who
panel.
don't see it for her. And I get this, that is a lot of people who feel as though she copied her whole image and she's made believe and she doesn't know who she is and she's still trying to come into herself. But what we cannot deny is the fact that this woman is an international superstar who sells out
Yes.
around the world and goes #1 around the world. So whether we feel as though her image is disingenuine or not, what we can't take away is the fact that she's already cemented in history and she will go down as being a legend as far
Mm.
as as far as the industry goes. Personal beliefs, yeah, you can have entitled to that. You're entitled to your personal opinion. But as far as the industry goes,
Oh Lord.
she is going to be cemented as one of the greats. And
Because
there's
Yes.
nothing that we can say or do about that. It's
Yes,
unfortunate.
Question. Hold on, you guys. So I have a question for you, a unique, and I agree. Like wherever the objectives are, we have no problem giving Nicki her roses. Okay, a big up on her #1, a big up on the fact that she crossed over successfully. She's been able to do pop. She's been able to experience a lot of versatility and accomplish a lot of things that do represent collective potential for like this female rap in general. So we are very clear on that. But we
Yes.
also get gaslit when we hear the verbiage people can feel like she copied, because those are also the objectives as well about Nicki. It's not a feeling. She did copy and paste a whole another woman's identity, and there's some discrepancy in terms of her ability to really speak to that and truly take ownership to that, and then this blemish between her and someone who was actually dubbed the Queen of Rap before Nicki Minaj got to inherit that tiara. And I think that does make a big difference in terms of Nicki's public image. I don't feel like, while she has been a very accomplished musician, her relationship to the public has been skewed also because of some objective things like this big hole between her and Lil Kim's relationship. And because Lil Kim is not a Remy Ma, but she's actually she's actually one of the individuals who is
Entertainer.
not even that, because she's considered like the godmother of all of the other ladies, like Megan, like
No, no,
Can you
no,
give me
no.
hold on, let me get it out.
Yes,
There
yes, go
has to
ahead.
be, because this is exactly why Nas and Jay-Z's relationship came up, because
Come
these
on, come on.
these things impact public relations and impact people's career, and she has a real big issue with a godmother of female hip hop. Then you have the issue of her relationship and marriage to Kenneth Petty, which did not do anything for the Queen's hate train. The hate train was built largely upon the way that Nicki Minaj was moving and the type of decision she was making outside of just musicianship. But the way people felt about her lack of warmth as it relates to other women coming up in the era. This has been like a lot of shit. It was the shit with her brother, and it's just been, and because she's a public figure, nobody is able to compartmentalize it and just deal with one aspect, because we don't just deal with one aspect of celebrities. We deal with celebrities in their entirety. That's why they get picked apart, they get ripped apart. Anything they say in interviews, how they marry, what they do in their personal lives, it all impacts. And this is why artists will hire public relations. This is why they will hire management. This is why they hire PR, because their image has a major impact on how it all ends up coming together. So I understand everything that the Barbs be saying about the business part of Nicki, but what about the rest of this? And what about the fact that
I'm here.
he is
Conscious.
still
I would like to answer that,
I'm here.
but I'll
Conscious
wait for you
TV.
to finish because I do want to answer that and give my opinion
okay?
Conscious
to
TV. I'm here.
that, and when it's okay.
Yes.
Okay, in my opinion, As far as Nicki's personal life and her personal decisions, the only reason why it is affecting her today is because of the world that we live in, socialism today. But Nicki did not start in a world of socialism. So technically she already cemented a fan base and she secured an empire well before this so-called hate train. That's why even in her hate train era, she was still able to get secure, high fashion brand deals with Fendi and still able to go platinum and still able to chart at number 2. Whether it was number 1 or not on Billboard, she still charted with number 2, and she's still the only female artist who has the highest sales when it comes to solid sales. So she's never really lost. I think it's more of a personal opinion, and I think that we live in a time where people
So
feel
my
like
question to you, before you any further unique. So then, why has Nicki Minaj been crying and welling for the past few years?
I was going to explain that because Nicki Minaj is the reason why a lot of these things are counted to Billboard, and Billboard is a cemented system that's really surrounded white people. And I think a lot of times as Black people, we want to be in the conversation when it comes to Billboard because these are things we feel like we're entitled to. For years and years, a lot of artists was not able to see those number ones because their songs wasn't even able to, be able to be heard on pop radio. So the fact that we are finally here where R&B and rap and our genres can be heard on pop radio to at least chart on Billboard on a pop chart, because the Hot 100, be no mistake, it is a pop chart regardless of what your genre is. So if you're able to make it on the Hot 100, you have cemented yourself in a white arena, in a white space. And at that moment, what you do is you become marketable because now you have the number 1 songs, the number 100 songs in the country. So what Nicki was basically doing is the same thing that a lot of the male rappers were doing when they wanted to have that number 1 song that they worked so hard for, that they proven with the sales that they deserve, but they wanted to move the goalposts because when you really think about it, it has nothing to do with us. It has something to do with the fact that this little Black girl decided to go against a white corporation. So when people say the hate train, they're not really talking about, I just want to finish this one particular statement because I need people to know that the hate train is not really so much about people's opinions, because people are always going to have opinions. They have opinions about Michael Jackson. It still didn't change who he is and what he became and what he still is today. With the hate train was more so about is the fact that, and Azealia Banks broke this down already, but people ignore her a lot. But the hate train was more so about these white corporations wanting a piece of this Black woman's pie. She created a space and a lane that allowed her to cross demographics, not just in R&B, but pop, rock, gospel, as well as alternative music. She is the only female artist who have a number 1 in every genre, not just rap, but also in gospel, in Spanish, in pop, in Christian. She's literally has number 1s in every genre. So she set herself apart by making herself a business and making herself a brand that was completely hard to duplicate. So in ways, yes, she took what Lil Kim walked so Nicki could run. But Nicki ran, and she ran so far that people couldn't catch up with her. So the only way to catch up with her was to now find a way to break her apart.
But here's the
and
thing.
that's when all of these things started coming about. Oh, she's this and she's that, and now her character comes into play. Most of these celebrities, let's be frank, they're not nice people. They're not. They're wealthy, but they're not. You think Beyonce is the nicest person behind the scene? You think Oprah is nice? You think she made it to be a billionaire, being this nice, loving, giving person? None of them are nice. They made it by being hard, and they're women in a male-dominated industry, so they have to be hard.
But I think the
Wait.
What we was
allow reckless.
Girl, y'all drive me insane because I remember early in this commentary, Barb's, I don't know if he was already in here or not. Barb's already put a precedence and set a foundation of hate the player, not the game. So my thing is this: everything that Nicki can sit up here and try to complain about, she has no right to try to complain about it, because you could talk about the system going against Nicki. You could talk about the white people going against Nicki, but let's not forget, yes, this may be a machine, but let's not forget you was the pilot as well at one point in time when it came down to Lil Kim.
Exactly.
You was also the engineer when it came down to going against Lil Kim and being part of machines. And
but that's not true. That is not true, and y'all know it's not true.
Yes,
y'all know it's that's not true. What artist comes in? What I just want to know what artists come into the game being able to make power moves. I don't get why y'all give her so much credit at the beginning of her career when she was sitting in the back of the tour bus with Wayne, not even signed but performing on tour with him. Drake and already said that they didn't have no power. He didn't even know what to do with Nicki because he did not know what to do with a female act. At that time, female acts were not selling. So we're not going to pretend like she had all this power just because they want that Young Money. Well, Young Money is completely different from Cash Money, and Cash Money wanted to work with Kim, but when they realized they didn't need her anymore, that's Cash Money's issue with Kim, and Kim knows that. That was not Nicki. She had no power in the beginning of her career. She didn't. That's Cash Money's issue with Kim. Cash Money had to deal with Kim.
Sat on a platform, a plethora of platforms, lying about the actions and also the interactions that literally happened on camera. You sit up here talking about, I never dissed Kim, but as we go back,
that's
you're
not
dissing her deeper your music. You talk about,
okay, so okay. At the end of the day, at the end of the day, what she was doing was what she was supposed to do as a female rapper on the come up. You're supposed to come for the top player. No one said anything when Roxanne Shante was coming for MC Light and Queen Latifah. No one said anything with Charlie Baltimore when Lil Kim was coming for Charlie Baltimore and Eve calling her a stripper.
Okay, you didn't know that shit. Okay.
Come on, if we're going to talk about it, let's talk about it.
No. It's a difference because, like she says, keep it in the booth. Don't try to just.
That's what she did. She gave her flowers, but at the same time, she thinks she's next up.
No, because you're trying to be narcissistic and also play dumb to the bullshit that you do. And then now you have the delusional barbs acting like Nicki always showed Kim.
Well, now we're delusional. Okay,
exactly.
That's the problem that I don't like, because I'm not delusional. I know that Nicki did what Nicki was a player. She was a rapper. She always wanted to rap. So I'm not going to take away from the fact that this girl still sat with her pen and her pad and did her work to perfect her craft. Yes, she may have used the fundamentals that came before her, like every other artist before them. Like there would not be no Beyonce if there was no Diana Ross. There would not be there would not be these every fundamentals that come before them.
Has she ever sat on a platform knowing damn well when they asked her?
Well, Beyonce technically has ran through a bunch of female singers. She used all her group. She used her group.
Lauryn Hill and Foxy Brown. What?
Well, that's how she feels. How you going to tell her what she feels in her heart?
And then a month prior, you're in a Joe Budden interview talking about you going to do the right thing and do this and that, but you were only saying it at the expense of Cardi B.
Right. Exactly.
First off, it's so bigger than Cardi B, and it's so bigger than, and it's a shame that y'all really think Cardi B doesn't even care at this point. That girl already made it clear that she came in this game to get money. You can like Cardi B and like her personality, but you have to understand that her idea of what this music industry means to her is completely different from Nicki. We're not going to put them in the same retrospect. Nicki does.
Okay, in the beginning, when Nicki Minaj came out in the very beginning, and she was on the interview and she was showing love to Lil Kim and Foxy Brown and all of them. I seen that interview, but then she turned around and then she said, "Tell a bitch with the crown to run it like Chris Brown." Then she turned around and said, "I'm coming for the crown, Lil Kim." That's the word. Then
I don't get how y'all from New York. I heard 3 people in here say they're from New York. Okay, I'm from New York as well.
Okay,
I don't get how you have 3 women in here saying, "Yes, I'm from New York as well." And you know what bothers me is because y'all know that's what female rap gave. That's the same thing that Remy Ma did. That's the same thing that Remy Ma did when she came in the game.
You got to speak. we got it. We get it. We trying to explain something. First of all, what she's doing is she's showing love in interviews, but then she's throwing shots on wax. Anybody who knows hip hop knows you don't throw shots on wax.
Why don't you?
Yeah, why don't you? It's because if you don't want no smoke, if you don't, she can't. She got motherfucking Sheethed, and she got Black Friday.
Did you hear academics? Did you hear what academics just said? Did you hear what academics just said? No, because I just want to use an example. At first, everybody was saying that Nicki was being a bully, right? Academics said that Nicki was being a bully, right? So now academics changed his whole tune because now he expects for Megan to respond to Nicki with this new song with the remix of Freaky Girl. You want to know why? Because he feels like let's get back to the basics. Let's get back to battle rap. You respond. Are you getting?
People have to put a address on it. You're not going to sit there and throw shots indirectly. No, hip hop is when you say something about somebody.
Nobody never said nobody's name. What are you talking about?
Yeah, we can't say there's a lot.
But they did not always say people's names. They didn't always do that.
Listen,
you speak metaphorically because you're never. It's the whole point of rap is supposed to be a code. There's a code inside that only Black people are supposed to get, or people who are hip hop heads are supposed to get. It's not supposed to be so blatantly obvious of what you're talking about and who you're talking about. Do your due diligence to learn and decode the metaphors, decode the entendres. Learn. People want. We got so used to these new rappers who be mumbling, rapping, and not really having nothing to say that when people actually use their talent and metaphors and double entendres and actually use lyrics to this point now, people have gotten to the point where they just so lazy. They don't want to do their job to decode the song.
So are you missing the point? The point that we're saying is that bitch be direct. That's what we said.
No one was never direct.
However, when you asked about it and then you want to embody this thug missus, you pussy popping around a goddamn name.
It's okay. Here we go again. Like Nicki said, like she said on an interview, she said there's plenty rappers who have rapped about guns they don't bust. And we know, and we have made them millionaires, knowing that these are not no hardcore thugs.
She never bust no guns.
That's what I'm telling you. That's what she's saying. She's saying it is rap.
Wait. It's very interesting.
That's what she's saying. It is rap. She's never said. We know Nicki is not no thug. It's nothing about her. This is not. She's not a thug. Whoever gave you a delusion that she was a thug.
People was really living that life. That's what hip hop is.
No, it's not. No.
It's about a story and a real.
No.
Based on no make believe bullshit.
So was Rick Ross really living that life?
That's why y'all so delusional because y'all think.
Well, was Rick Ross really living that life?
Hip hop was never no fairy tale shit. Hip hop was never no fairy tale shit. Hip hop is not based off of that. Hip hop is based off of real life events. People died over hip hop. What are you talking about?
I'm not going to scream. Hold on. I want everybody to be able to respond back to what everybody is saying. So to whoever going to hell off, I want you to have the opportunity to respond, and then I want Reckless to be able to respond to Unique as well, and then I want Unique to be able to respond back to
Thank you.
Yes, have some class.
So to whoever was just going off, continue in your rebuttal.
Yeah, because he's sitting there, he's talking about that. People in hip hop don't say names directly. They say them indirectly. That is not true. Every time there was a diss or something and there was a direct jab, definitely people said names because people in hip hop always said, if you go on Math Hoffa's YouTube, you even hear it. Rappers will always say, if I'm going to diss you, I'm going to dish you. I'm going to put a name on it. If I'm sitting there and I'm rapping about something and you feel that's about you, that's personal. But once you come for me, I'm going to come for you. Her whole career came at rappers and all that, but it's always been indirect and it's always been speculation. No, this is BS. And then all of this stuff about, hip hop is about telling a story. No, hip hop, people been living the life that they rap about. People really live the life they rapping about. This industry that she's in today, they don't live the life they rap about. They've been doing raps where people was really getting shot over what they said off of radio stations and records. People were really getting killed for that. So you need to do your homework. because people were really dying. People was really getting their chain snatched for saying reckless stuff. Now you got hip hop cops where you can't really even, you know what I'm saying, do all of that because it's like federal investigations and it's RICOs and all this stuff. But back in the day, definitely you watched your mouth on wax when you knew who you were talking about. You knew who was about that life.
Okay. Actually, I want Unique to respond, and I'll go to hear respond.
Yes, I really want to, and look, this is my thing. I understand the fundamentals of what rap was originally based off of. Technically, a lot of these people wouldn't even be able to even stand in the arena. All these new artists, Nicki included. But what Nicki did, when rap went to this new level and it became mainstream, and when white people just saw there was a profit off of it, because we are forgetting a whole era where they tried to disbar rap altogether in the early 90s, in the 80s, where they actually had tried to take it to the Supreme Court to have it completely removed from our radio, period. So yes, there was a period of time when rap was that hardcore and people did live by what they were rapping about. But as time went on, they found money and value in it, the corporations, like I said, and they made it so whereas though, okay, if you have a pen and a pad and you have a creative mind, you were able to create the world that you felt as though would be marketable and sellable, i.e. Rick Ross's, i.e. a lot of artists who have never lived by this street life that they actually rap about, and they've made fortunes off of it, and people still patronize them and will consider them some of the greatest MCs ever. But for Kanye West, never. This is a person who went to college and had a mother who was a professor. What we have to realize is that it was his creative genius and his wordplay and how he put words together is what we fell in love with. Yes, maybe none of the stuff he was living by, he didn't live by, but at the same time, we still couldn't take away from his talent and his craft. And Nicki is that, she's in that lane. She may have never lived. She did actually way back. She's from Queens. Yes, Nicki has run with the hood niggas. Yes, she has. And people have came out and said she has been in that life. She just wasn't deep in that life because she was not that girl. She wasn't that girl. But Fendi and all of them who have known her, Bow-Legged Lou and all of them have confirmed that she was not no softy, type girl. But she definitely ain't this hood gangster girl. No, she not. But that's a persona that she is. That is a persona that she has saw that is profitable. So she's found a lane to create that persona, just like she found a lane to create the Barbie persona. Is Nicki a Barbie? No. A Barbie is a Mattel that came out in 1959, which is a 62-year-old. Is a 62-year-old project.
Hold on, Unique. Hold on. No, Nicki. I guess the problem is some of us some of us believe differently because they enter into the realm of belief. You actually believe that Nicki is aware that she's carrying a persona, but in my observation and experience, Nicki actually believe in what she's selling, and then it's not just a matter of the subbing. You forget Nicki talks outside of her music. She speaks on Queen Radio. She speaks on Instagram. I remember she would get on Queen Radio and talk so much shit and tell the bitches like I remember after Cardi B embarrassed her at the Bizarre Harper, whatever the fuck it's called, whole situation.
Harper Bizarre.
She got on Queen Radio, girl, and she was just like, you get touched for doing you can't do that. That's she was
but that's the truth, right?
You can't. You cannot.
That's the truth.
Hold on. You can't, but Cardi B lived to see many more days. Because
but she left with her not.
Nicki Minaj was all yabba dabba.
Made by her.
That's not the point. She's a super. This is an industry event. Nicki was not the only one with security there. Everyone there who was a high profile celebrity had security. Why would Cardi think that that's the type of event where you could just walk up to somebody?
Because one of those girls is actually about that life.
Cardi even had security. Cardi had security too. But that makes you real because you're trying to fight at an industry event where you're not going to be able to actually touch the person. That makes you real.
But do you really think Nicki would actually fight?
Hold on.
Going to Queens and doing a video make you real?
The only difference is that one of those girls is about that life and the other just simply.
But how is she about the life? Because she's choosing to act like what she still at that time was. Cardi would never do that today. Cardi has learned that she is a international superstar, and what she has done before has got her in a lot of situations she's in now, where she may potentially face jail time. The Cardi that you know now is not the Cardi that you know when she was at Harper's Bazaar.
Cardi B is still struggling to
but she's not at that degree. You can at least admit that.
Yeah, she changed.
No,
she's very much involved. We're not going to do that and make it seem like that girl don't know her power now.
Hold on. It ain't really about her power, really. I mean, she's honest. She should be choosing the bag at this point rather than jail time. That's what she should be doing as a grown woman. But I'm making a point that Nicki Minaj has paraded around both outside of her music and in her music as something that she's not. And then when she encountered girls who were actually really about that motherfucking life, she acted stupid.
But she didn't act stupid. She told her right on the radio. She said, "Girl, you cannot walk up to people thinking that you."
She did.
No, she didn't. Because look what happened. Y'all missing the point. Y'all give her credit.
She did just that.
Y'all give her credit for coming up at her, but y'all forgot she never got touched. That's the point. Nicki never got talked. Nicki left looking like a queen.
If she didn't get fucking touched, she wouldn't have had all that bravado and all that yabba dabba doing.
The yabba dabba do was to basically let you know that, girl, you're not on my level. The way you're moving.
She showed her
the way you're moving.
She went on to have 3-4 other fucking number ones and show her that she was.
Well, number ones don't mean anything if you can't sell out. That's cute and all, but we know that numbers can be fudged. What we're not going to do is pretend that numbers can be fudged. What we're talking about is those receipts, though. That's the problem. I love how people always bring up the numbers.
Are you talking
about the numbers, but with the fact that y'all talk about all these number ones and all these platinum albums, I've never known an artist to have one of the biggest art albums of all time as for female rappers and haven't done a tour yet. Why are you afraid to go on tour? What are you afraid of? If you already have you got the proof in the numbers that you're going to sell out the seats, right?
Hold on. I want to speak to that. I want to speak to that, and then Reckless, because you already explained Cardi B's whole attitude in your earlier talking points when you said that Cardi B never even really signed up to be an artist. She signed up to get a bag. So we should expect Cardi B to be inconsistent in her artistry. We should be seeing, because she's living up to just that. I only want
you misunderstand what I mean by that, Conscious.
Hold on.
Okay, go ahead. I got you, Conscious. Go ahead, do your thing.
Because she only get into the bag, right? Because she's really, in fact, she doesn't have it. It's not in her heart to be an actual artist and to be an actual entertainer. She is a hustler and she's getting to the coin. So yeah, it makes a lot of sense to me why we have seen her, because it don't take you a lot of artists haven't toured who hit top 10, who hit Billboard, who hit number 1 in history. Every artist who's been successful in terms of streams and radio plays and music videos were not artists who were touring the globe and touring the United States. But I'm
Lotto
just
toured.
But that's Lotto's business. But that's Lotto's business. We're talking about Cardi B psychology. Right?
Megan Thee Stallion has done several shows and been on a tour.
And
Doja Cat has been on a tour.
Hold on. And sure, but I'm talking about Cardi, because Cardi
has never toured.
Cardi B ain't Megan, and Cardi B ain't any of that. But
she's bigger than all the three of them put together. If that y'all say it.
And guess what? And don't have to tour to.
But she do, because guess what? That money don't go to her.
So now she has.
Artists make their money on tours. They don't make their money off her streams.
That's correct.
But she didn't.
Artists make their money on tour. They don't make their money off of streams. So when you're counting her streams, remember that money goes to the distributors, the distributors.
Cardi B is collecting royalty checks from her own music and from
no, she does not, because she has. You made. Oh my God! Did you just really say that when she has admitted that she didn't even write the songs?
I don't want to have to pussy pop over here. It's not necessary.
Because that's what it's giving, though.
It's not given, though. It's given that I'm going to complete a thought, because that's what I can do here. What I'm
Okay,
saying
go
is
ahead,
that
kid. Go
Cardi
ahead. You're right.
B,
It's your platform.
what I'm saying is that Cardi B is collecting her coin off of her royalties and off of the royalties of all the other #1 songs that she's been featured on. On top of that, Cardi B, like any other intelligent businesswoman, y'all cannot convince me that this woman also doesn't have her money tied up into God knows what else in terms of residual income. So I'm pretty sure she's clear and fine on money, which is why she isn't forcing herself to have to go on tour. Because to your point, she doesn't even have it in her heart to be a musician any fucking way, because Cardi B is really at heart a actual fucking hustler. So she can choose to do music, collect her royalties, get her accolades, and also sit her ass down and go suck the dick of her husband or whatever the fuck it is, and it is what it is. And I'm just
So
saying,
could I ask you? Can I just say one thing to that? Because I just wanted to make a point, because you did say Cardi has so much control, over her decision and how she moves and how she makes her money outside of music. But you do understand that she signed a contract with one of the biggest record companies in the world. You know that, right?
I believe she
She
bought
didn't just, this
her.
is not Cardi's move. Cardi don't control what she wants to and to not do, because she could be sued for everything she is worth if she doesn't do what
she
she
wouldn't have
signed and
all of the.
agreed
She
to.
wouldn't have
But
all of
she
the.
got
Hold on,
businesses outside of music.
hold on. She wouldn't have all of the legal issues she has if she wasn't a bitch who was making her own choices.
Did y'all hear Cardi say that she, 2 years after her album had came out, that she still had not received money from her album?
Okay, and you talking about an album? We know
That's the album that you said she got the
we know that
#1s on, right?
we know that
That she's making the residual
we know
income
that
from,
she's
right?
filthy rich, right? Because we can see her net worth. We can pull up her
But
net
you said the
worth.
residual
We know
incomes
that
came
she's
from the
making money,
#1s. I'm
right?
not talking about her personal income.
No, Unique, because you certainly aren't here claiming that Cardi B is broke, are you? You
I didn't
certainly
say
are
Cardi B
not
was broke.
here
We're talking
because
about
Cardi B
music, and I
is
want to keep it on the music. They all have invested interests in other things.
Hold on, darling, because Cardi B is also on multiple interviews and platforms also saying how she is at a point where she's reached generational wealth and has something to give to her daughter and her daughter's daughter and her daughter's daughter. So we know
Well, what
that
does
the
that have to do with the
bitch is
music
making money
industry
over
and the
money.
contract that she signed?
You talk about, I'm making the point that the girl is coined up, and to your point, she shouldn't be touring because that's consistent with her not having a drive to be an actual
But
artist.
she don't control that narrative. What I'm saying
I
is
don't
that
care
when,
whether she controls it or not. I'm just saying that it just makes sense that because you was making the point
well,
that
to who, you or to the
#1
record
on the
label?
album, she's #1 on the charts and blah 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 blah, but she ain't out here touring. Well,
That's
somebody who
and
can
my
really run
reason
this
for saying that is because most companies, when they see that an artist can sell records, they immediately hire. What happens is that a touring company is actually something that they are contracted. So basically, when you get a tour, the company that invests into you, like say Rock Nation, is when they invest and when they invest in an artist, they have to first see that they can sell out those seats before that they pay to invest into that. See, an artist don't just decide that they want a tour. They have to prove that they can sell a tour.
I have a question.
And then once they prove that they can sell a tour, then they get the contract and the Rock Nation, and they sit down and they do the agreements, and you get this and I get that. But it's based on the fact that I don't want to invest in you if I don't feel like I'm going to get a return on my investment.
Well, are you
What
sure?
I said is that when numbers could be fudged, when I was saying numbers could be fudged, what I was saying is that yes, Cardi has found a ton of success outside of music. She has. She's very rich. I would never take that. I'm not taking what she has done outside of music away from her. But we're specifically talking about those #1s and what it would mean relatively in the music industry. Most people who have achieved those type of numbers have been on world tours. Every last one of them, from Mariah to Whitney to all the greats.
Okay, I have a
all
question.
of them have.
So for that last.
So I'm telling you is that there must be a issue where these touring companies don't see that she can sell a tour, so they don't want to invest in her yet. And Cardi even said, she said it on an interview. She literally said that I have to come out with one more album before I can even be able to do a tour, because touring companies want to see if they're going to get a return in their investments. So technically it's not Cardi's call. It's the fact that the touring company themselves have not felt as though they're going to get a return on her investment, which to me makes me believe that the numbers have been fudged.
I have a question.
Because why why would you have
talking
all
about-
these
I have a question.
acclaims and you
Wait,
can't
I have
get
a
a
question, I
one
have a
touring company to invest in you to do at least a United States tour, maybe
I have a
not world tour,
question.
but you can still
Are you-
tour the United States.
Are you still talking about? I think it's very interesting that you guys talk about tours, but wasn't on Nicki Minaj's last tour that was missing seats and shit?
No, that
And
was here in the United States. She sold practically her entire tour over Europe. She
okay. So
she didn't. She
wait,
so she in the United States she cut the United States leg of her tour. I mean, go ahead, say it, because she did do 3 tours. She did do 3.
So
I know. Go ahead. We can have that debate, baby, because I know my facts.
Let me finish it. Okay. So
I got it. Come on, let's go.
Internationally, but you can come back to your own United States, but you can't sell out. And I think it's very interesting.
That wasn't the tea.
Wait. It's kind of like, you know, it's kind of like you cleaning up everybody else's house, but when you go back home, your house still dirty. I think
that's not the tea. That's a cute little analogy, but we're going to deal in facts. We need to deal in facts. We don't want to deal in what we heard in the media. We have to deal in business.
I will get up in this mic if you don't let me finish. Okay.
Okay, go ahead. I love
first,
analogies, but I just like receipts. That's all I'm saying.
I understand. I think so. We are going to deal with the facts. The facts is that overseas, a lot of people don't know the true Nicki Minaj that we know. That is
what is that?
And that's
they love the music. They don't care about her personal life and her personal issues. They don't. Most artists back then, we didn't care. We didn't care what was going on in their personal life. We just knew the music moved us, and that's what it compelled us.
You guys tried to make it a big giant issue about Cardi B allegedly drugging and doing all the other stuff. So
who said that?
We don't care. So do we care or we don't care?
Who said that though? That was just basically, that's the time that we live in now, where they make it an issue. We keep on trying to tell you we like Nicki Minaj's music. That's why they still buy it. That's what people keep saying. Y'all keep saying, why does Nicki Minaj still sell? Because we like her music. It has nothing to do with her personal choices and who she chooses. I've separated the artist from the talent. I've separated their personal life from their talent. I don't care what you do in the personal, personal life. I just don't.
So you can separate the artist from the talent. Okay, got you. So you can support a complete homophobe, aka Miss Nicki Tanya Mirage.
She's not a homophobe.
She's not a homophobe?
That's an opinion.
That's not the opinion?
That is an opinion.
About her not being a homophobe.
She literally has a whole identity of being a gay rapper. Like, are you kidding me?
Roman's Revenge just say gay slur. Yes or no?
Well, who is Roman? Who is Roman?
It's called pandering. Are you kidding me, sir? It's called pandering. It's
okay, well, you believe she's pandering. I believe she's not a homophobe. I'm a homosexual, just like y'all are homosexuals. And if I can say I feel as though she's not a homosexual, you're entitled to feel as though she is. But technically, she has a huge gay fan base, way more than she has of any other male counterparts.
Support of their own oppression. I mean, like,
well, if you that can go overall for male rap, period. Because how about most of these male rappers we support and we know they don't like gay people.
Ooh.
Most of them from Jay to all of them.
To my point, exactly. That's to
so. If we're going to call her out for being a homophobe, you might as well call the whole rap industry out for being homophobic because it was really based on male domination.
Called out, and that's why the baby got his ass called out. We do. That's the point.
And that's why we tell T.I. ass the fuck up.
So that's why I'm saying if you can't use one, and it seems like you want to move the goalposts when it comes to Nicki, and I don't like it.
We come for all of their heads, and we came for Nicki's accordingly.
Exactly.
Okay, in your personal opinion, you feel as though she's a homophobe.
It's not
evidently, her fan base, her core gay fan base, does not feel that way because they still support her.
Of course, she's not gonna disrespect y'all if y'all the one giving her goddamn money. But we also know when that post shooting happened, what did she tweet? What did she put out? That she's
everyone is entitled to have their opinion. Just because someone has an opinion does not mean that they're a homophobe. Y'all are ridiculous. Like, I mean, how many? If we're going to hold every female to, I know how many females in my personal life who have said homophobic things, but I know that they are not homophobic. People just have a different outlook on certain things.
This be the level of fuck shit. This is why I can't do it.
Well, no, I'm just keeping it funky. How many females in your life have called other gay boys said gay slurs, but you still rock with them?
Here we go.
You still rock with them, don't you?
You're sitting up here talking about it's an opinion, but we're sitting up here trying to have quote unquote an opinion about somebody's humanity, and instead of actually being the which most of your
can't even be honest about it. You can't even be honest about it.
I'm being honest. I'm just saying that it's different. I don't see it the way you see it. I'm just saying I don't see it the way you see it, and evidently her core fan base doesn't feel that way either because they still support her. That's all I'm saying. Y'all see things differently because y'all don't like her. So I get it.
Call it for what it is, and that's the fucking difference.
And a verbal assault is not an opinion.
We can actually see Nicki Minaj, and we can also call her out on her bullshit. But just like you did, you will reason with it and say, "Oh, but that's her opinion," instead of calling it what the fuck it is.
In the same way how she was on Queen Radio when she had effeminate gay men come up there, her supporters, the people that actually pay for her stuff, and she was making fun of them, laughing. Oh, this is a man here. While she over there with a homophobic boyfriend. So now what? But that's an opinion, though. Okay, guys.
He gone, girl. He gone, girl.
Well, Lil Kim used slurs on her song. A lot of people definitely put slurs in hip hop, and it's disgusting, and they all need to be held accountable for it. And they are. A lot of people today, people are going back and holding folks.
And the slurs are one thing, but Nicki's sentiments have actually been directed at the community. Not even in terms of just a slur used on a pussy ass straight nigga, and she calling him the F word. Just like Reckless said, her comments about posts, her then pretending to be a bisexual woman, and then coming out later saying she's only strictly dickly because she's a pandering, pretentious, ego-driven bitch who will do whatever needs to be done in order to sell and to get a click and a fucking view. And the difference between people like me and Reckless and Unique who came up here is that you can give Nicki Minaj all those roses or give anybody all of whatever you need to give them. But why are you making excuses for shit that you're not going to make excuses for when it comes to anybody else?
Exactly.
So if she's being fucking homophobic, don't then sit up here and be like, well, that's her fucking opinion, but it wouldn't be the fucking opinion of another fucking homophobe.
Get into it, because when Kimber Rell said the fuck shit she said, we drug her ass accordingly. When the baby said the fuck shit he said, we dragged his ass accordingly. And when Lil Kim said what she said, she addressed it, she apologized, and she also does pride events, and she also talks so positively of the community. And from what I've seen, she hasn't even said any type of slurs. The reason why people bring up your history, and this is the reason why Lil Kim keeps coming up, the reason why her homophobia keeps coming up, and the reason why we keep talking about her and her antics within the industry, because there was no growth. There is no growth. You're still shading the girls from when you first got in the industry. You're still sneak dissing the girls when you first got in the industry. You're still showing your homophobia and transphobia when you first got in the industry. And you think people are not going to bring up your past? This is also the same. Actually, you know what? I'm going to do y'all a favor. I'm going to give y'all a different example so you guys can get it. This is the reason why when Real Housewives of Atlanta, Portia Williams, this is the reason why they always talk about her past. Because if you show a difference, then you're going to obviously show elevation, and people don't have to bring up your past. But if you're showing the exact same behavior of lying on people, if you're showing the exact same behavior of trying to push out certain narratives on people, then of course, we're going to go back to your resume, go back to your past, go back to your history. And that's exactly what's been going on with Nicki Minaj. And it's the fact that we have some, and I'm going to be the one to say it, we have gay men sit up here making excuses for the homophobia, but yet we will sit in the faces of heterosexual black men on this panel on a daily basis and try to condemn them for the fuck shit that they see and the fuck shit that they say and the narratives that they try to push. But yet we will look in the face of a Nicki Tanya Mirage who has shown us receipts of homophobia and then make excuses for it. And he's talking about everybody, support their own oppression. And he's talking about that's not true. First and foremost, that's the reason why a lot of gay men in particular are Christian. What you mean?
What?
Talk about it.
What?
Oh, we went there.
Oh.
Get into it, honey, because they don't want to get into it. They really
don't
want
to get into it. It's like it's one, and this is the reason why I be going off, because it's like you're not being consistent. You acting like her ass. You talking out both sides of your neck. And how many times have we said? I'm gonna say for myself. We done said we have no issue with her coming out and saying this and doing all the other things, but be consistent. Don't try to put on this image and put on this illusion that you here for all the girls, but then when all the girls the industry, you try to push them out.
Yeah, and that's why I was saying, like, early on in the night, I think the problem that everybody has generally is that she does not stand in a consistent truth. She doesn't actually call things out. And so that's why it's like this wishy-washy back and forth. A person like 50 Cent, you see the disgusting things that he does, but guess what? We could say he's consistent. He came into business being disgusting like this, and he continues to do so. And I think this is exactly what majority of the people on the panel tonight were trying to say is like, there are inconsistencies with Nicki's approach to stuff. If she wants to be this way, then she has to come out the gate and not say, well, I want support, or these girls aren't humble, or this, because they're basically saying your actions throughout the years have shown the very things that are being articulated on Queen Radio and in interviews and on Twitter and all these different things. And that overall is a part of the way that people will look at
that
artists.
is a lack of accountability too. And you can't sit there and say that somebody is giving payola and you doing the same thing by sitting there crying victim and acting like the whole world is against you by saying the Nicki hate train, but you only giving the same hate that you saying everybody else give.
And you know that's the gag of it all, is that it really irks my soul when they talk about this whole thing of the payola and all this other thing. Because once again, it goes to my point that I said earlier, you want to weaponize something and then you utilize that thing, but then however, when you do it, it's not payola. How the hell is it not payola when you literally just came out with a song and 2 weeks, the song hasn't even been out for a month? Some song of the summer. What? It literally just came out. What? What you mean? And I need for y'all to make this. That's why I need some more bars. Y'all for to be in y'all toy box.
The other
today.
part of
It'll
it
woke me
is
up.
too is like they said, the
that's it.
payola and these things coming in different forms. Let's also not act like Nicki Minaj does not actively engage in shade room comments, neighborhood talk comments. When these blogs see that this artist is going to give me engagement and post up, there's a relationship there. That's a part of it as well. That's a part of presenting yourself to the public, being in these comments, commenting under certain blog posts, this and that. And I think that is the issue that a lot of people are having. It's these inconsistencies, it's these antics, it's these tactics. Quite frankly, after that hiatus, she could have just came out with her rollout singles and just dropped the album. I think if she was to do that, people would have respect. But it's these other things. Like, people don't need to hear the way she was on Queen Radio and all of that. That's not something you do 15 years in the business. So it's like, on one hand, you want to keep throwing 15 years and I'm this and I'm that. But these other people, the Jay-Z's, the Beyoncé's, the Rihanna, when they've reached these, they're not doing these games. They don't care because they're standing on what they legitimately brought throughout the 15 years.
And this is the gag of it all. It's the respectability politics for me. It's funny here because now I'm kind of woke. Y'all kind of woke me up. And the reason being is because it's the inconsistencies and it's trying to cut through corners, just trying to. I can't do it. It's very interesting to me is how respectability politics will play a huge part of when it comes down to the Harper's Bazaar. You don't do that at an industry event. What, you talking about the same event they be out there smoking coke in the restroom? Are you talking about the same event where they ever been sucking dick in the restroom, fucking in the corners and shit? Like, what? Are you talking about that same event? But however, I think it's very interesting how when it comes to Harper's Bazaar, you want people to quote unquote act right because there's white people there. But however, I would distinctly remember Nipsey Hussle before he died. And he slapped the shit out of somebody at the BET Awards. We ain't say nothing. So what happened?
That's BET.
What's that about?
That's BET.
But why is that?
Because that's BET. Nobody give a fuck about no BET.
Why?
That's a whole other conversation of, again, society needs to stop having inconsistencies, because it doesn't matter if it's a BET audience, a Grammy audience, an Oscar audience, a Harvard. It's an audience. It's millions of people seeing it. It's going to be in magazines, etc., etc.
But see, that just goes back to, you got to think about it. When Cardi B came out, Cardi B wasn't really media trained. Cardi B came out, he was like on her hood shit. You feel what I'm saying? and Nicki Minaj, she was really seasoned into the game. So if you got to understand, Nicki Minaj is very calculated. She like you said, she'll go on Neighborhood Talk and all these places, Shade Room, and like certain posts and say certain things. And then when it gets out in front of everybody, you get what I'm saying? It's like, I didn't do anything. You get what I'm saying? So now it looks like Cardi just reacted on her for no reason. No, you doing shit to people to make them react on you, but you wasn't expecting Cardi B to go that far. You wasn't expecting Cardi B to knock your top off. But this ain't nothing new. Shit like this used to happen. What, at the remember the Source Awards? How people used to be at the Source Awards getting their ass beat. So it's nothing new. This been going on. No matter what award it's been going on. You just now seeing it today, and all of this new generation is shocked. That's what I meant by back. I always reversed it to back in the days, because you couldn't say stuff to people without getting beat up. And I feel like Cardi B brought it back to that time when she threw that shoe, like she was ready for all the smoke. And I don't think Nicki was ready for that. Nicki wasn't prepared for that.
And at that time, she was presenting herself with Raw Ali with this "it's on site" stuff too, which is another thing that also made Cardi B feel like, look, if you're gonna say it's on site on the internet, then let it be on site.
I think
that's another problem.
The thing with me, the thing is that it would be one thing if the whole Cardi B or whatever, we're going to use that as example, was like the first time that has happened. Well, we have literally seen her do it over and over and over. And then and keep in mind, when I say this, what I'm about to say is not only for this particular conversation, but it irks myself, which is another reason I started to get like wake up. Because at first I was like, girl, and then I started to wake up because I don't like it when we get into certain conversations and people try to play dumb. You know what she does. We've seen it when it happened to Lil Kim. And the reason why I know that you guys know this is because you guys also mention this shit on Twitter, on social platforms. So don't sit up here in these conversations and trying to defend, but you're trying to defend in order for you just to lie about it. It's just be honest about it. Like, don't sit up here and lie and expect everybody else to tell the truth and be held accountable when you sit there lying.
You're asking a narcissist,
right,
to have the audacity to be honest, and narcissists are not that. They gaslight and they play psychological games. That's why she refused to be upfront. She can't do it. It's not. She don't even have the nature to be able to do it.
Yeah, and a lot of people just have a problem with saying, look, the person who I enjoy their music and I enjoy their artistry is also an ass. Two things can be true.
Right.
You could be the best person on these bars, and you can really flow on a song, and you can put together albums and projects and, you know, entertain, but you can also be on some fuckhead ass shit. And that's what the conversation is about.
Yep. That's the same. R. Kelly could sing his ass off, but he was doing what he was doing behind the scenes. So it was like, damn, like, but Nicki went on Twitter and she was saying, you know, how, you know, she likes the fact that her barbs know what she's thinking.
Oh, there we go again. Oh, my bad. I'm so sorry to cut you off. There we go again. Another homosexual in the fucking sunken place, supporting and completely idolizing another homophobe. I think it's very interesting how we like to get exploited and then get mad when we find out in the end that they was exploiting us. I think that's very interesting. But okay, I got you. It makes sense.
She is making a bag. I ain't gonna lie. She is. Because when she was out on that tour, the festival, out of the country, she pushed that the gay boy. I ain't gonna lie, she showing the did. She did a gay boy dirty.
At this point in her career, the best bet would have just been to do like what the other people have done. You just put the project out, you let the project stand, and if you are gonna do the Twitter and under the comments and this and that, then be direct. Call people's names, be prepared for whatever the girls is going to bring back, and be consistent. And don't say statements that girls are doing that you're not doing, or that you are doing.
That at all? How about not doing that at all and see where it really go? Because my question is to this situation, I was going to ask this before. Do you think Nicki would have got this far if it was CD sales opposed to streaming?
Yeah, Pink Friday was
I will say,
Number
yeah,
one.
she broke records with her first
Yeah,
album, Diddy
but you
Fuse, and
gotta
things like that.
understand her marketing scheme was being somebody else's identity. Imagine if she would have came out as Nicki Minaj and not the character the industry made her out to be. Would she still sell? I don't
Well,
think so.
I think we could say that about anybody because, like, even look at Rihanna. Her first two albums did shit, but as soon as she came with this Bad Girl, Good Girl Going Bad, because
Yeah.
Rock Nation was like, wait a minute, we done invested our money, we got to turn this
Yeah,
around.
but Rihanna still was like Rihanna came in like the early time where it was really streaming going. Most of her songs is doing streaming. I'm talking about somebody who had to really go out there and sell CDs and had to really actually tour.
I would say that with Rihanna, well, girl, now this might be real controversial, but I'm gonna say it anyway. With Rihanna, one of the beautiful things about Rihanna and her team, she has been successful at reinventing herself. That's
Right.
one of the reasons why
That's
Rihanna
yeah.
has lasted so
Mm-hmm.
long. The Rihanna on Ring the Alarm, I'm about to say Ring the Alarm, girl. The Rihanna on Umbrella is not the same Rihanna that we'll probably hear on some of her. What's a different record that I didn't even know was hers?
Or something like,
Right.
or
Which one?
California Bed or something.
Yes, like at first I didn't know that was even her
I
on some
love
of a lot of these songs.
Love on the Brain. That's my shit.
So I will say that about Rihanna. Now all the
This
other
is why
stuff.
Nicki Minaj also. This is why Nicki Minaj also tries to appeal to a younger demographic, and why she got to return to that Barbie house shit. It's because she is placating off of the naivety and gullibility of people who don't see straight to begin with, which is young.
Mhm.
So she can play all these bald headed whole ass games with them and get over on their psychology and their perception. And if you really, really, really look at Nicki Minaj, the bitch clearly is like a master at bitchcraft. Like it's the beauty, it's the glamour. We know like there's whole scientific studies around the way that like sex appeal and lust impacts our ability to think straight. She makes sure that she makes sure that she masters these aspects of her persona because there's psychological value in her showing up this way. There's a psychological impact she has on women and men for showing up this way. And so then when it comes to having the deeper conversation and talking about her personality type, it's hard to get the folk who have brought into this bitchcraft to see straight because they're already under the allure. They're already under the spell of the sex appeal, of the beauty, of the glamour, and the fact that she is good at what she does, even though she's a thief, and even though she plagiarizes, and even though she commits perjury, and even though her character is off-centered, we know that this is the same society. Just remember, shy of just 5-6 years ago, when that guy's mugshot from prison had went famous, and people found him so fucking attractive that they literally put like hundreds of thousands of dollars on this book, and then he got out and was given a whole fucking model contract. Like this is that type of society. This is the type of society that leans into the psychological warfare that's committed against them right in front of their own fucking faces.
Right, and I want to piggyback off of that because I'm looking at her like picture right now, and I'm just looking at the whole little Barbie whole setup. And to me, when I look at it, it caters to children. So it attracts the eyes of a child, but your child is not really looking at something that's PG-13. They're looking at something that is supposed to be for adult consumption. So yeah, she does gear her eyes, she does gear her music to a younger generation. But
When did she compare herself to Hitler?
Who said that?
Mel B.
Nah, I'm just saying, like, the psychologicalness of it all. I think Azalea Banks was talking about it too, about how she like the whole image is like catered to children, but it's just over sexualized, and it's like, damn, like now the kids is not with the jellies and the bobos, they out here with the titties hanging out, the halter tops, and it's just crazy. Like I'm just looking at it, just paying attention to it. Like being a child back when we were growing up is not like being a child today.
It just really seems like also when the year started, she was trying to come a little bit different, which we saw some of that in the interviews and everything. And then something happened over the last 3-4 months that it was like, Got to go back to what was what, because isn't that what she was saying in the rollout of like, do we have a problem? Oh, I'm going to be covered up. I understand what my voice impact has been and this and that. She was saying a lot of that stuff earlier in the year.
How she had writer's block because
How she had writer's block, how she wanted to stop a lot of stuff because she had her son and blah, blah, blah. I don't know what the hell happened over the last 3-4 months. It definitely seemed like top of the year she was on some, I'm just trying to rap, come through, do something different.
That's because she get bothered and intimidated by the girls that's coming out. She see that these girls is coming out and they doing their thing, and she just feel like, okay, well, this is not working. I'm going to do this. Like, she do things to try to compete with the other girls. That's just what that's about to me.
And admitted in the Joe Budden interview that she wishes she had the confidence she once had before, that her confidence has definitely been tipped. And I think, that's the issue. You got to be able to stand in the talent you're saying you have and come up with the music that you feel you should be coming up with in your career, not what's on the radio, not what's out. That's what made Missy who she was, because Missy wasn't concerned with what does everything sound like or look like in videos. That was an authentic come up. That's what people are wanting. You know what I'm saying?
Different times.
Yeah, and that's what reinvention is. You said with Rihanna.
But even though it's different times, like when I hear Cool Off and I see the girls dancing to that, that just reminds me of Missy from back in the day when she made Work It and she had all the girls dancing. So even though it's a different time, I feel like Missy is still relevant in this generation too as well. Like she's going to be that's always going to be respected no matter what.
Yeah.
Yeah, it should be respected way more and it should be publicized way more, but that's a society issue. But I'm glad she's definitely been able to get her flowers and whatnot over these last couple of years.
But I don't really think Missy cares about that. Like a lot of the artists, they really don't care about, being in the front line. Like,
I don't think Missy cares about that either. But even if she doesn't, it doesn't matter. People need to start doing that to these women. Start respecting these women. You see how everybody went crazy.
Said they was gonna start doing that? It was Nicki Minaj who said to Joe Budden that she was going to start doing better at being more congratulatory and being more vocal and being more
putting people's successes on the map.
Right, but that's not genuine. You know why? Because she
hasn't even done it. That's why.
Right, and she could have started with Lil Kim, and I felt
yeah, I will admit that. Yeah,
that whole interview made me mad because then she started talking about all the things that she wasn't credited for, and then I kept just thinking about how do Lil Kim feel? How do Lil Kim feel? Like I almost felt like she was predictable and saying Lil Kim's name, but I didn't know she was going to say Lil Kim deserved her flowers and then turn around at the end and shade Cardi B. It was like, damn, that was not genuine at all. You just did that shit to try to throw a jab at somebody.
I definitely think she missed the mark in that VMA speech. She could have had a moment there. Like others who've come to their senses.
Wig and your whole outfit looked just like the one Lil Kim wore.
It's the exact one.
And the thing is, it's like as much as Foxy had great songs and she was unique in her own way, Foxy gave up on the game. She hasn't had anything out in years. So again, it's like to say these people's names who aren't even actively making music and who aren't acknowledging you.
Let me tell you something. Foxy wasn't really put out there for us. Foxy was put out there to try to compete with Lil Kim, and she failed miserably. And I guess Nicki seen it as divide and conquer. I'm a big up Foxy Brown, so I don't look like I'm bitter to a lot of the women who came before me, and I'm a shade Lil Kim. But all of that came from the fact that Foxy never really messed with Lil Kim over I guess a song or something that happened back in the day. Yeah, like
industry bullshit pitting people against each other.
But Nicki is doing that too with women. You try to say women need to unify and women need to get together, but then you turn around and then you try to befriend somebody that's an enemy of your enemy. Girl,
wait. Actually, stay on that. Because I think it's interesting that you say that as well. Because A lot of us here, I don't give a fuck if you're a Nicki fan or not. A lot of us here do not believe if JT would have did that verse for Megan for her album, Nicki Minaj would allow her to be on that Queen mix.
Oh yeah, that's big
I
facts.
100%.
That's big facts. I agree with that. Yeah,
So you
JT
can't
do gotta play a part.
can't
So
be a
let
woman's woman, but then you
me
try stuff like that.
let me give you another example. Armon Wiggins was just shading the hell out of Nicki Minaj, and he said he ain't biased, and I believe he's not biased, but she didn't show him love. Then the minute he showed her love on this new Queen
And then he
mix, that
posted to Twitter. Yeah.
they posted it all on and take constructive criticism, and she listens to these blogs, so she knows exactly what's going on, but
Right.
she can't handle it because it hurts.
Yeah, and it's gonna, like I said, it goes back to, it's gonna be a stain on her career. It's gonna be a stain on when people think about you and they look back at, okay, what have you done and what have you accomplished? She's not going to reach the
But the gag,
notoriety that she wants. Everybody wants that notoriety. You want to be celebrated by your peers, no
but
matter
the
what she
gag,
wants to say in songs and this and that. At some point, she's gonna have to clean it up.
my whole thing is when Cardi B and Lil Kim do this song, they better come with it. I don't want to hear none of that singing shit at the end. Like, I don't want to hear none of that. Y'all better come with it. Y'all better come with everything y'all got, because let me tell you something. The way they dragged her on this playing beat was just crazy. Like, I felt like the whole flow Little Kim did, like, I felt like I liked it. I liked that little hardcore shit she coming out with. And when she started fucking singing, that bitch lost me. I said, oh, why she started
Lil Kim trying to keep up with the times. That's what
And
that
I
is when it
also
comes to
think
that.
that Meg,
I
whatever
think she's
that
also
was,
bored with rapping. It's kind of like Beyonce got bored with singing and then
Yeah,
transitioned into
yeah.
rapping, and Kim's kind of bored with just rapping.
then
So
all disrespect, I wouldn't even want to. I'll be afraid to put some shit out, because it's just like like it's embedded in people's mind to just disrespect Little Kim, and that's just crazy to me.
yeah,
and
I
the
think
way
that Kim
that
has to
Megan
really
was
listen to.
silent with it. It didn't look good that Meg was silent. These 2 days didn't post anything, nothing. Like, there's no way, you
Mm.
can't tell me that you couldn't pick
And
up
Well,
the
that,
phone and call Kim and be like, hey Kim, such and such
but
is
that's
going
the
on with
thing
the
though.
no,
record,
We
but
blah blah
it's
don't
her
blah.
know if.
label.
But that's the thing though. We don't know if a phone call took place because
Right.
Meg isn't necessarily obligated to get out here and speak to whether she's calling Kim or not. So we don't know whether Megan had graced her with that phone call or not. Kim, it seemed to me that Kim jumped out the window. Like, the song was not
Right.
finished. It wasn't even finished. I feel like,
It could have been more.
yeah, like
Hmm.
I feel like it was. I feel like it did get officially
But
picked
I
up.
also think that Kim knows how much is riding on her coming out with anything these days. And I do not think, with all of the disrespect she's gotten for years, that she would go and take a link unless she felt like conversations were had and there were approvals. I feel like something
I
happened at the last
I
minute.
agree with you, but that's why I believe that she did get clearance, but Kim did not fact check, and that's the production
right.
on that song was incomplete. And I think the fact that she still hit the upload button when the label heard what was uploaded, they immediately snatched that shit down, because it's like, at the end of the day, this isn't Lil Kim featuring Megan. This is Megan featuring Lil Kim. So essentially, this is Meg's brand, and you got this raggedy, half-produced ass track up here that hasn't been engineered or any fucking thing. Like, hell yeah, we're gonna snatch it down, because you ain't gonna fuck up.
But
You ain't
only
gonna fuck
that,
up where we got our money at.
But then
not
Megan Thee Stallion
that,
having
It's
problems with
gonna
her
be
label
Megan who's
too.
gonna be taking the L for it.
Meg is having a lot of problems
With
with
her label.
Puff
Hmm.
and them feeling like so he would probably do anything to probably destroy Megan on all levels. And I think Lil Kim probably, was probably working on something, but I think Lil Kim probably threw that out there just to test the water, to see people's opinions and whatever, and how people feel about it. And I really honestly think Kim still got it, but
I do too.
Yeah, she does, but
she
this is definitely gonna make Meg look bad, because Meg has come out and made Twitter comments and things about, oh, my label is this and my label is that. It took 30 seconds to go on Instagram and be like, yo, my Icon remix with Kim, such and such. We're gonna put this out in a week, 2 weeks, whatever. Niggas is trying to be shady with us.
She was probably there being sued. That's what
right. And it wasn't approved. That's what I feel like. It was not approved by the label. Simple as that.
She ain't her bag just to show love to Lil Kim. I think Lil Kim just did that. She probably told Lil Kim, put it on your pages. If I put it on my page, then it probably might stir up some shit. And
Kim too seasoned to be thinking like that. It's like she knows go at this fucking point. Like I don't blame Megan. Like I feel like Kim put Meg in the situation. If anything, it's like you did a fucked up. You made a fucked up business move, and rightfully so. Meg made a business move by not co-signing that shit and by not saying nothing about that shit because you was out of order for the jump because you over there being thirsty as fuck to have a moment. And
especially
she needs that moment again.
Especially since it was a remix. It wasn't even a new song. So it's like, truth be told, if you're on a remix, you should have waited until that artist posted it and then you post it secondly.
Correct.
Yeah, that
and Kim, she need a moment. She need a big moment again. I'm not gonna lie. She gonna need a big moment.
That's why she running around with Meg. She running around with Cardi because she feeling the hype right now and she jumping out of the window and she need to calm down a little bit. It's coming, Kim. And once again, please listen to your fans and stop with the singing shit because you're trying to make fetch happen and it's never going to happen.
Yeah,
that's out the window.
Like when she was flowing on that beat, I'm like, oh shit, fuck it up. Then she did that singing shit. I said, oh my fucking God, turn the shit off.
Yeah, it was no for me.
Turn it off of me. Then the crack in the voice, I was like, oh,
that's what I'm saying. So I was like, if I was Megan's label, I would have snatched that shit quicker than Jesus.
But my thing is too, it's like it was before she posted the link to YouTube. Funk Flex from like in the morning said, "Oh, this is coming out 7:00 tonight," and it was in her story. All those hours went by that nobody was like, "Bitch, you better not post that link." It was hours that it was like, oh, 7:00 tomorrow, 7:00 tonight.
But that's the
nobody stopped it.
When I seen this Lil Kim page, I'm like, man, let me go to Meg page, see if she promoting this shit so I know it's real. I just said to myself, I'm like, man, this shit probably fake ass bullshit.
And then on top of that, to add extra dirt on this verse of her trying to come back and show people stuff, this 50 Cent nonsense comes. And even more disrespect. So it's just like, I know she's pissed.
But I respect 50 Cent. Why? Because that's who he is. You feel what I'm saying? Like 50 Cent always been that way.
Right.
So if you're a Lil Kim fan, you shouldn't respect 50 Cent because he wanted to smash and he didn't smash.
Let me tell you why I'm saying this. Because when somebody show you who they are, you believe them. People sitting here talking about Nicki Minaj ain't authentic and, she does this, she does that. Well, look at 50 Cent. 50 Cent been disrespecting people ever since he came in the game. This is who
right. That's what we said earlier, but he's been consistent. So it's like
he's on an asshole.
Because I don't agree with his behavior doesn't mean
you could respect the movement. You could respect the move because that's always been his move.
Exactly.
And Lil Kim, and 50 Cent also at this point is responsible for putting a lot of people on career. Like he's out here putting Black people ass to work.
Yeah.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So when we look at what's the value of Nicki Minaj's bitchiness? It's like it's nothing to like it's nothing on the back end to even balance out your assholeness. It's just like back to
the community, you ain't doing anything.
Yeah, it's like we trying to make it make sense, it's just not making sense.
And to be honest, I don't care how many kids you put through college because that's a tax write-off. You get that money back at the end of the day. So
and that was during the hate train too, so that was all a part of the good publicity, like her trying to change the narrative.
I know Nicki Minaj got flaws, but that's still my queen. I ain't gonna lie. That's still my queen.
And that's another thing that I don't understand about that queen. When people was calling Lil Kim Queen B, that was the name that the streets gave her. When Nicki Minaj came out and started calling herself Queen of Rap, she gave herself that name. And I don't know what in what hell of the world do rappers just give themselves a title like that. Like, you gotta really be some real arrogant, cocky motherfucker to do some shit like that. Like, I don't understand that. Like, she took that, everybody taking that whole queen of rap crap and running with it. This was never no thing back in the day.
Well, I will say other people have done that. You know, T.I., I'm the king of this. I'm the king of the South, and nobody had a problem with
King of
that.
New York, 50 Cent back
New
in the
York
day.
and Jay
Yeah.
Z.
Yeah, but
This
this
is
And
was
what
Jay
Jay
Z
Z did.
on
like
Hova.
early 2000s. I'm talking about when Kim came out. People was calling Kim Queen B. That was her fan base. Queen B, Beehive. That was her shit. She never named herself that. The streets named herself that. When Nicki Minaj came out, she was Nicki Minaj. And then now all of a sudden is this queen. I'm the queen. I'm the queen. I'm the queen. Like, no, that was Little Kim's name. You made that a title of who you are. Like, that's the narcissist shit for me. Like, if you look back in the beginning of her career, she wasn't saying all that queen shit. She wasn't saying all of that.
Well, to me, in my opinion, I don't feel like that's any
But
different
this
than
is
people
why it was
saying like
important for
that's
her to go at Kim, because her narcissism,
right.
like, because to Reckless's point, like, Nicki Minaj wasn't just being a like a musical competitor. She had a real maliciousness in her intent behind getting rid of Kim. And when she felt like she successfully got rid of the queen, then she felt like she could properly crown herself as a queen. So,
Well,
and
that's as you should. Will, you know, that's what I thought. Like, knock them down, get the crown.
She didn't do that. She didn't do that as herself. That's the whole thing. She did that. Like it's so funny to me because it's like, how can somebody redo copy my identity and my identity beats me, like beats Little Kim, like her own identity.
yeah,
It's
and
like that shit
and
should be.
that's why we call it narcissistic abuse, because it's something in narcissistic abuse that's also called mirroring, and
Yes.
she mirrored Kim back to Kim, like like everything,
But Cindy
everything about, if you guys literally pull up, if you guys study all the aspects of narcissism, and then you go back and look at Nicki Minaj dynamics with Kim when it came to their beef, you will see every fucking element of narcissistic abuse personified itself in the way that Nicki moved when it came to Kim. Everything, and it's shocking and it's scary. Scary. Kim was, and then Kim turned around like a lot of victims of narcissistic abuse and ended up being an apologist toward her oppressor. She ended up bowing down. So that's why when Kim apologized to Nick, I was like, oh my God, it worked. It worked. That's fucked up. All that psychological warfare that Nicki did on Kim, it fucking worked. She ended up seeing her oppressor as the victim and seeing herself. Maybe she finally was convinced that maybe I was wrong. It's like when nobody will listen to you when you're the victim, and then you finally just start breaking down psychologically and entertaining whether you actually are the problem and whether you might have actually been made up all this shit. You know you didn't, but because you don't have the support that you need from your peers and from your community, you actually start to believe that you did it.
And the one I was talking earlier, I don't even know his name. I think I forgot his name, but he was a barb, and he was in the chat before. He was talking about how Cardi B and her she couldn't go on tour because
unique
sales and all of this stuff. But this is a strong factor of how these record labels work, because they probably was had a whole bid in helping tarnish Little Kim's name to make Nicki Minaj a whole, you know what I'm saying? Like her whole come up. They was invested money wise. So they like, man, we can't have Lil Kim coming out here shading her and doing this. We gotta tarnish this woman's image. And she was a help in that. And so she's sitting there talking about all of this whole it was a whole white gang of people in the background trying to sabotage her career. And then she said in the song, she was like, I heard they're trying to make another me. Word, they heard I'm stopping bags. Word to Shaggy, it wasn't me. It's some shit she said in her song or whatever. But my whole point was, girl, they even trying to reinvent you. So now you meeting your karma, and now you want to get in these interviews and try to cop a plea. Like, get out of here. Like,
And it's like the truth has to be like right now. You got people talking about drop a tear, and y'all putting raindrop emojis, but yet the same way that Nicki is talking about drop a tear and sympathy with the media, why would she sit at an Apple Music interview and start crying and getting a tissue about motorsport? If you're the person who you're saying that you are, and you don't
drop
give a
a
fuck
tear,
and you're
Nicki,
tough,
because we never saw a tear, Nicki.
Nah, because Cardi B had betrayed her. No, that's a different situation.
How did she betray her?
But look,
No,
if you're
she
saying
made her sound like the bad guy. No,
Was she not?
Cardi B said, "No, I'm not doing no record with her talking about me like that. She need to change her verse. Fuck out of here. You're not gonna come at me on my man's song." She tried to come at Cardi B. And Cardi B like,
and
nah,
so
I'm
that's
not doing
a
that.
perfect example of how you did the verse. You wanted to stand in your verse. You knew what your verse meant. If niggas took it left, you should have said, okay, you know what? Fuck it. Niggas got their opinion about motorsport. I got 100 songs. But instead, you sat at Apple Music and cried and shed a tear. So you can't come now in 2022 and talk about these girls don't drop a tear or they looking for sympathy from the media. Then what was the tears and the tissue at Apple Music about motorsport for? You wanted
no, because
sympathy
she
over
stabbed her in the back.
motorsport.
That's why.
Funk Flex
How
when
did
she
she
was like,
stab her in the back?
It's as simple as when it came to that situation, like literally, because Cardi B should have been grateful that Nicki Minaj was on that track anyway, even though that was a Migos track.
Wait. Say it again.
I said Cardi B should have been grateful that Nicki Minaj even touched that track for the Migos, because the Migos needed a little pushy push around that time. Even though I'm a Migos fan too, but they needed a little pushy push. Cardi B was still new. So at the end of the day, they needed a big name to help that to pop off like it need to. Even if she did diss her on the song, she should have been grateful that she was on the song.
No, okay. Wait. I'm really trying
always
to
get on the feature with somebody who got some type of clout. What are you
but
talking about?
I'm really trying to dissect this. Okay, so you're saying that Cardi should have been grateful that Nicki touched the track. Okay, so my question to you is, if that's the case, if that was the case, that would sound like Cardi was on it first, but we know that's not the case. Why would Cardi B be glad of Nicki touching a track that she was already on?
Because at the end of the day, like I said, they needed a bigger name to make that track go boom. Because Cardi B, she was just hitting on the scene.
But
she
was added to the track after the fact.
Even after the fact, it was still, she should have been grateful. Like, okay, well, Nicki graced the track. That's a good thing.
But let me ask you,
you know what I'm saying? And she should have been like, oh my God, like Queen Nicki, period.
Hold on. So are you telling me that because Nicki Minaj is the bigger artist and that Cardi B should have allowed herself to look like a sucker on her own man's track at the hands of Nicki Minaj just because it's Nicki Minaj, that she should have been willing to be punked in front of the world on a track that's by a group her man is in just because it's Nicki Minaj, that she should have allowed Nicki to son her to death just because it's Nicki? Is that the way that anybody's ego is set up in this world? I don't think
so. That's how it's set up, period. When you're trying to enter
wait. I don't work like that.
I have to get this out. I'm sorry. Especially when we already know in real life, Nicki would never do that because we've seen Harper's Bazaar.
Right.
So you're not willing to do that in real life.
Harper's Bazaar was embarrassing for the culture. Let's just be real. She embarrassed the Latina culture when she did that. Cardi B when she did that, and she embarrassed the Black culture when she did that. That was an embarrassment.
Let me tell you something. If you really want to be politically correct, both of them could be slightly considered an embarrassment because she's overly sexualized in front of the TV, which Black women are normally over sexualized in order to.
Yes, but Nicki know how to clean it up when she gets on.
Ain't no cleaning it up. Once your ass is out, your ass and titties is out. That's it. Point blank. Ain't no slicing, dicing it.
No, honey. When she go on night show, she go on interviews. She know how to clean it up.
And not call it Black. Because in the Black community, she's considered detrimental to the Black community. If you speak to any type of Black activist, because she's selling sex just like everybody else is selling sex.
And who ain't selling sex? Everybody's selling sex. White, Black, Mexican, Puerto Rican, it don't matter.
But that's what I'm saying. You sitting here talking about Mexican community, the Puerto Rican community, or whatever the case may be. Girl, stop.
Well, I'm just
it's the truth. Like she did a bird. Cardi B can be way more. I feel like she can be because she's in politics.
You try
she
to
can
make
way
an
be
excuse, and
way
this is
more.
what I don't like about the barbs. I try to make an excuse for Nicki, like you said. Oh, but Nicki cleaned it up though, and who cares?
I'm still
She cleans it up.
confused.
She's still selling that ass on the TV screen.
Baby, she cleans it up.
So wait. I actually want to get back to the initial thing. So do you think that she should allow Nicki to disrespect her?
I'm not saying all the way disrespect, but I'm just saying that at that time, Cardi was kind of like, she even said it herself on one interview, because like I said, I was following Cardi in her mixtape days. Gangsta Volume Bitch 1 and 2. She even said it was kind of hard. She paid a lot of money into her career. So let's just be real. And she was kind of hood famous because she was fucking with Offset and the Migos. Okay? Let's just keep it real and love and hip hop. Okay?
That's not the thing is you also.
But when it comes to it, Nicki is a way bigger star than actually the Migos and fucking Cardi B at that time. You know what I'm saying? But that's what I'm saying. That was like a point.
Okay. So with that logic, was it okay for Mariah Carey to disrespect Nicki Minaj on American Idol because she was the bigger artist?
What you mean? You said Nicki Minaj should disrespect Mariah Carey?
No, I said, was it okay for Mariah Carey to disrespect Nicki Minaj on American Idol just because she was
no, that was foul. And when Mariah Carey had did that,
okay,
no.
And the thing is, when it comes to that motorsport verse, that you can't have a logic of saying, well, Cardi B should have been lucky and grateful, and Nicki should have been able to say what she want, because Nicki has said on Queen Radio and on Twitter, women shouldn't have to dim their light for nobody. They shouldn't have to dim their stardom, their talent. So why should Cardi have to take a back seat and allow whatever bars just because this person needs to shine? You can't say that argument, because Nicki herself has said nobody's light should be dimmed for another person.
Well, when it comes to it, yeah, but at the end of the day, Cardi B was desperate. She already told her story in the beginning, and she already know that it shouldn't have been no hard feelings when it came to it. But what make it so bad, she was just mad because Offset really wanted to fuck with Queen Nicki Minaj. That was the real tea.
Yeah, then she still threw shots at Cardi and that.
Because guess what? Nicki Minaj never wanted Offset, period.
But but here's the thing: how can you not want Offset, but you like somebody with a criminal record that's known for sexually assault, sexually assaulting women? So that's not even a flex.
She got Zoo for protection.
Once again, y'all reading her.
Somebody wanting you and wifing you, because you could be
exactly. She wanted somebody in the industry to wife her.
You're really reading Nicki right now. Like
she wanted that
talking about and she ain't Offset.
Nobody wanted her. She tried to get somebody in the industry so bad. That's why she really fucking jealous, because she had to go in the trash can and get petty.
No, she didn't have to go in the trash can. Men wanted her.
Nobody wanted her in the industry.
Yes, they did. She just didn't prefer to go white. She didn't want to go white.
Nobody wanted Nicki.
The queen didn't want to go white.
Before she got in the industry, then Gucci Mane smashed, then Waka Flocka smashed, then she smashed Meek Mills. Who else she smashed? The list goes on who she smashed. Like, she's not just a goat. She's not one of them girls.
But Meek Mill did abuse her. Like, that's a different story. So she had to let that go.
Hold up. I'm so sorry. I gotta jump in here. I think it's very interesting. We're very selective when we want to talk about abuse and trauma, but yet you guys make fun of Lil Kim every chance y'all get. Y'all need to make it make sense.
Well, Lil Kim is not the it thing no more.
Y'all don't care about her trauma being abused. We don't care about her getting slapped upside her head. About Nicki Minaj allegedly or apparently getting slapped upside her head. Because let's also be very clear: the person she married also does the abusing as well. So she has no.
Yeah, but they because he's a real street nigga. Like you said, Nicki have to keep her hands clean.
No, real street niggas don't
Nicki
do
has to keep her hands clean.
Niggas don't
She
rape.
knows that Petty was beating up on his
Nicki has to
other baby
clean.
mamas.
Real
So
street
don't
niggas don't
excuse
rape.
that crap.
Real street niggas ain't rape out
Y'all
there.
know
Everybody, if you switch out from that area, everybody know that shit was a lie. Period. Simple as that.
Excuses for me, girl. Like you
It ain't no
excuses. Like
it's
my
the
whole
truth.
thing is y'all always sitting there trying to condemn other artists for the same shit that Nicki does. Like stop doing it. Like it's like tomato with y'all. Like
it's not no tomato. It's fact because everybody else be doing what they doing, but when it comes to Queen Nicki, she know how to clean it up. And at the end of the day, her husband.
Are you talking about the same VMAs award that she was literally on all her fours at the end? You
Clean it up. You talking about all that makeup that she went to the Met Gala?
Baby, and we're not gonna talk about Lil Kim did that times more. If that was the case, if we was gonna get on it, Lil Kim did that times more. Lil Kim did that times more. They said that Lil
Kim aesthetics is way better than Nicki's.
No,
Nicki
they
coming out
said
there
Lil
with
Kim went
tablecloth.
No, let's be real. They said Lil Kim went so
coming
low.
out there with tablecloth.
No, they said
Lil
she
Kim
went
is
so
serving
low.
looks. She's serving looks, girl. She's serving looks. She's serving hairdos. Come on, this girl coming out there with
Baby, Lil Kim
tablecloth.
has to bleach her skin and make herself in the European standards to even get accepted again.
And
so
Lil
let's
Kim
talk about
and
that.
Nicki Minaj bleached her skin too.
You know
Let's
what?
talk
I'm
about
so glad
Nicki
you said
Minaj
that.
bleached her skin
Because if
too.
you go back and look at Nicki Minaj
Nicki
back in the
Minaj
day,
bleached her skin too.
She didn't do it like how Lil Kim did.
Nicki Minaj bleached her skin too.
No, Lil Kim bleached it for sure. She
They
was dark
both
skinned
bleached their
like
skin.
me. She
But you
was
see
dark
how I can
skinned
say
like
that?
me and
But you
bleached
see
the
how
hell
I
out
can
of
say they
herself.
both bleached their skin?
Go again.
You see how I can say they both bleached their skin and I'm not being biased about it? Like I don't gotta be biased about it.
Nicki didn't bleach her skin like that. How Lil Kim did. Lil
Ain't
Kim
no
had
like
to make
that, girl.
herself.
Bye. If you bleach your skin, you bleach your skin. It's always an excuse with y'all.
No. She did
It's
not bleach her
always the
skin like
excuses.
that.
Just cut the excuses. Like
It's
it
not
is what
like
it
that for me.
is. It's not like that. Like what you? It is
Absolutely.
like that. She bleached.
No, and then Lil Kim had to do a bunch of surgeries to make herself feel good.
Yeah, but
You
look at that
know?
nasty ass that Nicki Minaj got. That saggy ass shit.
And Nicki Minaj did a bunch of surgeries
They
too.
hanging.
Like,
That shit
girl,
ain't
what
she try to
planet did you
twerk.
come
Girl
from?
try to twerk.
You
The girl
really
try to
must
twerk and
be
couldn't even
out of
twerk.
ass.
I mute myself. I'm good. That's I'll
Okay.
listen. I got class.
Okay, but here's the thing, like, and this is the reason why I always clock the bars when they say, "Oh, let's not talk about Nicki and her trauma," but y'all talk about Kim and her trauma all the time. This is the reason why when we start to talk about the abuse and stuff and all of the different types of faces, let's also keep in context all of the factors. For one, Lil Kim was in an abusive relationship. That's one of the reasons why she ended up getting surgery. Two, she's within an industry that uses her sex appeal to be able to monetize on top of her rapping abilities. And three, you also have to keep in mind too, she was cheated on by a light-skinned woman by the name of Faith Evans and was completely disregarded. And even then, people still have the narrative and think that she was the side chick when apparently she was the one that met Biggie first.
Yes, but Biggie did not respect her.
Faith Evans was a hoe.
No,
Faith
he
Evans was
did
a
not
whole
respect
hoe.
her.
She was a hoe back in the day.
Biggie did not
Everybody knows
respect
that. She
her like
smashed
that.
mad people back in the day.
I want to add this part too because she's also been very vocal about her issues with colorism in her life, including the way it showed up.
And I truly understand
as well. So yeah.
And on top of Faith Evans, it was also Charlie Baltimore. And in the 90s, it was this whole light skin versus dark skin. So it was a lot of things that played factors into the mistreatment of brown women.
Okay, but when it comes to it, Biggie, no, he respected her as a friend, a lover, and a rapper and an artist. He was not going to marry her. Period. Simple as that.
Oh my God.
I just think it's very interesting. It's so funny because when you came up here really acting like you was real civil and real
exactly. The nerve of you to talk about what
I'm still civil.
would have done.
I've been good this whole night. I've been good this whole night.
The nerve of you to talk about what a deceased rapper would have done. Like I just said, Nicki was mad
Princess had got
nobody
gassed
in the
up
industry
by
wanted
Unique.
her
By
ass
Unique. Yeah,
except
that's
for
what it was.
DJ Khaled, and she didn't want him because he was fat. Oh well, she lost her fucking chance, and now look at her ass.
You know
Sorry,
what?
not
Little Kim
sorry.
was getting a lot of slack. Like, see, everybody like to
Don't
say,
tell
"Oh,
me
Nicki
Biggie
Minaj,
would have never
Nicki
married her. Y'all
Minaj."
need to be quiet.
They talk about Nicki Minaj accolades and all of this and how she paved the way. But I remember that everybody at the time they was burning Snoop Dogg songs because they was over sexualized. They was burning Lil Kim songs. They had a whole protest against Lil Kim coming out dressed the way she was dressed. They even had her ass on talk
They
shows.
like the way
Of course,
she was
because it was around that
And
time.
she
violent and
was
all of that.
ridiculed. She was
Right.
really right. She was
Speak
ridiculed
on
through
it.
the industry, and she paved the way for females like Nicki Minaj and all of that. Because back
Thank
in the day,
you.
Salt and Pepper was wearing baggy clothes. They really wasn't sexualized. They felt like to blend in with the dudes, they had to act like a dude. Lil Kim came in the industry showing people how you could still be sexy and rap. You could still do the thing and rap. You know what I'm
I
saying?
respect
And
that as for that
she
sacrifice. But at the end of the day, Lil Kim knew how. I mean,
She
not
No,
Lil
let her
sacrificed.
Kim.
finish talking if you
She
respect it.
sacrificed, and that's why
Oh
she
Lord.
deserved her flowers. Because without a Nicki, without a Little Kim, there would not be a Nicki
It's New
Minaj.
York,
That's
folks, for
not
me.
understanding. If that's the case, she'll be walking around still looking like Salt and Pepper. Okay, she would still be walking around with the baggy clothes. She changed the standard for women in hip hop. That's the point. When you come in and somebody's nicely passing you the baton, you don't disrespect them. That's the point.
One
Period.
thing, Lil Kim wasn't even popping when Nicki came around. We all know this for a fact.
She
It was
still was
dead.
loved, and she still was loved. She still was loved. I'm from New York.
Love in your
You
area.
still
In
can't tell
your
me nothing
area,
about
baby
that.
girl.
Here we
In
Yeah,
go.
your
And you
area.
know what?
right,
You
right.
proved my
And
point from earlier, Miss
that's where it
Thing.
started at,
You
girl.
got that
You
right.
ain't know nothing
Little
about hip
Kim
hop
was
if it wasn't for
not
New
out.
York. All of
She
y'all
I
was
was dick
not
riding New
out
understand
York.
when
New
Nicki
York,
came
but
to
see,
Nicki
this
All
is
of
came
why
y'all
to
be
y'all
dick
not
riding
gonna
United
New
never
States.
York.
be
Y'all
nothing,
wanna
cause
y'all
y'all
wanna
like
dick
this.
ride New York, but don't even know the history. Like, stop it.
Baby, I do
This
know
hip
my
hop wouldn't
history.
even
What
be.
you talking
This hip
about?
hop wouldn't even be
DJ
here. This hip
Sugar
hop wouldn't
Hills,
even
all
exist.
that shit. I
Like,
know the
y'all
whole
all got
history.
an opinion. Worry about the
You
hip
don't
hop
know
that
your
y'all think that
fucking
shit trash.
history.
Like, come on.
Where you come
Baby.
from?
You
What's
can't
your
sit
Garbage.
there.
tribe?
All you talking about
What
is my
is your
queen, my
tribe?
queen.
Come
That's not
on, you
hip
know your
hop.
history.
That's not
Look,
hip hop.
you
Talking about my
cannot.
queen.
You
Girl,
can't
stop
What's your
it.
sit.
Your
family tribe
queen.
since you
She's
know your
a
Baby
history?
listen.
girl,
She's a
y'all
hip
ain't
hop
got no
artist, girl.
class.
Bye. She's a
That's
hip hop
You
sad.
artist.
cannot
She ain't
sit.
no
You
queen. You
ain't
don't
got
get
no
this
class.
about.
What the hell
Nicki
is
Minaj is
ink?
my
Shut
queen,
up.
Look,
girl. Nicki Minaj is
you
an
Y'all
cannot.
artist.
don't.
You
Y'all don't got
listen. You
none. That's
cannot. You
sad.
cannot. That's
You
not an
definitely
argument.
don't.
You. That's
Learn how to
You
you're
talk.
don't,
making.
baby girl.
It's a
Y'all don't
foul
got no
argument.
class.
It's a foul argument.
I have
You
a question.
You
cannot.
Does Nicki
You.
have a
definitely
band?
don't.
First
What is
of
that
all,
ink,
It's
first
no
of
please?
all,
merit.
everybody
Cause
talking
I've
about
been
class.
Calm
quiet. I've been
down.
letting y'all
Debate.
talk
I
Calm
like
have
down.
y'all
no problem with
seen.
nobody up here. This is
Like
a
I
debate.
said, where's
Right,
your
It
and
ain't
that's
tribe?
nothing
like
about
you.
what I'm talking
Once
It's
about.
your
you just
Ain't
people,
start
nothing about
girl.
talking
having
nonsense,
class.
then it's just
Talk
like
about you know
you
your history.
can't
You
because
don't know
you're
your
saying
history.
something. You're
And
saying
then
Girl,
when I
all
something
you
asked
with
you that
know is
question,
Nicki
and
Minaj
absolutely
that was
no
and
yeah,
merit.
okay, you
delusional
got.
behavior.
Listen to
Y'all delusional.
expectation, sweetie.
Y'all
You
You're
delusional.
really are off.
you gotta
Delusional.
be real. Like you have to be honest. You can't say stuff with no merit. How can you make a comment and say that Little Kim wasn't around when Nicki was coming up? If that was the case, Nicki would have never took the jump off instrumental and did that for a mixtape. She
She
did it
did that
because
for a
Kim still had
mixtape,
her
but Lil
relevance.
Kim wasn't high up on the
Whole
charts at
Junior
that time.
Mafia. She did the whole Junior
So if
Mafia
if
as her.
she
She
wasn't
knew it was
if
Let's
irrelevant.
Kim
be clear.
Even the
Learn your
infamous
relevant,
hardcore
history.
poster. Come on, please put the picture up again of the
if
hardcore
Kim
poster
wasn't
But
showing
I'm up
my
to
relevant,
let you
my
know
clothes,
Yes.
sir.
she
Thank
wasn't
you.
yeah, if
charting at
Kim
that
wasn't
time.
relevant,
Lil
Get
Kim wasn't
off.
charting at that time. She
if
was not
Kim
charting at
wasn't
that
Thank
if
time.
you.
Kim
We can
wasn't
circle
Thank
back
you.
on
important,
that if you
Thank
want
you.
to.
She's
right,
not relevant
right.
though. She's not
If
relevant
Kim
though.
Little
wasn't
She's doing
Kim
what
was
she's
not
important,
doing.
charting at that
Clearly
time.
she's
But
relevant.
if
here's the
Kim
thing.
wasn't
Once again, wait.
important and Kim
That's how
wasn't
she got her
relevant,
clout.
Everybody
That
just bring it
picture is
down.
how she got her
Bring
clout.
it down, y'all.
I'm
and the fact that
I'm
Bring it down
Ooh,
with
she
two
child.
named
hands.
she look
I'm to be
Ooh,
quiet.
she just
child.
named
But here's the
Foxy
thing.
Brown's name at the VMAs.
names. So why, when she had her come up, she wasn't doing China doll poses like Foxy? Why did she choose Kim? It's because Kim was relevant. You can't say that, oh, she wasn't out, she wasn't
She
relevant, no
wasn't
one cared about
relevant
Kim.
when it came to international.
Oh my God.
Not no more. I'm just being real. She wasn't.
My
And
question to you
even
guys is
Remy
this.
Ma said this. It was dead for a minute. Even Kim said it was, because Remy Ma
Got
and
her fan
actually
base
Kim was in
because
trouble
she
at that
looked
time
like
too.
Little Kim. She got her fan base because she looked like Little Kim. When Nicki Minaj started, she was doing music in New York. Nobody was really messing with her like that. Then she did that infamous hardcore pose. And then everybody was like, oh, who this girl? Then we started hearing songs like Itty Bitty Piggy. We like, oh, who this girl? She dressing like Lil Kim. She looked like Lil Kim. Now we got our eyes tuned to her. We looking at her. But we
So
didn't
look,
like
this
the
is how you
fact that
do
she
it. This is how you.
And
disrespected
before
Lil
that,
Kim.
the girl was
If
walking
you
around in fucking jewel rags and shit. And
This
she
is how
also
you
did
break the argument. This is how
Thank
you
some
break
shit
the
you.
on Big
argument.
That's the truth. She was dead for
This
like
is how
5
you
years.
kill. This is how you kill that point and you kill that argument. Can we pull up one photo of Nicki having a Foxy Brown pose? Can we pull up one song of a Foxy Brown instrumental that Nicki did?
I believe she probably did.
Right.
Yeah,
No
she
black
did.
lips,
She
no
did on her
nothing.
Queen album. She
Not
did.
no
She did
nothing.
like a
You talking about
thing with
we're
her.
talking about when she was
she,
coming up and coming
yeah.
up in the game. What was she doing to mimic Foxy Brown? What was she doing to mimic Lauryn Hill when she came in 06, 07? Why would
I'm
she
glad you
choose
said Lauryn
Kim
Hill. Thank you.
if Kim wasn't making music and Kim wasn't relevant and nobody cared about her? Why wouldn't she go and take a record, an instrumental off the Miseducation of Lauryn Hill? That would have been the
Foxy
perfect
Brown
homage, right?
didn't they diss each other too on the song?
Lauryn Hill is the #1 person that she's always naming on the top of her list. She ain't been on no
Got on her
Miseducation of
knees
Lauryn Hill
and bowed to the
instrumental.
lady, right?
Because that's two different styles to me. I feel like Lauryn Hill is way different than Nicki Minaj.
Please. Oh, please.
Because it's fake when she's sitting and acting like, oh, I'm so inspired. Every person who said they've been inspired by somebody, you see that person in them. When people say they look up to Michael Jackson, you see a little Michael in Usher. You see a little Michael in Chris Brown.
I
You
don't see
no
Usher in
Lauryn
me. I
Hill
see
and Nicki
Michael
Minaj.
and Chris Brown.
There's no Lauryn Hill and Nicki Minaj. Not her hair. She don't wear her hair natural. She don't wear the clothes. She don't sound like her. She cannot sing.
Oh, she can hold a melody better than Lil Kim for sure.
Auto tune.
No,
to say that you're
even in her live show when she sings "Save Me," she sings that. So that was
sit
she can
there and
sing.
say you're
Please be
inspired.
quiet.
Why wouldn't
Stop
she
it.
use it? Why wouldn't
now
she
that's
use
disrespectful. I wouldn't be disrespectful to you like
Let's
that.
look at the Queen album. Let's look at the Queen album, right? She goes and takes Barbie Dreams, Biggie and Kim record. Why wouldn't she go and take a Foxy record and redo that instrumental? Why wouldn't she take a record off the Fugees and go and pay homage to Lauryn? Why she don't got no
She probably
Fuji
didn't get it cleared in
instrumentals?
time.
Now
You know what? I said be quiet, and you just told me that was disrespectful. No, you disrespectful because you won't let this lady keep giving you all the facts. You disrespectful because you keep cutting her off. Just stop, please.
Yeah, like all I'm trying to say is there have been multiple times where she has used and remixed a Biggie or a Kim type of sound and beat. There is not one time she has remixed a Fuji's record. You don't think Wyclef and them would clear it? Lauryn damn sure cleared her shit for Drake. Why wouldn't she clear it to get a dollar from Nicki redoing an instrumental or a record? Because Nicki is not checking for them instrumentals because that's not truly who she's been inspired by. All these Foxy Brown songs, Sprague Benz, oh yeah, why is she not remixing on those instrumentals?
Well, what about this comment here? Well, not this comment, but the one I'm about to highlight now that says that she did do 10 covers by Foxy over the span of her career.
But none of them have been a part of the
I would say
promo
this
run.
to your point though, it's still very disproportionate to how much Nicki has jacked Kim shit. Even, of course, she probably referenced Foxy because I mean that's the obvious thing to do. I'm sure that she's seen Foxy's career too. Foxy is from New York. I'm sure there's aspects of Foxy she liked, but the bigger argument that's being made here is that clearly Kim has really revered and held Lil Kim up as a goddess, as the ultimate goddess in this shit. Right. And that's why most of her career looks like Kim.
We don't see Nicki wearing no fucking black lipstick like Foxy Brown.
Right. Yep.
Because that wouldn't, that's not her style.
Come on, now it's not her style. Yeah, because it's Kim's style.
I get so tired of people. I get so tired. But this is the thing, y'all. Hold on. I get so tired of people. I'm done.
Y'all are funny.
See, that's petty.
Y'all are funny.
But
I will say this.
Nah, she's petty. That's her name.
To go and do a Barbie Dreams record, to do a Barbie Dreams record of Kim's nigga, okay? When you could have went and done a Fuji's record, a Foxy record, one of these other people. It's like adding insult to industry, insult to it's 6 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, but Biggie
No
is
excuse.
never her nigga. Lil Kim
Insult
never
to
was
injury.
able to have the last name of Biggie. We just gonna keep it real. He
Well, what do
mentored
that?
her.
But
They got
listen,
Oh
stuff
you
my
can
all
sit
goodness,
here
showing
baby!
how
If
all
you keep
day.
mentioning
Listen,
Biggie, he
you can
gonna
sit
be
here
in your
all day.
motherfucking dreams with Pop in a second.
Freddy
You can
Krueger.
sit here all day and make these comments about, oh, well, she didn't have a piece of paper, she didn't have a last name or a title. That man
And
invested the
look how
last
long it
years
took
of his
Nicki to get
life.
the fucking piece of paper
Bottom
with a title.
line is,
She
I
ran through the
don't
whole
care.
industry.
It doesn't
Nobody
matter.
wiped her because she
Right.
was.
It
She
doesn't
did get
matter.
offered
Come
to
on
It
get
now,
doesn't
white.
stop
matter
All
She
if
right,
didn't
mentioning
want
y'all.
to
Biggie
Hold
marry
didn't
on.
him.
Hold
marry
on.
her.
Hold on. Hold on.
It doesn't matter if Biggie didn't marry her. He spent the last 6 years of his life helping to build her up, put time and energy into her, supported her, was on the stage with her, way more than what we saw him actually give Faith Evans. So it don't matter about no marriage or no piece of paper. That man put time and effort into helping her with her come up with Diddy and everything like that.
Of
Real
course, because
support,
she was a
real
side
love.
piece. Of
Wait,
course.
wait, and let me say this is that once again, I know you probably feel like you're reading Kim, but however, you're reading your idol because yes, Kim would never have the last name of Biggie, even if that was her intention. But we also know Nicki will always have the last name of her husband, and that is the issue.
No,
So
she can
once
divorce
again,
him
and
if
this
she
is the
wants to, and
reason
we still
why,
respect
and
her.
this
You
is the
know
reason
damn
why.
well she's not gonna divorce him no time soon. Uh-huh.
Well, let's also be
He
clear
know too
that they
much.
have. Wait, hold up. Let's also be clear. They also have a child together as well. So she's gonna
Mhm.
always be connected to him. So even if she just divorced him, she's still gonna be connected to him.
The
And
thing
we
is,
gonna love
too, like
Papa Bear. Like that's gonna be no problem. The husband can be gone
realistically,
any day.
there's so much information and actual
I
realistic
highly
facts
doubt
that
it.
we don't even have to bring up anybody's boyfriend, husband, father, brother, cousin, aunt, niece. It's enough just off of her to bring up. It don't even matter who these other people are around her. It's enough just off of her to bring up. Period. She was the one posing in the pictures while the nigga was in jail anyway. So let's get back to that. She was the one mimicking the poses of Kim and all of this shit when that man wasn't even around. We don't even have to compare who else is around her. We're talking about her come up, her supposed homage, her naming people's names that nothing in her work reflects what these people have done.
Right. And then she said she didn't when people asked her about that pose, she said she didn't it wasn't because she idolized Kim. It was because she had what it take to fill Lil Kim's shoes. So let that sink in. When somebody
It's
say
Yeah.
because, like you were saying
as a
earlier, like people have to do what they got to do to get on top. That's the part of
But
the
it's
no,
game,
that's
also
right?
like
not
a
it.
double.
That's not
But that's
it.
also her talking out of both sides of her neck because who the fuck is trying to fill the shoes of anybody less than an icon and an idol?
Right.
Like it's like
Oh,
at the
but
same
now Nikki,
Hello.
like I feel like if it was a freestyle between Nikki and Lil Kim, I feel like Nikki will eat her up. Simple as
or a
that.
Beat her up
freestyle.
on what?
A
Eat her
freestyle, a
with
battle,
saying
or
what?
whatever.
What is she gonna say?
Period.
ABC
Like
1, 2, 3. What could
no,
she
like
fucking
Other
say?
than
like
other
look, cause
than
I
let's
took
just be
the
real.
other than
blueprint from
no.
you, Kim.
What is she going to say other than "Hey mom, I'm your fucking son"?
Right.
Shit.
Nah, baby, she can low key. That's why they didn't never do that versus battle because that I was waiting for that.
Oh,
I was
You was
reckless.
waiting.
waiting for hold
First
up.
of all,
I've
ain't
been waiting
nobody
for it.
gonna
All right, wait,
stoop
hold
down
on.
and do no
Reckless,
damn
do you want
versus
to
So you
battle.
see,
reckless?
You already
let
know
me
I'm about
get
to
this
get
off.
Hold on. A reckless. Do you want to fill them in
I
on
do want to fill them in.
on Nicki's freestyle?
Oh, girl, I got the video right here. Don't worry. Give me 2.5 seconds.
And
Thank
Oh
you.
my
Let's
Thank
see the
god.
you.
video.
Oh my
Let's see the video.
of the Foxy Brown the Foxy Brown inspiration. If this woman was so highly regarded and such an inspiration, why did she not promote that Coco Chanel record as this actual single? Why wasn't it all over her Twitter and story and Instagram like her other songs? Why? Because she didn't feel strong about Foxy Brown. Yeah, she put her on the Queen album because she
Oh,
needed to
she
have a
brought her
chick.
out on tour and stuff too. She brought out Foxy Brown on tour and stuff for a second, and she did promote that single. It's just Foxy Brown is, you know, she ain't did nothing in years, so nobody know who the hell she is like that. For
She
real.
didn't promote it because Foxy Brown.
Oh wow!
Foxy Brown actually came at her crazy. Foxy Brown like, you a fake ass.
Yeah, but that was afterwards. After
No,
she
it was because
realized
she didn't promote that video, and then she wound up shutting her behind the scenes. And then that's what
I'm waiting for the video. Where the video of the freestyling Nicki? I'm waiting for that because I already know.
Don't rush him. Don't rush him. Just wait. Be patient, like you always patient for Nicki.
Nicki can't freestyle. Nicki can't freestyle because if she was able to freestyle, she would have been able to beat Remy Ma, and she couldn't. She couldn't even go toe to toe with Remy Ma.
Well, I'm going to give Remy Ma that. That's all she's going to be is a battle rapper. So that's
yeah, but she's hip hop.
Listen,
exactly.
but she's a
Nicki
paid
Minaj is
battle rapper.
That's it. She
She's
would
not
never
getting no drama. She's happily married. Okay, hashtag Black Love. She's happily married.
Yes, I know.
She be a paid battle rapper. Happy minding her business, not bothered by y'all. How about it?
But here's the thing that's like this is the reason why we say y'all talk out of both sides of your neck, because you literally just said that she probably this is all speculated. Reason why Nicki probably didn't promote Foxy Brown's because a lot of people didn't know who she was. Then how can y'all sit up here and be in our faces talking about you're educated on rap when you don't even know the basics and who the hell Foxy Brown is?
Thank you.
I'm a millennial, so I kind of do know, but I'm talking about the new generation. We are entertaining the new generation, the Generation Z on up. We're not caring about the old schools like that. Y'all caring about that. People don't even hold listen to Jay-Z like that.
The old school plays a point in who these new generations.
But I do respect the old school. I do personally. But if you talk to any of my friends, they will tell you, they'll be like, no, we do not even listen to that.
A young buck. Okay, I get it.
Well,
and the new generation, a lot of this new generation probably don't know who the hell Slick Rick is either, but she sure did mention his name at the VMAs.
Fresh.
Yeah, she was just being respectful.
Oh, so that's the thing that everybody's saying, being respectful. She ain't got no relationship
came up here
with
and
Dougie
said
Fresh
I
and
wanted
Slick
Lil
Rick.
Kim and her to re-reconcile. I've been said that when I first came up here, so you have to give me.
Listen, I don't want Kim to do nothing at this point with Nicki. I don't want her to do a damn thing with Nicki. For what?
Oh my gosh.
Nicki could bring down on stage and lick Kim's boots, and I'll be happy.
Because Lil Kim needs help right now. Lil Kim need help right now, and that's big facts.
No, Lil Kim don't need no fucking help from her.
Yes,
How
she
about
does.
that?
If you are such a fan, then why y'all didn't
from her?
scream
Why
that
she need help from her? Listen, baby. Listen. Calm down. Lil Kim gonna be alright. She does not need help from trash.
Yes, she does. She needs to get another big one. She got a kid now. She needs to get her money up.
Oh Lord,
she got this world number one. I got hype.
Are y'all serious right now? Shut up.
She got that number one. Now y'all hype.
Shut up. You make no sense.
Nicki Minaj is international. That's the difference.
That number
okay. Sweetie, bye-bye. Just go take a nap. Go you tell us exactly go to bed.
Wait, I really have to get this out. Y'all do know that
Kim does not need no help from her. Believe me.
Wait.
All these decades without her, she don't need it now.
Well, here's the thing. Like, y'all do know that the reason why Nicki is even international is because of Kim. I don't know why people think Kim didn't do no type of pop or rock songs. Kim has those songs in the catalog. Like, what are y'all talking about?
Yeah, she did do it, but she did it a little bit later on in her career, and it was already like drizzled down by then.
Later on in her career, you talking about Lady? Wait. Are you talking about Lady Mama Lie, which she got a Grammy?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, that was cool, you know, that was cute, but it was other women on there that helped that track too.
So so that fills it out in the career, right?
Yeah, because that was other women helping her out on that track though.
But however,
and it was a classic anyway. So it was a classic song anyway.
That literally has number ones from other people that helped out on the track and jumped on waves. What are you talking about?
Hello.
And no, but at the end of the day, it would not have been number one, some of them songs, if it wasn't for Nicki. Let's just be real. It would have stayed in the hood in the trap. Simply.
I ain't gonna sleep because of y'all. Y'all not gonna get no sleep because of me. Let him
You
finish
know what
talking.
makes me mad about
Let him
this
finish
generation?
talking and beat your
Doja Cat
head.
is Nicki Minaj's son. We know this.
But
Doja
wait a
Cat
minute,
is
can I say something?
He ain't saying nothing about this. Let him talk,
You
Please let him talk.
wouldn't know about no music that you even hearing right now if the streets wasn't talking, because the popularity starts in the streets. If the streets don't like it, it don't get sent to mainstream. So you keep saying it
right.
would have stayed in the hood. Like, no, if something is hot in the hood, people want to sign them because what the streets do is make it hot. So all
The
this
hood is
music
Thank
started
always
with
you.
the
a factor.
streets. So
The
what are you
streets have
Yeah,
talking
that was
always
about? You
back
been
keep
in
a
the
saying
day.
back
factor.
in the trap,
Back
but
in the day.
then all girl just make it so no, that's still the same. It still resonates
Mm,
to this
The
day.
streets,
yeah,
the
kind
hood
of.
If
has
the hood
always
fucks
been the
with it,
number one factor.
if the hood fucks with it, then it goes mainstream. And that's only if the artist choose to go mainstream. Because most artists today want to be independent.
Yes.
One thing
I'm like
that's
really
never going to change
confused
is
about the
that the
bars. Like
streets is
y'all
always
really,
going to be number one.
wait, hold up.
The
I'm really
streets is
confused.
Come
always
on, I'm
going to
ready
have
for
the
this
same.
video. I see it. Okay.
Wait, I'm really confused about the barbs because y'all really act like Nicki is like a numbers type of girl. You're like, y'all do know, and I said this earlier. Just because you have a big following, you're automatically going to hit Billboard.
Right.
Hits and stuff are not based upon always the location where the song lands. It's about the longevity. And Nicki has the most free falls. So what are y'all talking about?
He
And then on
make
top of that, with
microwave
this,
music.
wait. And then on top of that, this particular hit literally is speculated to be payola because it's literally having awards for something that it came out like 2 weeks ago. So
And
what
it's
are we
always
referring to?
little
It's not
children
payola when everybody
watching
is literally
this
dancing to it.
Barbie
How is
video.
it
Like,
payola?
cause I didn't watch it.
It's the same
Hello,
way
But
that's
how
But
just
you
that
can
said
I
Rick
payola
say,
James
was
song,
Bootleg Yellow. It's
that
the
Rick
same way
James
y'all
song
said
was
Pro
already
Yellow.
hot. It was already
you
hot.
can't
Super Freak
sit
was
and
already a
say
hot
that
Y'all are so
song.
these
ass
you
backwards.
can't
Y'all are
say
so
these
ass
billboard
backwards.
while these billboard
Y'all.
yes, you
charts
I'm
can.
might
sorry.
be
Cause
contributing
literally no other
factors to
artist. He
people's
just told you
success.
no other artist got their song on there after just releasing the song for a month and then it's up there for an award. Get out of here.
Cardi
Wait, but
B.
here's
That's
the
what you want to
thing.
hurry up and put
Y'all
out a
keep
video
forgetting
on.
that's what happened with her for
Y'all need
Bodak
to
Yellow
stop.
and stuff. Why
Y'all
y'all
need
up
to
here
No,
stop.
forgetting about
Y'all
her?
really need to stop talking over him.
no.
Every time
But here's
somebody
the
get up
thing.
here and they speaking the facts, y'all want to talk over them thinking like y'all not
And while
delusional. Y'all lie.
Billboard charts might contribute to people's money and their overall notoriety, that is not the defining factor of what makes somebody hot. Nas does not have any number one records on Billboard, but how many people put him in their top 5? How
Because
much
of the
respect does he
streets.
have?
The streets
Because of
is,
the streets.
yes, and
Another
it's just like
example
the
of why
lots.
another
Jadakiss.
example of how the streets is always going
Right.
to
I
be the
love
one
me
that
some
reigns.
Styles P. That's my baby.
The
What's up?
streets is
Rich,
always whatever
listen,
is
that's a
hot in the
can
street.
I please just say something, please? I know you want to, but let me just get this out. I know y'all seen the verses with Joel Santana, Dipset, and then you seen the lots. So Dipset was more
And
mainstream
look how they brought
than the
that out
lots,
there.
and the locks bodied them. You know why? Because everybody in New York know that Jadakiss and the locks had the streets on lock. That's
Let's
why
go.
Diddy and everybody wanted to mess with them because they had the streets on lock. But don't get it twisted, Dipset had the streets on lock too.
Wait,
So
but
it's
here's
the
the thing.
streets.
Here's the thing.
Another perfect example of how the streets is always gonna rule is look at 50 Cent's come up. Ja Rule was the number one rapper in the world, arguably. Okay, on radio, he was spinning. He was on the Billboard with J-Lo, Ashanti, everybody. But 50 Cent came with mixtapes, bars, records that sounded incredible. And the street said, we want this dude on the map. And that's what propelled him.
Sure did.
That was
All the
back in the
G-Unit
day.
got
Talk
all
about
his
always
And
been
not
mixtapes.
on
only
Sure
top.
that,
did.
It's about
the
streaming
songs that
now.
50
G-Unit
Cent was
mixtapes,
on. Wait a
all
minute
that.
though.
Sure
The
did.
songs,
talking at
wait a
both
minute
sides of
though.
her
The
neck.
songs
Hold
that
up.
50 Cent was on,
Baffling.
he was throwing jabs at everybody in the game. He used that formula to get
Ooh,
on. He was snitching on people
hold up.
in the songs. He
I
was
just
snitching
noticed.
on people. He was snitching on Supreme. He was a big time drug dealer in Queens and all of that. Like, y'all really don't even know the deep story. All this shit is street. All this shit federal, like they be saying, bro.
Right.
Yeah,
Let's
I
go.
we
think. Hold
understand
up.
it.
Wait,
But
wait, wait,
like
wait,
you
wait,
say
wait, wait, wait,
now,
wait,
it's
wait,
a
wait, wait, wait,
Rico.
wait, wait.
Yeah.
Because baby, hold up. I just noticed something. You just talked. Well, as in the bar, you literally just talked at both sides of your neck when you said this was the past. When literally throughout this whole commentary, you guys talked about how Nicki was literally from the past, and when she came in the game, she has a certain mindset and talked about how Nicki's from the
Right,
past.
but Nicki know how
When
to
it comes down
grow.
to the
That's
bars,
the difference. Nicki know
when it
how
comes
to
down to the
make grow
bars,
and make herself different and know how to market herself. That's the difference.
wait, what's the
Y'all talking
difference?
about has-beens, them older heads that ain't gonna be, they respecting in
Market
y'all
herself by disrespecting people in the industry. She disrespects other female artists in the industry, and that's how she market herself. If you look at the YouTube algorithm, all you see, if you could go to Cardi B YouTube channel, you could go to Megan Thee Stallion, all female art, and you will see Nicki Minaj. You know why? Because she would just throw some shots or say something on Twitter when she go through her Twitter rants, and then boom, she's connected to a specific artist. So when that artist make a song, they want to say, "Oh well, she said this about Nicki Minaj," and Nicki Minaj will believe it. This is why Cash Doll said she was delusional, just like her bars.
y'all keep forgetting they threw shots at her first too. Don't get it wrong. Y'all acting like they innocent.
Oh Lord.
Oh, Lord.
Right,
Yes, she delusional.
though,
All right, so I'm about to play this video. Y'all listen to these bars.
Okay, let's see.
Lonnie Consuela here. You know what? It's so funny. It's funny. I'm working on a new drawing with Soldier Boy. Okay. And this is cute. It's for my Barbies. They'll understand it. Something for GCI. Lonnie Consuela here. You know what? It's so funny. It's funny. I'm working on a new drawing with Soldier Boy. Okay. And this is cute. It's for my Barbies. They'll understand it. It's step at the light. I'ma hop out my Barbie dream car. I'ma jump on a mama ride. I'm like a theme park. Louie, Dewey, Louie, cotton candy, chewy, chewy. Think I forgot my Louie. Let me bust it, Louie, Louie. It's cute. It's for like the 106 and Park audience. So you guys will. I mean, you'll hear it eventually. But we're laying it.
Now, what you say?
Rise for clean. In the words of
Idiot. Honey, she was marketing herself for the other crowd. That's what y'all don't get.
Yes, God.
She was marketing herself for the other crowd.
Can you play the other video when on the underground and she was younger? Play that one. That shit is
I'm
true.
confused.
Like
it was given idiot. It was given idiot.
No, it was giving marketing queen.
Somebody call sanitation. Take the trash
out.
out.
The ones that literally say that
You should know. Y'all aren't trash.
Weren't you the one that said? Well, not you. Aren't y'all the ones that literally say that she had to get in the game by coming for the top spot and no gimmicks? What is this chicken wing in her mouth?
Oh shit! Oh God!
Well, you got to do your rituals. Everybody have to do the rituals. That's nothing new.
Naughty girl. Don't blame it on the.
I want to make sure.
It's the truth. Everybody have to do the rituals. We all can search up, even Drake, all the big stars, even white stars. Everybody have to do the rituals. It's nothing new. Even on her VMA awards, she got to check her floors. Like, you have to respect them in some kind of form.
Oh God.
But she knows how to clean it up.
She was cleaning up. That leg was great, honey. For me, that was it, baby.
That looks very classy.
That shit.
This her favorite.
Calculated.
As a like a motherfucker for her. Sure no would.
40-year-old veteran in the game.
I think facts is loud and clear, mumbling and cackling. What the hell are you talking about?
I'm confused. Come again?
She looking good, baby.
She was. So no gigs. I mean, no. What happened?
She looking good. That's the queen, looking fabulous.
Looking just like Lady Gaga. Okay, got you. All right.
No, Lady Gaga was scared of Nicki Minaj. That just came out recently. She was scared that her career was going to die. But I love Lady Gaga, so I'm not going to go too hard on her.
Why was she?
You know what's crazy? Because if a regular woman that did not have a name in the industry looked just like that or acted like that, y'all would tear her to pieces. Especially the way they look. If they look like that and all that, y'all would tear her to pieces.
Of course.
Baby, them are iconic looks. Them
if they
fashion
acted
looks.
like that, you would tear her to pieces.
You wouldn't understand because even Cardi B is even doing the fashion thing now. It's when you get up to a higher
What you
level.
mean doing that
Thing
fashion
now.
When you
thing
get
now?
into a
First of all,
higher
baby,
level, you understand.
you better stop. You better stop. What the hell you mean fashion thing now? Be quiet,
It
please,
is. It
please,
was
please,
the
please, please,
fashion.
please.
It was the
Not
hot
Cardi B
era.
that was in Paris. Okay, dressed in flowers from head to toe. Okay.
Yes.
Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Oh, no,
Back
no, no. We're not
then.
gonna do this. We're not gonna do this, lady. Relax.
Wait, but I have a question though. Like the reason why I'm confused because you said this fashion thing, and the reason why I'm confused is because she wasn't a pioneer when it came to the fashion.
Thank you.
That
Yes,
argument.
she was to me.
No, the reason why is like these arguments only work if she was the pioneer. She's not the pioneer.
No, but she
The
refreshed it and turned it into something that was wonderful. That's simple as that.
Wait. So she turned.
So that cheerleader outfit in that video was fashion.
Wait,
I told
do me a
y'all,
favor.
even if she did
Put
bit
my,
off a Lil Kim or whatever, it was still something that was different and unique, honey. She did her own
different
thing.
and
She
unique.
put character.
That wasn't her own
What's
thing.
different
Yeah,
and
I
unique?
did
She
it.
did. She
She
made
was
her
very
own
Party
twist
City
and
wig
roll.
on. Be quiet.
What's different and unique? What's
She put
different
her
and
own
unique?
twist with it. Everybody
What's
get
different and
inspired
unique?
by
What's
somebody.
different and unique?
Everybody get inspired by somebody.
What's different and unique?
Get her.
What's different and unique? I'm gonna go right back.
Ass.
What's different and unique?
Nicki made the new twist.
What's different
Period.
and unique?
And y'all have to show the same photo. So let's
Let
get
me
some
tell
new
you
photos.
something.
What's
Oh,
up?
don't worry, I got you.
Let me
They
tell you
right in my
something.
catalog.
Y'all can
I
go
love
see
when
me
you
a picture
say
of
that.
me
She was
from
just at the VMAs as a
2010.
little
Okay,
clone.
right
She was just
now.
at She was just at the
Oh, make
VMAs
sure
as a
you
little Kim clone.
make sure you pull up the one where she was in the We Go Up video. That's a whole little Kim look right there.
Oh, don't worry, I got this right here. Let me share my
She
screen.
was just at the VMAs as a little Kim clone. What are we talking about?
Baby, that right there, that could have been just a different kind of person who did a wardrobe for them. Like that wasn't even intentional. You can tell that wasn't.
Yeah, it was. It looked just like it.
And no, it was not.
The
I
same.
just
But she
don't
put her
understand why
own.
you paying thousands of dollars and your weave look plastic. That's all I don't
It did
understand.
not, baby. That hair was laid.
So you
Girl,
talking about
do you
this over
see these
here?
pictures? Shut up.
That hair was laid, honey. Yes.
Yeah, okay, whatever.
Oh, this right here. What about this one? Huh? She turned it.
And that was Nicki style to it. Period.
Oh, okay, got you. Heard. Okay, just want to make sure. Want to make sure I heard everything right. Okay, got you.
Y'all press.
Oh, this one's interesting because I want you guys to see this one. See this bad boy right here. Now, don't you guys remember when Nicki Minaj hosted the Real Housewives of Potomac?
Oh my God! Yep, I see it already. You're right.
Now, what happened?
Oh my God. Like that's the normal outfit with the little change and stuff. Like that wasn't even too comparable. Come on now. That's a black, beautiful. Oh, come on, bro. That's something
Well,
different.
you know what's very funny because I actually can hear the tonality in your voice, and you know that you see what you see, but you just don't want to give us that. Okay, I got you. Anything else? I can do this all day. I love when you Barbie come up here. I always put her in your Barbie box.
My God,
that's okay, honey. That's okay.
Yep, that part should have stayed in the case.
We ain't doing it right now. It don't matter.
Now I'm like in my full mode right now.
Okay, I could be here all day. Let's
Y'all
go.
got reckless on a whole docu-series at this point.
Because I love when the Barbies do this. This is easy work for me. What is that? Okay, there we go. So she didn't have to do gimmicks to get in the game?
All of those pictures was from head up or far away. I wonder why.
No, we got one right here. So she didn't have gimmicks?
Yeah, that's iconic, honey. She had to do what I told you. Back in the day, you know, that was the pop era. Like that was
Yeah,
just
she was on some
everything.
Gaga shit,
Oh,
man.
Yes, like everybody was like, and then they had the
How
same
you gonna say
designers
the
and stuff.
pop
You
era
gotta
like
realize
pop
that.
died or something?
she ran out of
Relax.
rap, so she went to pop.
That's literally, you know, that was
Ran
just
out of
it.
rap.
That was just ugly.
No, it's not. That was fashion, honey.
That
No,
ain't no
that was ugly.
Even
That
with
wig
Cardi
was
B,
that.
even
I'm
with
just
Cardi
talking
B
about the
with her
wig.
new, even Cardi B
The
with her
wig
new
was
fashion thing, she
ugly.
was dressed as a flower. Okay, when
Like
it
I
comes to
said, the
fashion,
wig
you can
was
wear how you want to do.
ugly. Oh well, the wig was ugly. Like I said, the wig was ugly.
And the
Oh my
wig that you
goodness.
probably could not afford.
First
So
of all,
I'm
I
so
would not want a
confused.
wig looking like that. Thank you very much. So that's not
Mm-hmm.
it
Oh,
because
it
I'm the
probably
one
wouldn't
who
look
was
good on
talking
you
about
anyway.
wigs that they
Probably
pay
wouldn't look
all
good
this
on you
money
anyway.
for that look like trash.
Probably wouldn't look good
Come
on you
on
anyway.
now,
It's
just
okay,
stop
girl.
it. You're making no sense, lady. Just relax.
You didn't relax, honey. You know what I'm saying? New
A
York.
wig I can't afford, baby. If I wanted a wig, trust me, I would get one, and it wouldn't look like that.
She did what?
Somebody said it was ugly fashion.
It's the bougie Barbie for me. You're a traitor. Bye.
Mm-mm.
That's crazy.
I'm trying to understand what you guys, what do you mean? So,
That's iconic looks. I'm not gonna lie. It was the shit back then.
oh yeah, it was iconic when it was on Kim too. Alrighty, so that alrighty. There we go. But to be completely honest,
Exactly.
this whole
Everything
thing,
can.
but to be completely honest, is like we wouldn't have this issue if just be honest. Like that's the reason why it comes off like we're hating. It's like these things wouldn't even be like these things. Like she would actually have a foundation to say a lot of the stuff that she says because it would make sense. Like okay, shit, they are using her bars. Oh shit, they are dressed similar, but however, you did the exact same thing. And
Right.
you're not, it's one thing if you can admit it, but you're not even admitting it. And so now you're literally on this panel
I
trying to defend it. And
did
I'm telling you
told
what.
you in the beginning when I first came up. I said yes, she had reinvented what Kim did, but she did
What
it
is
10
reinvent? What
billion
is just the
times
same?
better. She did it 10 billion times better. That's what I said. The Queen had made it international. Period. And
FREE.
Kim,
That stands free. Creditreport.com, baby.
Okay, I have
no,
a
honey,
question
credit
here.
report
Now this
you
is
need,
actually
honey.
a legit
But when
question
it
though.
comes to it,
No,
she
wait,
made
but
it better.
I have like a legit question for you because I always want to ask Barb's this.
Okay,
When it
come
comes
on,
down to
stop.
that versus battle, why do you believe that Nicki Minaj is going to win that when it comes to that versus battle?
Because she got beyond hits. And Lil Kim does
Like what?
too, for the people who know her music. Because, you know what I'm saying, it is some classic hits since I'm able to listen to it now, because I'm old enough to listen to Lil Kim music. But at the end
Come
of
on,
the
Grandma.
day, like I said, Nicki Minaj shit is international. She have the whole freaking place burned the fuck down just from her hits alone.
But this is the reason how the hell we know you guys don't know anything about hip hop. You do
Uh-huh.
know that half of most of her catalog is gonna have to be out the window because let's just be very clear. Kim's classics are classics to hip hop culture.
Yep.
Right,
And you
to
mean to tell
old
me
hip hop heads. Yes, correct.
if Little Kim plays
I'm
with
glad
the
y'all doing
Benjamins.
entertainment tonight.
Hold
Oh,
on.
wait. If she plays Benjamins, what is
Uh-huh.
Nicki Minaj gonna play back? Super bass? And you think that's gonna win?
Then she gonna play Aunt Dot. Then she gonna turn around.
And if now and keep in mind too, with these songs that Little Kim has, they were really, really moving the culture. So a lot of times too, all you have to do is get the beat to these songs. So I'm trying to see, and keep in mind too, all Kim needs is just 10 to win, 11 to win.
Yep.
Correct.
She doesn't need 45,000, and it's 20 rounds. So I'm confused on where you guys think that she's gonna win. I mean that Nicki's gonna win. What is she gonna play?
Her song is microwavable music.
No, it's not, honey.
Yeah, it
She
is.
will
That's
win. She
thirsty
will
for.
win. Simple as that. Because
can't-
we got her back. That's simple as that.
Hey, when you gotta come out with another album? That's all y'all say about her.
Nah, what you want to do?
Garbage.
No, honey. Y'all need to go stream Lil Kim music because she's
Wanna
struggling
be
right now.
balling. What?
No, that's why she at where she at now, because her music is classic. People always stream her music every day. What are you talking
No, not like they used to. Not
But
like they used
it's the
to.
same thing we can
It's
say
what
for Lauryn Hill.
Nicki
What are you talking about?
Minaj
What are you
with
talking about? Both
50.
sides of your neck. Once again, you praise one for having one album that's a classic, but yet we have one with 4 albums that's classic. So what do you mean?
Who, me?
Crickets? Question mark? Silence? No response. That's it.
I'm gonna give my response. At the end of the day, like I said, Lil Kim need help now, and she knows that. Everybody knows that Lil Kim need help now, and that's period on period. She
Oh
was
my
talking
goodness!
that
You
she can
sound like
read.
you need help. Are you a grandma?
What you talking about? I'm not no fucking grandma, baby. You sound like a grandma.
Shit.
You sound like
Talking
the
about Little
beyond the
Kim
old
need help.
school.
Little Kim don't need no help. Shit. Who the fuck are you? Dang.
Yes, she does need help, honey. That's why you think she
You
went to
know
try
what?
to do a
And you
song
give
with
her
Megan Thee
all the
Stallion.
help she
Why
needs.
you
The
think
more
she was
you
trying
say
to do
her
a
name, the
song
more
with
they
Nicki?
sing her music. Keep on. Thank you.
Child, she been
You
trying to
sound
make
crazy.
some kind of hit
No,
with
Nicki
somebody.
need help. That's why they giving her all this shit to shut her ass up. Nobody want to hear her no more after 2022, baby.
Nah, baby, that's
We
a lie,
sitting
honey.
grandma
The other
down. Be
side
quiet.
is
All the
glad
grandmas
about
can
Queen
go
Nicki
sit down.
winning. That's the whole thing internationally, honey. United Kingdom, Europe, London, all of them. They will be beside
Oh
Nicki until the day she
Lord.
goes
Here
glory.
you go. Are you going to the Queen's funeral? Be quiet.
I
Are you
think her
talking
biggest
shit? I'm over here pressing shit.
I think her biggest fan
It's
base
me. I
is
can control it.
UK. I think that's her biggest fan base because the US ain't really messing with her like that. They getting tired of her.
Because
of
we know
people
how
like
she
you that's
is.
hating.
But what I will say is this: is that I think it's very interesting. You're talking about being international, and we are also understand how colonialism has been a global thing. You're talking about a group of narcissistic motherfuckers, and you talk about overseas where the queen is narcissistic as fuck, and then you think, girl, what? That don't make no fucking sense. Girl.
No, we're not talking about race right now because that's what I'm trying to tell you. Nicki already ran that burial when it came to that. She broke the burial for that. So we can even be able, if it wouldn't be no Lotto if it wasn't for Nicki Minaj. Lotto, Big Energy, if she would have put that out back then before Nicki Minaj, it wouldn't have won nothing. You get what I'm saying? You gotta
Be
realize
quiet. Be quiet. Be quiet. Because
Period.
little Lotto grew up on the damn rap game. Just be quiet.
Yeah, her
Ain't
father
nobody
was already in
asking
the
no
industry.
permission from no damn Nicki Minaj. Be quiet. Just stop the crap.
Sounds like Lil Kim. She sounds like a lot like Lil Kim. What are you talking
And
about?
that's the reason, and to be completely honest, that's the
But
reason
why you
why
saying Nicki
Nicki has
Minaj? She
an
ain't
issue
gotta go
with.
through no damn Nicki Minaj.
But that's the reason why Lotto is being dissed by Nicki now, because Lotto's not getting permission from Nicki. Like, yeah, I like you, Nicki, and I live for you, but however, I'm a beast too. And on top of that,
I'm a grown woman, exactly, and I could think for
She
myself.
want to stand around.
because she got a BBL and she changed her
Want to
name.
stand
That's
around
why.
do girls. Girls was going
That's
to do what
why.
she
And
did.
then, of course, if we're going to go by race, because she already knows she's going to win because she's a lighter skin complexion. That's why Lotto talk is smack now. But in the beginning,
You know
she
what?
was
You
not
need
like
to
that.
stop. You need to stop because Nicki, like you said, already done changed her skin lighter too. So be quiet.
No, all them pictures.
First of all, Nicki is the
she look
same
good
one
on
that was
all of
walking
them.
around here throwing temper tantrums because a boy got more sales than her. Every time she doesn't get her way, she throws temper tantrum, and then now they just giving her shit just to give it to her because they're tired of fucking her. That's all it is. They're just giving it to her because she's been throwing temper tantrums for years,
No, they giving
crying
it to
about
her
the
because
fact
she
that
deserve
she's not
it.
getting. No, sweetie, because you know how many times they try to get her to do any type of VMAs, anything, and she was talking big shit because she was too big for them. And then when they decide to sit her ass down on a fucking shelf, that's when she wants to cry and be like, "Oh my god, I need the sales. I'm bigger than Travis Scott." No, like, okay, but he's outside. He's with his fans. That's the difference. You thought you was
Now,
big shit, and then when they put you on the side, now you want to cry and throw temper tantrums, and then that's the reason why all of a sudden you get.
Well, this
Nicki Minaj
was when
did she
Drake
have a
had
Grammy?
turned his back against Nicki. He really did, because on that Astro, what really helped that song was Sicko Mode. Astro World was because of Sicko Mode. And that's his classic because of Drake. Period. When he was talking about Kim Kardashian, if we want to go
I
there.
love how everybody else uses other people and they don't have talent, but Nicki's the only one with talent.
Right.
No, I
Like,
just
make it make
said
sense.
Travis
So
Scott
you mean
is
to
that's
tell
my
me?
bro.
You mean to
That's my
tell me
bro.
Travis
But
Scott
don't
don't
get
got
it
talent?
wrong.
Travis
Sicko
Scott made a
mode.
whole Travis world. You mean all those people that showed up was off
No,
only
I
off
did not
one
say I'm
song?
against Travis Scott. I love Travis Scott music. When he actually got effed
Oh
over by the
Lord.
industry
Oh no, see you
recently.
slip
Okay,
now,
baby.
right?
Stop.
Okay.
Stop backpedaling.
Wait,
I'm not.
Conscious,
No,
share
I'm
my
not
screen,
backpedaling.
please.
I can. Okay.
Share my screen, please.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on for a minute.
I got you. It's just I don't know. Like y'all.
But Drake made Sicko Mode. That's why that went number one. He betrayed Nicki. But we forgave Drake. We love you, Aubrey. We got you.
These
What
niggas
is
could do whatever.
betrayed?
First of
I
all,
would
he
like
could
to
do whatever
know.
he wants. Nicki Minaj is not paying his bills. Nicki Minaj did not sign him. Nicki Minaj didn't do anything. So he can't do music with other people because what?
No, but that was during the hate
Loyalty to
train.
Nicki
He
Minaj,
knew what he
like
was doing.
no.
He knew what he was doing.
Okay,
We
and Nicki
forgave him.
did. You don't know their relationship
We
behind the
forgave him.
scene. Nicki could have done some shit to him too.
We forgave
It's
him.
not always one sided.
We
Says
forgave him.
the person that completely collaborated with all of Little Kim's ally. Okay, got you. Alrighty.
Right.
Alrighty. That makes perfect sense. Once again, this your arguments would make sense if her history wasn't the way that it
Yeah,
was.
and everybody
Like,
hopped on the boat because they know Nicki was winning at that time and they knew they was gonna get a bag. Simple as
get
that.
a bag.
Oh
Okay, got
wow.
it. Makes perfect sense. Come on, girl, get my shit together. Share my screen. Nah, I think it's interesting that you said that everybody else needs help. So let me play this real quick.
Oh, this we going there today.
Oh, not the Kokiana moment. Over those 2 bags.
Over Chanel.
The Queen loves Chanel. Thank you. Classy shit. You don't know nothing about it.
I don't give a damn.
I know you don't. That's why you gonna stay where you at.
And that's why you sound the way you sound.
Oh, whatever.
Giving coke. Bitch on drugs?
Sure was.
No, her Quavo had got that for her, honey, and that's when she was just fucking with him. She didn't claim him yet. He was already buying her shit.
He was
Let's talk about better health.
Oh, just stop it. She got an excuse
Wasn't
for
Nicki
everything.
crying over the fact that Quavo was played her? Wasn't
Quavo,
she crying over that?
well, no, he played her after he didn't claim. She didn't claim him. That's when he played her.
No, I believe she
No,
posted the
because
Chanel and all
literally,
that stuff. And
when
then
he showed
he
that
acted like he
video,
didn't give a damn.
when he showed that video, she was mad because Nicki Minaj wouldn't claim him to be her boyfriend or whatever. So he was mad. He was petty. He was really mad.
So I must have been in an alternate universe that day because I remember I was on live, but you know.
Okay.
Oh God.
All right. You do not sound good doing that shit at all.
And I also think it's interesting.
You don't either, honey. Sound like
No,
a
I sound way better than you. You do
sound like
not
the
sound.
gutter.
You sound like you're at least 75 years old, mama.
And you sound like the gutter.
Nah, baby, I sound like a real bitch.
No,
That's what I
you
sound
like the gutter.
I sound like my pussy sweet. You sound
baby,
weird.
you don't sound like your pussy.
That's
You
what
sound
you,
like
that's
it
what
stinks.
you sound
like
weird.
Batuta trash,
You sound
honey.
like somebody's grandma talking to everybody
honey,
like this all day about
no,
Nicki
you
Minaj.
sound like
Nicki Minaj is your favorite person in the world.
Oh my God, you got it right, because that's how you the fuck
Out of
sound,
here.
bitch.
Get the
Don't
fuck
play.
out of here. Please. It's always a bitch that's not even from our city trying to help rep our city and don't even know shit.
Baby, I'm not trying to rep New York, baby. Honey, you can stay where
But
you
you
at,
talking
honey.
about somebody from New York, you don't even know half the things you're talking about.
Baby, but at the end of the
You
day,
don't
I'm
even
gonna
know
rep
half
for
the shit you're
Queen.
talking
I'm gonna rep
about.
for Queen Nicki,
Your
baby.
queen
That's
is
who I'm
making you look
repping.
stupid.
Babe, I already know that, but she became international.
All right, thank
She's
you.
international.
Thank you. That's all I needed to hear.
Oh
You
wow.
know that you're stupid.
Oh wow. Just
Come
pitiful.
on. She used
That is pitiful. You trying to sound like her and everything. Like you's a little child. Like get out of here. You too old for that.
I think though she says she's generation What the fuck that generation she said she was? I know she said she was young.
I'm 28.
Yeah, you a baby.
No, you
Of
damn
course,
sure don't
I
sound
know.
like you're the
Y'all
same
sound
age
like
as
old
me.
heads. I know. I respect the OGs, though. Y'all have time to spend a conversation in.
I don't know.
I'm 28 years old as well. I do not sound like that.
And yes, you
That's
do. You
not
sounded like
good,
an
though.
OG,
And
like
no, I did
earlier, for
not.
real. Yes, you did. Oh, God.
Probably because I just woke up.
Look, at the
But
end
Oh,
of
my
the
God.
I
day,
definitely
Now
sound
you,
like a
now
baby,
you
we
nose.
try to
from
sound
New
like
York.
me.
We
Like,
from New
Definitely
what?
York,
sound like
and
a.
it don't fucking
No.
matter.
I definitely
Yeah.
sound younger than you.
Oh, my God. I know, but you was sounding like a freaking old head.
Oh goodness,
Now
listen
let's
to
get
her,
back to
listen
the
to her.
comment.
All right. Anyway, back to the looks.
Yeah, let's get
Thank
back
you.
to the
Back
comment.
to the commentary.
I already said that, sweetie. You're late.
Whatever.
Here we go.
I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna be honest. The reason why I like to use Nicki as like a catalyst is because it's like I really try to
It's too
understand.
easy.
Like a lot of you guys, wait, hold on. A lot of you guys are like really actually adults. Like you just like y'all
Right.
are really actual adults, and it's
It's
I don't
weird.
know. I don't
It's
get it. I
weird.
really don't get it.
It's weird.
And if you
No,
gotta
it's
like
not.
really,
When you're faithful to somebody, you're faithful. Period.
Yeah, but that don't mean you gotta.
You
talk
do know, like
like
God said, you cannot. You like that. I feel like whenever, honestly, I'm not even joking. Like I'm not even trying to be funny and talk back and forth with you. I'm dead. I was about to say a real comment here. This is how I
Okay.
feel. Honestly, like when you guys do that and you guys put these people on a pedestal, like it always brings me back to the Bible. It makes me feel as if like y'all putting these people before God, because there's no way
Exactly.
that the minute these people do something, y'all whole lives change, and that's not good. Like I feel like it's gonna
So
end
what
up
you was trying to
in the
put
end
on
not.
the pedestal earlier? Okay, now it's the hypocritical on that one.
How
Okay.
was I hypocritical? I never said I was a fan of anyone.
Ah,
Did I say
y'all
that?
was
Hello.
up here
Excuse
fighting.
me,
Y'all was fighting so
panel.
hard
Did
for
I
Lil
come in
Kim
here and say
earlier.
I was? I never. I
no,
just
we're
got
Y'all
not
was
here,
fighting
honey.
so hard for
I've
Lil
only
Kim
been on the
earlier.
panel for 10 minutes. I've only been on the
Not
panel for
you.
10
I'm talking about
minutes.
the other one too. But at the end of the
Oh,
day, y'all was
well,
fighting
for
for Lil
me,
Kim so
no,
bad
wait.
earlier.
This
I
is
ain't
the
never
reason
say
I
I
don't
was
put
why.
a fan.
nobody.
So
Wait,
I
hold
don't
on,
put
Okay.
nobody in front of
wait.
nothing.
I just know the
So y'all
This
just
facts.
is
say,
fair. And I'm gonna say this so clear. I can
Exactly.
tell you, Barb. Reason being is because once again, you
Mhm.
acting like Nikki, taking something that is obvious. The reason why we bring it up, like the reason why we bring certain examples up, is to prove a point. But y'all completely missed the point of everything that we said. We're not putting little Kim on this pedestal of, oh my God, little Kim is she, and we're actually lying about the accomplishments that she has done. The reason, like y'all are sitting up here putting Nikki on this pedestal, which is cool, she deserves it. But however, we show you this, oh, she never did that for Kim. Oh my God, what are you talking about?
Right.
And you
she
acting like
physically
her
didn't do
ass
nothing
came
to
down
her.
to the Lotto situation. And obviously Lotto was talking about notoriety as in having access. And she talking about, so don't compare yourself to me when it comes to accomplishments. No one ever said that.
But
Like
Nikki
Kim
don't want us
said,
to ever. She don't want us to ever forget that she's accomplished, honey.
mm-hmm.
And you know what's crazy? Look at this picture on the screen right now. You would think she would have done it better all these years later. And Kim's looks still slayed. Hello.
What you talking about? She eating her
Look at
up.
them wigs.
On that.
Her hair still look
Oh,
better.
that's hard for me. She didn't have to fix her face. She already had it naturally like that.
You know what's so funny? Is
First
that
of
y'all
all,
really be
little
saying,
Kim, these back in the day pictures, her face won't even fix.
Yeah, she did. She was fixing on her nose
The
a little
only
bit.
thing
No,
on
she only
She
had
was
her
fixing on
nose
her
listen, the
because
lips.
only
her
thing
nose
in this
got
picture,
She was
broken.
fixing on her
first of all,
jaw.
was the
let me
nose.
see
The
this.
only thing you need to be
Because her
quiet.
nose
Because
got
I'm telling you.
broken. She got a
Yes,
beard.
that's the only thing. But look, one of them, she even got her old nose. Y'all need to stop playing with me. Like, stop playing.
Wait,
Like
but
I
here's the
said, the wigs still look better.
wait, but here's the thing.
So
I
what's your
need to
excuse for Nikki
understand.
all these years later?
I need already to understand. Like y'all do know all this shit that she talks about everybody's looks, everybody's face, all these things. That lets you
And
know
she
she
did
really
all
has
the same
nothing.
surgeries.
No. It's not that. It's just that you never know down the line if they get rid of her looks, as in God forbid something happened and she don't look the same. Baby, they gonna tear her ass up the same way. As soon as she started gaining weight, they start talking about her weight. As soon as she got pregnant, they start talking about her being pregnant because guess what? That's what the Barbs did with Kim. Y'all talked about her kids. The same thing the Barbs did when it came down to
I do
Cardi.
not respect. I
Y'all
respect it.
messaged Cardi talking about you're gonna run her child over. Let's not forget about that. And so you have no foundation to actually try to prove your point and have like an actual foundation.
Well, I did not do that because I don't mess with kids like that. So at the end of the day, like I said, Nicki, she's been eating it up. Period. She looks good right there, honey. Simple as that.
Yep,
Even
she
on
been
each picture
eating
I show.
all the beef and all the pork chops, all the cornbread,
Dang. Well, look,
all the
Kim had to
hog
get her
maw.
fat chopped off. So either way, she had to get all that cut off. Her face, her leg, everything. Don't even know who she is no more.
All right, this is what I am gonna say. You know, Nicki is doing her thing right now, but it's off the expense of being something she's not. And that's the problem, her lack of authenticity. And it makes me question, do she really deserve any type of praise whatsoever for literally trying to wipe out and destroy somebody else's career to build hers? Like, I feel like all of that is Lil Kim. If you look at it, I don't feel like she really deserves nothing. Yeah, she made her music. She did her thing as far as the streaming goes, but far as fashion and far as the disrespect that she showed Kim, like, no, I really don't think she deserved any love from anybody. She's looking for the very love she never gave everybody else. And now she's seeing how other artists felt when they came in the industry. She had the Joe Budden interview, and she said all these girls deserve their flowers. The only reason why she said that because she felt she deserved her flowers. She didn't say it when it needed to be said. So once it gets said, ain't nobody gonna care about it no more. It's just gonna prove Little Kim right. That's who she was all along. So I'm just sitting
We
back.
already know that she the nasty girl in the corner, rolling her eyes and talking shit and smack to her little friend group under the fucking breath, cause she's spooked and fucking nervous. Okay.
Yeah, she's scared.
She's
All
not
the other
looking
girls,
up,
and
girl.
any girl like Lotto was saying that now from one point it was only Nicki. Now everybody is like leveled, and she don't like that fact that she could. There's a whole bunch of girls that's lined up, and once again it goes back to Lil Kim saying that she wanted to be the only girl. She don't want no other artists to come out and compete with her. That's why she picks Bia. That's why she picks Akbar and JT, because these girls ain't going to step on her toes. All these other girls, they want to be the it girls. So it's like, I'm not standing with the it girls because the it girls could potentially outdo me.
It's all a part of the game at the end of the day. It's back to the beginning, pretty much.
I agree with whoever said that they are questioning whether Nicki Minaj deserves any of the shit she got, because
She does.
it's almost like the difference between celebrating the person who like genuinely worked their ass off versus the person who like fucked their way to the top. And it's like,
Right.
okay,
No, she
top,
did not force herself to the top. No.
no, I'm not
No.
saying she did. I mean, as far as and nobody can say that
She
she
did.
did because we don't know if she did or didn't. But I'm making that as an analogy as it relates to this Lil Kim dynamic, because like
She was never authentic with who she was from the
she was
beginning.
never authentic, and she isn't even clear about what the fuck defines success for her, because as we discussed 5,000 hours ago, you say it's the pen, but then when Remy matched you in the pen, then it was about the accolade. But then when it was
Right.
but then when Cardi matched you in the accolade, it was then you started trying to drop them tears in interviews because you ain't have no way else to fucking spin it, and it's just like, so you're just moving the goalposts, trying to decide who gets to be deemed a true artist and all of this, but it's like you haven't even been authentic to your own artistry. And then we also played clips earlier of her dubbing other fucking female rappers' flows while trying to condemn the new girls for hijacking her flows, but they hijacking flows that she hijacked from other bitches. I can't do
Right.
it.
So she's not the role model. It's really Little Kim that's the role. That's actually the one that people look up to. But she's trying to take that whole identity. To this day, she's still trying to take that identity. That's why she refuses to acknowledge Lil Kim, because she feels like she don't owe Little Kim nothing. She's trying to actually like it's the delusion for me. Like she just trying to act like that situation never existed. She's trying to blame it on Fendi,
I
but
think
you
she's
can't.
trying to not, because if she does, she don't want to have to explain why she ain't
Did what
have
she
no
did.
identity the whole time. Yeah, she gonna have to go into the whole shit. So she's trying to act like she just trying to deny the big elephant in the room altogether, because if she got to speak to it, there's no way she can spin it but speak honestly to it. But because the honest answer is embarrassing as fuck, she just gotta avoid it altogether.
Mm-hmm. I think the VMAs would have been the perfect spot to do that. Like when she went,
I did agree on that. I really do agree on that.
she should have showed, what's that word? She should have showed grace. That's how I feel. Like, okay, yeah, I done did all of this all for 15 years. And first of all, she haven't even been out 15 years. She really been out about 12 years. Because
No, she been out
she
actually, but she
has
was in another name. She had another name.
the world knows Nicki Minaj as Nicki Minaj for 12 years. The other couple of years, nobody knew who she was. That's what I'm saying. That's not being in the industry. That's trying to come up.
What name? I'm so sorry. What name did Nicki Minaj go under before then?
What? Lewinsky? What's that?
Oh, Nikki Lewinsky and all that shit.
Oh no! The reason why the reason I really want to get clarity, because I could have sworn earlier when you was going back and forth with one of them, you said that one of the other artists had to switch their name to make it to the top. Okay, got you. I want to make sure.
Oh, I don't know.
Okay, I'll let you get that one.
Yeah, she
every time the facts come out, you get quiet, Barbie.
Whatever. We still winning. That's what matters.
It makes me wonder who's gonna be the next, like in 20 years from now. Who's gonna be the next person they
None
do
of
all
these
this
girls
for?
can really hold Doja
The
Cat.
next
I
person
think
do
Doja
what?
Cat.
Get the
I
award?
think Doja had
Doja
to,
Cat.
because
Doja
Doja
Cat.
can rap her ass off and she could freaking sing, and the
And
pop
they like
stuff,
her
all
more
that.
because she is more European features and stuff. So yeah.
I think that
I can't say no to that one.
I think that in 20 years, y'all still gonna be seeing Nikki in her wheelchair and scooter. On her super freaky shit,
scooter.
push it through, and it's gonna be what it's gonna be.
Nah, she ain't gonna be in her wheelchair yet because she have her son. So, but she will be divorced from that guy and should just be doing fitness tapes and shit, wearing those little 2-piece sets, you know, them jogger sets and
I
shit
don't think Nikki could leave that guy
on the internet. Oh yeah, she can, but she can't leave him yet. There's a time limit on that contract. Believe you me.
That guy, I think his name is Will Isaiah. He's actually right for what he just said about her name being Mirage, and then he flipped it to Minaj.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that was true. And then he told her to go with the whole little Kim thing. He admitted it on Breakfast Club. He was like, yeah, do the little Kim thing or whatever. But she took that shit and ran with it.
Wow.
Yep.
Make it right. Make it right. Make it right, Nicki Minaj. We're all rooting for you. Make it right.
Not
I mean,
at least you.
At least you honest.
Nicki Minaj could be so powerful.
I mean, I wish her the best, but you know.
It took
I hope she does it for
It
her
took
sake, but for the sake of female hip hop too. Like,
it took her 15 years in the game to do a Joe Budden interview and acknowledge Lil Kim. She haven't said Lil Kim's name after the whole beefing or whatever. And then when she finally said Lil Kim's name, it was in the sense of disrespecting another female artist. So that should tell everybody something. She's not gonna make it right. She's gonna ride this till the wheels fall off.
No, sure.
70 talking about y'all bitches, my son. Well.
Oh, I hate y'all.
This whole fucking conversation was a key. It was very informative. It was very intellectual. It was very intense.
I think I handled that well.
I think even shout out to Unique because I think I know who Unique is. There was a guy that popped up on my homepage, and I had clicked into his live stream. He's a content creator, and him and Unique sound just alike. And he's a barb.
Unique been up here before.
I'm like, this voice sounds eerily familiar. So I wonder if that was him catching this video.
Girl,
in his algorithm, or maybe he's been subscribed, but
no, he has. You remember?
But,
he don't let nobody get a word in though.
He definitely is the motor mouth of the South. Definitely.
But Unique has been up here before. He was here for our, I don't want to say our last, but it was the
other Nicki
Joe Budden interview. I think it was a Joe Budden one.
The other Nicki discussion.
He was up here for it, and me and him kind of went back and forth the same way.
I think Unique is a content creator. I think he came up here as an alias though. He was in his Clark Kent form tonight, but I think he's a content creator. But nonetheless, this was a riveting conversation. I want to thank you ladies for coming up. This was fucking amazing. Obviously, the saga will continue on. Nicki Minaj is not going to stop anytime soon, so that means that neither are we. So we're gonna go ahead too. And this was amazing. Anybody have any lasting thoughts, ladies, for y'all? Continue on with y'all day. We was not supposed to.
I just want to say, everybody have a great day. You know, praise be to God, the Creator, and just enjoy yourselves. You know, don't think too hard, Barbs.
Period. Thank you for being up here, boo. I appreciate you. Anybody else have any last words, y'all?
Yeah. Thank you for having me up here, and of course, Queen Nicki, all day, every day.
Period. Hold on. And who's that?
Princess.
Princess. You held it down, Princess, honey. Okay.
I did a little something. I kept it a little classy.
Well, don't be a stranger, and we definitely will be having more Nicki conversations. So definitely, always join the discussion. I appreciate it.
Love and Conscious is beautiful channel. Love it.
Yes, babe.
Oh, that was a key.
Anybody else have any lasting words? Daughter, Big E.
I just want to say, agree to disagree. Everybody have a wonderful morning. It is what it is. I'm gonna be sitting back watching.
Okay. And Big E had came through with the motherfucking education, honey. So I appreciate you coming through, Big E. You handled it. It was lovely, amazing. Appreciate you.
Yeah.
Good morning. And what?
Listen, I was just glad I started off with you guys. I took medicine. I passed out. I was trying to hold on, and then I was like, damn, I'm gonna miss it because I wanted to talk. And then I woke up right on time. I said, Jesus, look at that. So all I gotta say is, listen, it's Sunday. Think about the Lord. Think about the Lord. I'm over it. like Nicki stuff is not even worth it to me. But just enjoy your day. And thank you for having me up here as usual.
I'm going to hit you back on Instagram too because I never had a chance to get back to Insta. So I'm going to message you back. So be looking for my message.
Okay, no problem. So thank you guys so much again. And you be holding down. You be holding down. I love how you had your foot on their neck all morning, Reckless. And I loved it. I loved it. I said, put your foot on her neck.
So I get so passionate about this.
I know. I was like, yup.
Because
soon as you put your screen up.
I'm like, girl.
Yeah.
Yes. So have a good morning, y'all.
All right, babe. So you have a good morning too.
Bye.
And Diamond, I'm so sick of you. I tolerated you this whole motherfucking time. But let me tell you what I'm about to do for you, you dumbass, bald-headed bitch. I'm about to drop your motherfucking ass off right in the bottom of the river with the rest of these hoes. So you enjoy the goldfish, honey. Mister.
Oh, I actually like
enjoy the goldfish, honey. And you can keep it popping from below sea level.
I'm not gonna lie, I actually like Diamond and I like cooking with Chef Killer.
Well, I'm glad you are an expert at scuba diving, so you can go down there and keep them hoes. keep them hoes at the bottom of the river company, honey. You can holler.
Oh my god, girl, that's a kid.
Anything you want to say before you get up out here?
I told y'all the devil was gonna use me today. I told y'all. Oh my gosh. All right, but I'm gonna say this. That is it for our video for today, guys. Please make sure you guys pop that like button, hit the subscribe button, and please, please, please smack the notification bell so do not miss any more posts from us. By the way, my YouTube channel is called Reckless Logic with 2 C's, but my Instagram name is at Strictly Reckless. And in that, in my bio of my Instagram, you'll be able to click my Linktree link, which is the link in my bio, and you'll be able to follow all the different types of platforms that I actually be on. And by the way, y'all, all of this is for entertainment purposes. Now, we do understand that we get passionate. Well, I'm gonna say for me, I get passionate. I say all those things, but it's all for entertainment purposes. You know, I really did enjoy this conversation, you guys. That's it.
Hey man, you did your thing. The exposés, the slides. This was solid. This was solid. We didn't even get to the other piece, but we'll get to that piece at some point. Yeah, we didn't even get to the other piece, so we get to that piece at some point today. Probably come back with a part 2, try finish it off. But thank y'all for being here. If you're new here, subscribe. Definitely thumbs up the video. As you can see, girl, you can express yourself here for better or for worse, honey. Everybody gonna stand their ground like a Florida law, honey. So, you know, it's a place where you can come and be oppositional and all that. So yes, go ahead. And shout out to all the girls who made the Queen mix, because irregardless of what people think about Nicki Minaj's intent, this was a great opportunity for them to have their talent seen on a big scale. So hopefully, you know, all the girls can have longevity and, you know, take the opportunity and run with it. And even a broke clock is right twice a day. So Nicki Minaj can be used too by the Lord every now and again. Even when she going left, the Lord going right. As Foxy Brown says, girl, when the bitches go left, I go right. Period. So it be what it be. But and cooking with Chef, girl, you know, he was dragging my nerve too, child. But you know, the barbs, and, you know, Barbie, you know, the barbs gonna barb, girl. That's what they do, child. So yeah, I consider, you know, so I'm comfortable saying that I'm a fan of all these people, but there's not one person that I'm not gonna be able to drag when need to be dragged. There ain't one. When I think about all the people that I love and support, and even the people that I idolize, and not idolize, not in terms of idol worship, but people that I truly admire, none of those folk is without the capacity to be dragged. It's just like none of them. Like, it ain't not one person, not family, not nothing. Like, everything can be dragged as far as I'm concerned. Everything can be. So,
girl,
you know, that's why I be in my own little cube. I be like, I'm a fan, but I ain't a part of no fan group, because maybe when it's time to talk about it, we're gonna have to be able to talk about it.
Yeah, I agree.
But anyway, happy Sunday, you guys. Go get saved. Go get dipped in the baptismal pool. Don't bust hell wide open. Shout out to all of my supporters and cash donators. I will shout y'all out, girl. I got my phone charging in a whole nother room, so I can't even shout y'all out right now. But I did notice that I got some cash apps throughout the live stream. So I appreciate y'all, and God bless. Thank you for sewing into the ministry. All donation and email and everything, information is in the description box below. We gonna get some sleep, child, and I will talk to y'all later. Peace.